trouble. Okay, so we're streaming now, and we're 11 minutes late, and we have had a technical difficulty in which my microphone has been shut out of my laptop. So my laptop can no longer register my microphone, and I'm going to have to bring the laptop to a shop and pay for that expense. And so in the meantime, I don't know if anyone can hear me. I need them to tell me if I'm sounding clear at all and if they can hear me. And other than that...
Check the stream.
Check the stream. Yeah, you do that. Fuck, I went to the wrong one. All right. And we have Derek Talley's father with us, but we might reschedule just because it's been so inconvenient for all of us. And
that's okay. He's here. He's ready. So it's,
okay.
I don't see the live stream, Douglas.
Okay, so what does that mean? That means the laptop's not live streaming? It says right here, I could share it, screen share. So let me screen share here and see if you can see this. I'm going to start sharing the screen. All right.
Yeah, let me see.
And there. Okay, can you see? Can you see this? Can you see this?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's the sketch running. Okay.
Okay, so let's turn on live stream. Can you see this? It says streaming.
Okay, so stop the stream.
Stop. Can you hear me? And let's see if the
Yes,
stream...
I can hear you. Well, it'll take a second to load up, and then we'll see.
Okay.
Should be on now.
Okay.
See. It hasn't showed up yet. Are you able to go to the YouTube and grab the link? See if I can find it.
Okay, let's go to the YouTube. And grab the link. And let's go to YouTube. And here we are. Fuck. Get out of this. Actually, go back to there, and actually leave that on.
Okay, I found it. I'll send you the link here.
Okay.
Okay, it's back. It's back. There we go.
Okay. Let me go into YouTube. Get you out of the way. Okay. And can people hear me? That's the.
Yeah, I heard you on the
okay,
YouTube.
So I see the screen right here. I see that
good.
we're live. Okay.
Okay, and I sent the link through the Facebook.
It's all right. I'm going to get it myself now. I'm going to start the live stream, and then I'll get
yeah,
it.
you're back on track now.
No, I'm not back on track. Yes, this is so let's see if we
there's an echo, so you're confirmed you're going.
Okay, good.
From the chat room you're getting.
Okay.
Hear you all perfect, mate.
Okay.
Marcus Griggs.
All right. Shane Sharoma.
Shane Sharoma can hear you now.
Fidelis.
And we're all at decent volume according to the audience. So.
Okay, that's good. And but we're doing this without a microphone tonight, and it's very alien to me. And so the laptop has locked out the microphone and is no longer compatible with the microphone. I'm going to have
and the driver could have expired perhaps for it, like the software for it, but it's like that normally doesn't happen on the spot, but it can be fixed, but it would just take more time. Yeah.
Okay, so let me get this link, and then we're going to take this link and put it in the as many of the pages as we can. And so let's go over to the Facebook timelines, and then what I'll do is go over to ask Derek Talley's father some questions and try to get started into the night. How long does he have with us, Derek? Actually, if you can let the man speak for himself, because of course your voice is rather problematic. So let's get these three started.
I'm sure he'd be glad to give you like an hour or so, however long you want. Okay. He ran to the car right quick. Him and his wife were trying to buy a car.
Okay.
And she needed some documentation, and she sent him out there to get it. So, I didn't know that all this extra stuff was going to be happening. Sorry about that.
Well, none of us knew that. I mean, you're talking about extra stuff on your end or our end? It's both ends, you mean?
No,
right?
my end.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
She they were getting ready to buy another car, and they don't have the documentation, and she sent him out there to go take pictures of it.
Oh, okay.
So she keeps calling him while we're on the phone. So
he's
so if you give him 5 minutes,
okay.
Now to get all that out the way, and then do what you got to do. Then I'll give when everything settles down, I'll give him the phone.
Okay.
And then if you want, I can message you privately and say, okay, he's ready.
Yeah, that's fine. Just message us in the Skype text box, and let me turn the mute off.
See if I can message you privately and say, okay, he's ready. Okay.
Okay, good. So that's working. And let me...
You can turn off the screen sharing to help the bandwidth, Douglas.
Okay, so...
Just in case.
Okay, so give me just a second here and I'll do that. Let me get the Skype up and turn off screen share and stop sharing. There we are. And then let me...
okay, that's better.
Is that better? Okay, yes. And then that, let me go back to what I was doing and see if we can get that the right link for this. Okay, give me just a second. What I was doing. And all right, let's press a share. And somebody sent me an image. So what's this image that you're sending, Derek?
I'm ready. I don't know how to type.
All right, let's press a share.
Oh yeah, I've done that before.
Somebody
It's
sent me
kind
an
of weird.
image.
Skype.
Okay, why? Oh, what's this image that you're sending, Derek?
It's in the States. It's something weird.
I'm sorry, what?
You know, I'm gonna give you to my dad. Here you go.
Okay, thank you. So,
Hello, how you doing?
hi, thank you very much for your patience with tonight. What happened was we have a very sad setup, and it's one of those setups in which nothing really works, and it's ad hoc. And what I have to do is keep testing things to make sure they work. And then what happened was tonight everything went wrong. We had as it always does, and only something different happens every time. And because something different happens every time, there's no way to prepare for anything that happens. And what happened was my laptop, which is what I run the program off of, is rejecting my microphone. So my microphone got locked out of my laptop. And that way we are heavily inconvenienced because I'm speaking on speaker and you're coming at me through speaker, and we're no longer in control of the volume and the sound. And so I thank you for your patience with that, sir. And hopefully we can have you back at a different time sometime in the future when things are working better. But we're going to do the best we can now because I'm sure you might be aware of this. It's Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day. This is officially recognized as such. So we may as well speak to such because I believe you were in service during that period of time. And you were involved, of course, in the national defense during that period of time. And you can, answer some questions about different things. But you're going to have to be patient with me and give me a few minutes to get the links up. And so what I'm doing right now is basically providing what's called small talk and getting the links up. Brendan Zogit is our technical advisor, and we've been trying to work with what happened tonight. It proved beyond our capabilities. Just so people understand what we're doing, including Mr. Talley, the senior Talley, Major Talley, retired from the U.S. Air Force. We basically have a personal computer which is so old that it doesn't have the RAM or random access memory to actually hold the program to produce this program. It can't hold the computer program to produce this online program. So I have to use a laptop to do that, whereas I have to conduct all referencing via my personal computer so I can actually see what I'm doing because the laptop is too small a screen to see conveniently. So it's it's just incredibly difficult. And one part is always breaking. And so what I need to do at some point is get a new personal computer. And so people have provided finance for that or finance towards that. A wonderful lady is sponsoring that. And so what I'll be doing is trying to get that as soon as possible because this has obviously reached the end of its line in terms of what I'm doing now. And what I'm doing is I'm burning bandwidth in the terrestrial broadcast radio, we'd call it maintaining airtime, so that I can get these links up so people can hear us. But I'd like you to introduce yourself, and you can help me burn bandwidth while I get the other links up. And you can help me by telling us a bit about yourself, introducing yourself, and then I'll provide further questions about yourself. And I want you to know how deeply I respect you because you're a Black African American who accomplished the impossible, what most men of any color could not do, which is basically work your way through the ranks to become a commissioned officer from the non-commissioned officer status. And very few people have done that historically. I've tried to put that into some perspective for our listeners by saying that that's as rare, if not more rare, than recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor. There's very few men that have done that. So what you can start doing is introduce yourself, and maybe you can start telling a bit of the story behind how that happened, even though I'm sure it would take a lifetime to explain it.
Okay, Doug. Thank you for bringing me on, and you probably give me more honor than I deserve or need. But listen, anyway, I'm Derek Talley's father, and I was a typical African American boy, born and raised in South Alabama. And when I finished high school, I knew I did not want to stay in my hometown. So the option was either go to college or join the military. And fortunately for me, the Air Force was going around during that time. This was in the 60s, 1960s. They were just going to every high school giving the Air Force test. So you're not necessarily in the Air Force, but they were giving the test. So I applied to go to college, to Morehouse College. And that's the college I wanted to go to. That was my dream college, to go to Morehouse. And I submitted my application for Morehouse in February of 1965. And to February of 65 to May of 65, I heard nothing from Morehouse. Not a thing. No indication they even received my application. So I did the next best thing. I took the Air Force test and I passed it, and I said, I'm joining the Air Force. And to be honest with you, that was an outstanding decision. It was a significant decision on my part to join the Air Force. Well, I tell you this quick anecdote story. When I joined the Air Force, the recruiter came around down our town and picked up all us kids who had passed the test and took us to the induction center, which was in Montgomery, Alabama. And what we didn't know when we got to Montgomery, Alabama was that we had to take another test. And the Air Force had this thing called the buddy system. At that time, if you took the test and you joined the Air Force, they guarantee to keep you and all your buddies that joined together for the first 4 years. But in my case, I had my 3 buddies, and we all went to Montgomery, and my 3 buddies failed the test, the second test. And they all went back home, and here I was, joining the Air Force all by myself because my buddies didn't pass the second test.
Wow.
But sitting there waiting to catch the airplane, San Antonio, Texas, to basic training. The intercom system came on, and they were paging Charles Talley. And it was my mom calling me at the induction center, telling me, Charles, you need to come back home because we just got your acceptance letter from Morehouse. You accepted to go to Morehouse, and my mom wanted me to come back home. But what she didn't know, I had just been sworn in.
Oh, God.
I said, no, I can't come back because I just got sworn in.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And my mom, remember this is in 1960, and I was 17 years old when I joined, 3 months over 17. And my mom said to me, she said, you go tell those folks your mom wants you to come back home, they'll let you come back home. I said, no, I can't go tell those people that, and I didn't. And since I didn't, I joined the Air Force. I had been sworn in, so I left that day flying to San Antonio, Texas, 1965, going to the United States Air Force. And to me, that was a life decision because it set me up for everything that I have accomplished and everything that I am. Because I always ask myself the question, what kind of person would I have been if I had gone back home? If I had gone back home, my mom and dad would have sent me to college, and they would have paid for my college.
Right.
Instead, I went in the Air Force, and I paid for my own college on my own self, on my own time.
Right.
And I think that made me a different type of person.
Yes.
Rather than going back home, have my mom and dad send me to school.
Right. Right.
So I was in nothing special. I was just a typical airman like everyone else. So you join the Air Force, you go in there, you're scared, you don't know what you're going to do, how you're going to do, are you going to make it? But the bottom line was I joined the Air Force, and the Air Force was, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever number of weeks, I can't remember. I joined, and the second day of training, they asked everybody who played an instrument. and I raised my hand and said, I play trumpet.
Uh-huh.
If an average kid would know, most parents would tell you about, at least the dad, don't volunteer for nothing, don't raise your hand.
Yes.
And I raised my hand, so I played trumpet, and nobody said anything. And so I went on my almost 8 weeks of basic training, and I had maybe 3 days left before we graduated from basic training. And they came and asked us, "Did you volunteer? Did you volunteer to play an instrument?" And I said, "Yeah." They said, "We're gonna move you to the drum and bugle corps squadron."
Uh-huh.
And I said to myself in my mind, I don't care. Only got 3 days left, in basic training. It didn't bother me. Not knowing that they was going around the entire base getting all the volunteers, and they were forming a new drum and bugle corps band for each training time.
Mhm.
And when we got all the people together, they came and told us, now all you guys are now set back to your 5th day of training.
Mhm.
So instead of graduating in 3 days like we thought we was, we all set back to the 5th day of training. We had to go all the way again, but this time we was in the drum and bugle corps.
Right.
But that was fantastic, it really was, if you think about it. I mean, at first it seemed like, oh, this is punishment. But if you like music and you play music, all you did wake up in the morning time, you play reveille, and at the end of the day, you play retreat.
Mhm.
And most of the time, if every once in a while during that time period, we may play for a parade. And since it was in the summertime, we did play for a parade, marched in a parade down in San Antonio, Texas, in the heat of July 1965. I don't know what it was, but I know all we did was march and playing music. But it wasn't bad. So basic training was repeated twice. One is a regular airman, the other one is a drum and bugle corps. And here I am, now graduated from the basic training. And my first assignment, my first time away from home, was Holloman Air Force Base, New Mexico. And if you can imagine a country boy growing up in Alabama, and I'm now in New Mexico, the world was brand new to me.
Mhm.
Everything looked very new, very exciting. And all the old timers who've been in the Air Force for a while thought I was sick because I loved everything.
Mhm.
Everything looked good, everything looked new. And the old folks said, this guy must be sick. But everything looked good to me. I liked everything, and nothing was bad. So I stayed a year. My first year out of basic training, my first year was spent at Holloman Air Force Base, New Mexico. And from there, I went to Talley Air Base, Vietnam. I went to Vietnam in July of 1966.
Yes.
I remember I joined the Air Force in 65.
Yes.
In 1966, I was flying to Talley Air Base, Vietnam, and I made the mistake of wearing my dress blues.
Uh-huh.
And when I got off the plane there in Saigon, Vietnam, and walked out on the thing to go down the stairs, I looked like someone had pushed me in a swimming pool.
Uh-huh.
I got my dress blues on, and I was just drenched wet. I mean, sweat. It's just hot. And the folks looked at me and they said, pull your coat and tie off, and just so you can at least get cool.
Right.
And that was my introduction to Vietnam. If you can imagine getting off an airplane and just hearing bombs and boom sound in the background. That's all it was. Just bombing and boom, boom in the background as you were getting off the plane and making your way to your brand new environment.
Yes.
So I was in Saigon for about a week or two before they sent me up country. I went to the Talley Air Base, Vietnam, and I spent the rest of my 1 year there in the train in Vietnam. And the good part about the train, even though you were in a war zone, we was on the beach. It was on the Black Sea.
Yes.
The base was on the Black Sea.
Yes.
So we had a beach to go to. And having said all that, I just want you to imagine there's a war going on around you,
Right.
and there's people on the beach.
Yes.
But there was a mountain surrounding the town, and in the mountain you can hear the bombing. You can see the F-4s and F-16 strafing and dropping bombs while people's on the beach. And I'm saying that to let you know that's the type of environment it was. There was a war going on, and there was people. We was young, we were dumb, we were stupid. We go do our daily work, and then at the end of the day, we go to the beach, even a war zone. If
Yeah.
that sounds crazy, it was crazy.
It's incredible, and it's I've heard descriptions like that before, especially from black men who sourced from the Deep South, who said Vietnam was much like a vacation. And you were very fortunate in the position that you had, of course, because you seem to have spent a lot of time on base in area, even though the base itself was in a war zone. I'm presuming that it had a bit more of a sense of security to it than the men who were on patrol. And but nevertheless, it had its risks, and definitely it was service in country, and it was an experience that was enriching, I'm sure. Certainly, you
You
had.
are 100% correct. You described it very well. Because I just described to you my description of what it was like for me in Vietnam. If you talk to someone else, it would be totally different because they was out in the jungle, they was out on patrol. So if you talk to different people from during that time period, they will all give you a different story because they are different and we're different. You're correct. Depending on where you were and where you are, you have those different experiences.
Yeah.
And I did have one particular night there in Vietnam where the base got attacked while I was there.
Yeah.
And I was an Airman 2 striper living in the dorms, and this was an open air, open bay dorm where there was a metal locker to separate every bed. Bed, locker, like that. And I can tell you the exact date. It was February of 1967, almost Valentine night. The Vietnamese attacked the base, and this was like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning because I'm in the bed asleep, and all I could hear was just pinging off the locker. What it was, the bullet was just bouncing off the locker. They were shooting, and had just attacked the base. And we survived that night. I won't go into all that details and things, but it just gave you a good reminder you were in a war zone. So all the good time we thought was having, that was a good reminder that when you got attacked, you had to be on your P's and Q's.
Yes, a very important point, and I'm so glad that you survived, and I am very proud of you. Definitely, it was a situation that posed its dangers. Now, just out of curiosity, the base being what it was, and people, of course, are exposed to the Vietnam conflict through various televisual series. One of the ones that appealed to myself probably more than anything that was done on the Vietnam War in terms of a televisual series that was syndicated and nationally televised. There weren't that many that were on the Vietnam War, but the two that I remember, I believe the titles were Tour of Duty, another one was China Beach. And Tour of Duty, of course, was more of various individuals and their stories, if I remember correctly. The China Beach was more, I think, important because it was emphasizing the experience of women in the Vietnam War who were often very much peripheralized and sidelined. And I've gone into this in some depth in the past because for the longest period of time, there was only one single woman's name on the Vietnam Memorial Wall. And as you yourself probably know, there's a great controversy concerning the Vietnam Memorial Wall. It's a relation of mine. My Chinese surname is Lin, and that's the Chinese family name. It is literally a relation of mine, Maya Ying Lin, who was the young lady who was the architect of the Vietnam Memorial Wall. And so she didn't have a choice of whose names went on the wall. And at the time it was erected, of course, based on standards that the Department of Defense in particular had established. There was a certain number of names that were qualified to go up on the wall because these were deaths in country. And there are deaths, of course, of people who were medevaced out of Vietnam and perhaps died in places such as Hawaii or Thailand, or even in hospitals in the United States. And oftentimes their names are not on the wall. And so there's a lot of controversy with the numbers. China Beach, at least, showed that women were active and served in large numbers during the Vietnam War. So they did have many scenes, especially the opening scenes, when they would open up each episode, showing people partying on the beach. Pretty much exactly as you say. And there's another scene, of course, that people remember from Apocalypse Now, which is, of course, more lurid, and it's made for the cinema, and it's made to impact the insanity of conflict to the average viewer. So they show people surfing in a firefight, which is something no one would ever do. So the questions would be, on the beach, so to speak, were there women on base to actually socialize with, or was this particularly just a man's environment, and that sort of thing was only in medical facilities or extremely rare environments? If you could give us some elucidation.
There were women in the Air Force during that time frame, and there was women there at the train, but not in a large number. Just because there was not a lot of women in the Air Force during that time period. But there were some in there, don't get me wrong. Yeah. But women that was on base who really was Vietnamese women, the women from different nationalities that worked on the base. There was a lot of Red Cross women there on the base. There was quite a few entertainment women that stayed there couple nights on the base, so you saw a lot of different women on the base. But back to your question, there was not at that time, in that time period, men and women in the Air Force, and particularly this was Air Base during that time in that area.
Right.
So,
okay. Very important to know. And when you bring up the Vietnamese woman on the base, just to clarify for the audience, their imagination goes automatically to something like a field brothel. These were women whose their activities had to do with a kind of housekeeping or
housekeeping. They were housekeeping, and some were secretaries. Because I knew in the outfit I was in, the commander there had a secretary, and they typed and they did other work, just like regular people you see here in stateside. But as you know, that was a dangerous thing because a lot of the women brought bombs on the base.
Right.
Because we got so used to seeing them. Yeah. They brought bombs and other things there on base.
Right.
And then they took them in their children apparel and work bags.
Yeah.
But that was part of the environment at that time.
Right. So in order to deal with that, so that people can contextualize this, there was a lot of insurgency, and in terms of the insurgency, it would be like an environment in which the majority of people who are performing various auxiliary duties were essentially foreigners, and the foreigners are coming onto into an office type environment almost. It's almost like what would be comparable to a office campus, something like a Microsoft campus or something like that, except militarized with a degree of higher security. And yet the problem is, of course, that you have people who are performing the more auxiliary duties, as he said, the secretarial and whatnot, who are bringing in bombs and explosives. I mean, this has got to be terrifying. And so does that mean that would men, how would they react to that, the personnel on base? Would they react by not socializing with these, maintaining a kind of social distance, to use a kind of pun with today's COVID-19 environment, or would they still socialize and try to, say, for instance, get lucky? I mean, if you could just...
They ask you a question, they try to get lucky.
Yes!
I mean, I'm sorry. That's the truism, really. Every base is different because depending on the surrounding of that base. And I'm going to only speak to my base. So if anybody's listening, they won't say I characterize the whole situation.
Right.
My base at the train air base during that time period, we was open. As I said, there was a lot of women on base that doing all type of work. Housekeeping, as you just said, that's a good word. Yeah. They were like maids, cleaning the barracks, the dorms, and there was an open bathhouse, in the shower. You didn't have no shower in your room, so those women were cleaning all those places. So, but that we did not restrict ourselves that much. I will tell you that much. We I hate to use the word loose, it's because somebody will probably misinterpret that, but there was not that many restrictions, put it that way.
Right. Okay. So it was a open enough environment in that sense where there was kind of a freedom to socialize, and that did you feel that that led to anyone paying the price with their life, or did you personally ever see something like that?
Other than that one particular night where we really got attacked at the base, I didn't see anything else other than that. I mean, I had a couple of guys. I had mental problem. I had a couple of people in that base during that time period, and they would try to commit suicide. And I never forget that one guy who climbed the water tower and wanted to jump off, commit suicide. But those were mental problems uh, because of the situation they were in. But I did not see, at the question you just asked, that someone was trying to take advantage of it and we was afraid. No.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for clarifying that. And in terms of returning home, it's interesting to me because with what you had brought up when you originally entered the Air Force service, and this is something that I want to emphasize, people are going to, of course, assume that you were involved with the Air Force band, but you got involved with computers. Again, this is fascinating because as a black African American, you entered a system that was bleeding edge. You entered a bleeding edge field, and you wound up at the North American Air Defense, NORAD. And
Yeah,
so tell us about this.
and let me clarify that and put it in context. Uh, when I initially entered the Air Force, of course, you just said I was an enlisted guy.
Yes.
And you get to remember, this is the 1960s, going into the 70s. I was what you call an administrative specialist. I worked in an office, in an office environment, and remember this time we didn't have computers yet. We just strictly old regular banging typewriters. Then we migrated to the electric typewriters, filing, and doing those type of deal. Now let me tell you that I kind of like that, and I'll tell you the reason why. Because being an administrative specialist gave me the opportunity when I made this decision to go to school at night. Now, if I had been maybe a supply person or a mechanic or a civil engineer person, I could have been working different shifts, different trying to get the base fixing the airplane, aircraft. I didn't have to do that. I had a regular office hour, office environment. So what I did when I got off work, once I made that decision, I started going to school at night because I really don't want to bore your audience, but I'm going to tell you, I was a typical, I use the term GI. My first 4 years in the Air Force, I was what you call a GI. I was living for today, not tomorrow. Couldn't tell you what tomorrow brought. All I know was today is today, and I'm living for today, and that's all I want. But then I had a revelation. I really had an awakening. When I left Vietnam, I went to Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. When I left Vietnam, that's where I went. En route to Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, I went home and I got married. And I spent my first year at Harlem Air Force Base, my second year in Vietnam, and I spent my last 2 years. Remember, the Air Force is 4 years. I spent my last 2 years at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. And here I am. I'm married, and I'm going to work one day, and this revelation hit me so hard, I stopped my car in the road. As I told you, I was living from day to day. That was it. I'm living from day to day. Anything that happened tomorrow, I don't know anything about it. But I was driving to work one day. As I was driving, I just got like a slap in the face. I'm going like, you know what? I've been in this thing almost 4 years, and I got maybe 2 months left before my 4 years is up. Then I have to get out. And I realized with 2 months left in the Air Force, I came in the Air Force a high school graduate. Now I'm about to get out a high school graduate.
Yeah.
My 2 months is almost up, and I'm about to get out. I didn't have a job waiting on me. I got 2 months left. I'm about to get out. I got a wife now. I have no house to take her to. I either go into her mom's house or my mom's house. And I'm going like, whoa, Charles Talley, I thought I had everything going for me, and I realized I had nothing going for me. And here I got 2 months maybe left in the Air Force before my time was up and time for me to get out. And with less than 2 months left in the Air Force, the Air Force gave me an assignment to go to Germany.
Yes.
And I went home and talked to my wife about it, and I went to personnel. And this old sergeant, I never forget it, he had a big old cigar in his mouth. He looked at me and he said, Airman Talley, you got a decision to make. You got to get the hell out or go to Germany. And I said, this ain't no decision, because I just had that revelation.
Right.
I'm going to Germany.
Right.
I'm going to Germany. And the problem, what I wanted to point out, I'll tell you here, when I got to Germany, when the plane landed, I was signing up for college classes.
Right.
I was signing up for college classes.
As soon as you
And
landed, yes.
Huh?
As soon as you landed, yes.
Yes, I do, because I was not going to waste any more time, because I realized my first 4 years in the Air Force ended with me being the same way I came in.
Right.
That's the same way I came in, that's the way it ended. And I had made a decision that my second 4 years would not be like my first 4 years. And so I hit night school running.
Right.
I hit night school, and that was the University of Maryland. University of Maryland was a big extension institute overseas for all GI, whether you're in the Air Force or Army or what. They were the big school. To make this story short, at the end of 4 years, I spent 4 years in Germany, and Dietrich was born in Germany. Dietrich was born at Wiesbaden Hospital in Wiesbaden, Germany. It was the Amelia Earhart Hospital. So when I came back from Germany, with 3 years of college. So I was going to night school. And the Air Force had this program, and this is an acronym, so forgive me. The acronym is AECP, Airman Education and Commission Program.
Yes.
And that program says if you go to school at night on your own, accumulate 30 college credit, and apply and compete, we will send you to school full time.
Right.
And I said, I can do that. I can go at night, get me 30 college credit, and apply. And I did. And I got turned down. Oh, okay. I said, okay, I didn't really care that much the first time, because if I had got selected the first time, I would have been too cocky.
Right.
So I kept going to school at night. When I got 60 college credit, I applied again, knowing that this time around, I'm going to get selected. I got turned down. The second time I got turned down, and my whole outlook, my whole expenditure changed. But I kept going to school. I kept going to school at night. And as they said, the third time was a charm. The third time I applied, I was selected. The Air Force selected me to go to the school full time, where they would pay for my entire education. I wear no uniform. I wear the same clothes you got on right now.
Right.
And I get my paycheck every 2 weeks like I normally do.
Right.
So they sent me to the University of South Florida to finish up my degree. And once I finished up my degree, they automatically sent me to officer training school. So at that point, I had 10 years in. Because I spent the first 4 moving around, and that second 4 was all in Germany. I came back to the States. It was at Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. Spent 6 months there, and that's when I went to school for a year. It took me a year and 3 months to finish up my degree. Right. And they sent me to officer training school, and I left there. I went to you ready for this? I call that getting the revenge on me. They sent me to Grand Forks Air Force Base, North Dakota.
God,
Here I was in Tampa, Florida, on the beach, having a ball going to school, and I graduated and finished OTS. That's okay. We're now going to send you to Grand Forks, North Dakota, in the Fort Code. And I became a missile launch officer. And from there, for being a missile launch officer, while I was doing that, I finished my master's. Right. So I always ask people, what do you do when you're sitting in a missile hole 24 hours a day? Right. You work on your degree. You ain't doing nothing but sitting here. Yes. So I finished my MBA in a missile hole sitting there in North Dakota. Right. And when I left North Dakota, that's when I got into computers because I wanted to go to Langley Air Force Base, Virginia again as an officer this time around, and they turned me down and sent me to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska.
Right. And
And they and they sent me to all the schools to become a computer programmer, COBOL, Fortran, dump analysis. I learned all this stuff with all the schools they sent me in D.C., Mississippi, and I became a programmer. Programming the launching missiles to different countries that we wanted to attack, and that was outstanding. But I got to tell you now, while I was in Nebraska, I am my Air Force captain by this time, and I'm as a computer programmer. That's the daytime job. And at night, because I finished my MBA, I was teaching for aeronautical Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University at night. I was a college professor at night, teaching in their business program, grad and undergrad program, with my MBA. And that was my nighttime job. And on the weekend, I was a party DJ. How you like that combination?
That's wonderful. I mean, I'm just surprised that Derek didn't become as cool as you were. I guess he was a little more subdued in his personality. So when you were disc jockeying, that must have been almost surrealistic.
I was an Air Force captain.
Yes.
A party DJ and college professor at night. I was playing for their promotion, weddings, New Year's Eve party. I was the guy, and that's hauling vinyl. Not like they got today. You got the CDs and your laptop. You got it made, but the other day I'm hauling my speakers, I'm hauling my vinyl, setting everything up. That was the day. And matter of fact, I never forget, I was DJing when Marvin Gaye got shot by his dad.
Oh my God. Oh.
And I had about 20 of his albums, all vinyl, and I took them that night. I was playing that weekend, and I draped all the album around the stage where I was DJing, and I have people dancing and coming up, just looking at the album, picking the albums up of Marvin Gaye.
Right. And I'm sorry. Go on. I was going to say that just to put this in concept, some time span for people so they get the idea of the time that this took place in. I'm going to look up Marvin Gaye and find out exactly what year he was shot, unless you happen to remember.
1984.
Yeah. So that was the same year that I essentially was supposed to have graduated from the high school equivalent, the vocational institute at John O'Connell, which was a technical school, a trade school, so it wasn't considered, it's not a normal high school, and it's actually considered failed if someone were to go to community college after that, but it was entirely structured by the time that I attended as a failure, because no one was going into trade after graduating from John O'Connell Vocational Institute. No one went into a trade. They essentially went to community college. They went to city college so they could actually get a job. So in that sense, I took a GED, and I got out of there early anyway, since its purpose was not being served, and I wasn't going to get employed directly after graduating from John O'Connell. No one really ever got employed in the trade that they were studying from, San Francisco's John O'Connell Vocational Institute at that time. And so at that time, I was basically going into City College of San Francisco, and at a very young age. And while you were disc jockeying and Marvin Gaye had got shot, and it was and that tragedy, the loss to the art world, etc. So that might help contextualize that span of time for some of our listeners. But before I go into some more technical questions, which I would love your opinion on, because of the education that you were getting, obviously it had something to do with computers, yes? Because you ultimately wound up in the chief. You were the chief of computer command at NORAD when you retired, right? So,
correct.
Yeah.
I started the computer by being a programmer there at Offutt in Nebraska.
Yes.
And when I left Offutt as a computer programmer, I was very fortunate. I don't use the word fortunate. I had a colonel there in the Air Force who thought the world of me, and I really appreciate that. and he said, Talley, I'm gonna give you I'm gonna make arrangement for you to get a good assignment. He sent me out to California to Vandenberg Air Force Base as the chief of computer for the entire base. And we was going from the old what's that computer name? I can't think the old
the old ones
computer.
were like Univac, and there was even a
Yeah.
Maniac. You might
Yeah.
remember Maniac, Univac, Maniac, ENIAC. Yes, it was like yes.
You're correct. It was old Univac to the Sperry ran
Okay.
computer.
All right.
So I was the computer guy who built a new facility, new building, and installed all the new computer hardware in that base there. I was the guy. It took me about 3.5 years. We was out there installing computer, and got it up and running, and for the entire base of Vandenberg Air Force Base.
Holy shit.
And I got a by name request for and that's the part that I maybe stretched Derek out to go to Colorado Springs to be the chief of computer operation for the entire Cheyenne Mountain. Derek was in I think in his 12th grade year, 11th grade year. I, in hindsight, if I had to do it again, I think I would have turned it down and let him finish school there in California.
Okay.
But that's hindsight. I mean,
Right. Understood.
Just so he can stay with his class.
Right.
But anyway, I was selected to go out to Colorado Springs to Cheyenne Mountain to take over the chief of computer operation for the entire mountain.
Right.
And I think that intrigued me more, and maybe it shouldn't have, than me thinking about my kids finish school where he was at. But as I say, that was hindsight. Maybe if I had to redo that, I might have done something different. But that's life. It happened, and so I spent 5 years. I got promoted to major there at Vandenberg in California.
Yes.
And the position that they sent me to in Colorado Springs was a lieutenant colonel position.
Right.
So here I am, a major working in a lieutenant colonel position at Cheyenne Mountain,
Right.
the NORAD, American Air Defense Command.
Yes.
And I did that for 5 years, and we were there when the Desert Storm started.
Yes.
Worked all that, and the bottom line, I'm gonna throw this in, and maybe I shouldn't, but when I came up for promotion for lieutenant colonel, I didn't make lieutenant colonel. But I have always told my wife I never want to leave the Air Force bitter, because I came in the Air Force 3 days out of high school. I graduated high school on the 21st of May, and on the 24th, I'm in the Air Force.
Right.
And here I got a commission, I got a bachelor's degree, I got a commission, I got a master's degree, and the Air Force did too much for me. Even though I was disappointed, I said I never want to leave bitter, because I gained a lot out of it.
Yes.
And to this day, when I look back, that was a good deal to not get promoted, because life has a way of teaching you things that you don't expect. By not getting promoted, retiring when I did, we came back to Alabama. And coming back to Alabama, a year and a half after I retired, Derek's mom passed away.
Oh, that's
And
so sorry.
what I'm saying is, we could have been out in Colorado Springs,
Right.
but she had a chance to spend the last year and a half with her sister here in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm saying to myself, life has a way of teaching you and doing things you don't know. And not only that, by coming back and getting a job, I was making more money than a lieutenant colonel would have made anyway.
Yes.
So
Yes, that's true. That's true. And but your wife, to try and put this into some perspective for people, Derek Talley's mother, you asked her to marry you on a cassette recorder while you were in Vietnam. Yes, did you know?
that is very true. That is very true.
You mailed it to her, and could you tell us about that?
Well, going back to the Vietnam days, now remember, Derek's mom and I grew up together, but we never was boyfriend and girlfriend. But I came home one time on leave, and I saw it. I went like, "Oh, you have changed." So we started writing each other. And when I was in Vietnam, I was writing her. But on this particular time, I decided, instead of writing her, I'm gonna put everything I'm gonna say that I would have said in the letter on this cassette tape. And on the cassette tape, I told her, when I come home, I sure like to marry her. And I sure did. And the thing about it, her mom knew about that tape too. Because remember, she's a teenage girl too, and her mom, I don't know how, she must have played it and her mom heard it too, because I asked her to marry me. And, and she said yes. So that's part of that story.
That's amazing, and that's deeply appreciated. And oh my God! So when you were talking about your retirement, and that was something that I thought about, and I'm so glad you put that in there. And it's one of these issues that I think needs to be emphasized. It needs to be emphasized because, of course, the challenges you were dealing with. Now, in the past, when I was speaking with Derek Talley, in my own ignorance about the Air Force chain of command and exactly how things work, when I was thinking Chief of Computer Command at NORAD, I was thinking in terms of rank of generalcy. So I would tell people that Derek Talley's father was a general in the United States Army Air Force, and of course I'll correct that now. And yeah, yeah, and what happens is that, as you know, with many individuals, and it's like this, I know this for a fact because I dealt with the military all of my life, and a lot of guys I know were even in the reserves, which my father had a total contempt for. My father really despised people who were in the reserves, and because they had the best of both worlds. They had both their military salary and the benefits of the post exchange and the commissary, and they also had civilian jobs. So he felt almost like they were double dipping, like they were really taking advantage of society. But even in the reserves, I personally knew men who, at the time I knew them at the Presidio military base, they were at the rank of lieutenant colonelcy. And then they would just, usually I'd call them up years later and I'd say, oh, hey, General. And, oh, how'd you know I'm a general now? It was like, well, fuck, all you have to do is, with so many men, it's like going to modern day public school or some kind of community college or something like that, or even Ivy League. So long as you show up every day for work, ultimately you graduate. And many of these people that just are given the rank of at least a one-star general and then they're retired off. It's almost like, this is what they aim for in an arc of career. And most of these men, they're helped along the way. And we know what I'm talking about. It's mostly the old boys club, and the overwhelming majority of them are of course, white males, or European American male descent, Caucasians. And so you get this arc where it would almost take an act of God or something truly scandalous to prevent someone from ultimately retiring as a general if they decide to make a career of the Army or the Air Force, so long as they're white. And then you have this kind of arc of career that almost is almost inevitable. Not everybody does it, but
I want to make sure to make a one-star general, that's not easy.
Okay. It's not that easy.
A lot of people.
Yeah. All right.
Most people will probably retire as a lieutenant colonel or a colonel.
Okay.
On the average.
Right.
The,
Okay.
once you get in the general rank, it's totally different.
Well, I thank you for clarifying that. But nevertheless, there had to be, and this is why I think you said you don't want to leave the Air Force bitter. I can only imagine that there were many people who tried to stop your progress along the way. And we don't need to name names if you're uncomfortable with that. I mean, personally, I'll tell you the truth. As familiar as I am with media, I name names all the time, and it's no big deal. But if you could relate,
name those people that did, and there was some people. You're correct. Who tried to stop me, but I forgot them very quickly.
Okay.
So that name didn't ring a bell with me at all.
Understood.
If you're not trying to promote me or help me out, I don't remember you.
That's probably the healthiest way. Yeah.
I try not to take up space in my brain.
Right. No, that's the healthiest way to handle it. And I've done quite a bit of forgetting myself. I try to forget everything I can, to tell you the truth, with much of my past life, and it helps me out quite a bit. It was there. And is there any experience that you would care to relate that would be exemplary of that, so that people could get an understanding of the challenges you faced?
I don't know where I can tell you that was someone actually standing there blocking me, but they didn't give me the encouragement. I'll put it that way. Yeah. I'm gonna relate to you the incident that really made me to go to school.
Yeah.
I remember I told you when I came back from Vietnam, I'm at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. I joined the Air Force when I was 17, so 2 years later, I'm 19 years old, but I'm a sergeant now at 19.
Right.
I got some old folks working for me as I'm a 19-year-old sergeant, supervising several different people who are older than I am.
Right. And by the way, that's remarkable. That is remarkable. I mean, that's incredible. You're truly a born leader. I'm impressed.
Let me relate this incident to you because this is the motivating factor that said I got to do something.
Right.
This incident took place on a Friday. I'm at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, and my captain was a white guy, but he was a nice guy. I mean, he came to me and he said, "Sergeant Talley, I want you guys, and if you can imagine an old military hangar, big hangar with tile floor, they're big, they're just humongous, and they just got tile floor." He said, "I want you and your guys to strip and wax these floors, and this is like a Friday morning, and when you're finished," he said, "you can take off early." This place was so big, instead of getting off at 4 o'clock, we get off at 3. Big deal. And when he said it, he says, "I'm going to play golf." And I'm going to play golf. And he walked away, and I'm standing there. I'm going like, wow. So I turned, that was a sergeant, a super sergeant. Remember, I'm just an E4 sergeant. This guy like an E8, E9, got all the stripes on his arm. And I said, how do I do that? How do I come in and tell these guys, y'all wiping strip floor, and I'm going to play golf? He looked at me and he said, "Sergeant Talley, do you have a college degree?" And I said, "No, sir." He said, "You ain't going to do that." And he walked away.
Oh, my God.
And here I stood, standing there with the captain walked away saying, he going to play golf. And this guy said, "You don't have a college degree. You ain't going to do that." And he walked away. And all I'm going to tell you, that seared my brain. That seared my mind.
Yes.
That was burning. It was burning in my head.
Yes.
That I didn't have a college degree. You ain't going to do that.
Yes. That's incredible. That's incredible, and I so much appreciate you sharing that story. And of course it was hard, but it was hard because of the schedule that you had. You had the schedule, but overall, I'm assuming that the college itself and the courses you took were not that difficult. Was there anything particularly challenging about the academics? Anything that stood out? I mean, aside from math, everybody generally hates math, but was there anything in particular that stood out as the most challenging?
I'm going to share one course with you, and that was not in my undergrad. That was in my grad when I was in my MBA, when I worked in my MBA in North Dakota. Let me put it this way. I'm in my graduate course in North Dakota, and schoolwork wasn't hard for me. It was easy. And I'm working on my master's, and I'm taking my first 5 courses. I made B, 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 and I didn't have to study hard. I was just making a B, just going through the breezing the notes, read the book, breeze the note, take the test. I got a B, I'm gone. I'm 5 courses in. I'm 5 courses in on my master when I took this course, and it was economics. And I got a B.
Okay, yes, that would do it. Yes, economics would be.
You know what 5 B's and a C is? That's a C average.
Yes. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Yes, the economics will do that. It's called the dismal science for a reason. By the way, before I go on with some technical questions that you and I can both take an interest in, and I do want to emphasize one reason that I got that kind of impression that I did. I don't know how familiar you are with my case. You might have heard about it through your son Derek, and I don't want to go deeply into this because, of course, it has nothing to do with what we're going to talk about tonight, but to contextualize why I had that kind of impression of almost a laissez-faire attitude towards the generalcy. I was exposed to basically the wrong people. There are certain, like, how would I say it, cliques or clubs in any service in the U.S. Army It manifested during my time that I was at the Presidio military base, and essentially I was a civilian. I was working with the Postal Library, and at the time that made me an employee of the Department of Defense. But that, of course, the Department of Defense employs 100,000 civilians at the very least, and they are not in uniform, obviously, and yet they can, in situations like an open base like the Presidio was at the time, they can work in the environment of uniformed military personnel. And because I was placed under essentially a kind of liaison because of all the research that was being conducted by many of the officers that were on site the base, one of them was Michael Aquino, and he kind of instilled in me that kind of laissez-faire attitude. Now, interestingly enough, he never made it to general. There was an enormous scandal. It involved him. He was far too politically radioactive to go any further in his career in the Army, so they retired him as a colonel, which itself was rather miraculous and shows you the amount of influence or favor that he had within a particular kind of clique. So he did not was not able in his lifetime to accomplish that kind of career arc that many men aim for. But I also got that impression from the individual I was working with, Robin McCall, and when I worked with him, he was a Lieutenant Colonel Robin McCall, and he was involved with computers and wargaming scenarios. And he was one of the men who actually wargamed the Balkans situation. And that's a story in and of itself, but they were trying to simulate it using computer models, and I was impressed by how ignorant he was of the culture on the ground. And I'm sure you probably noticed that many men who are working with theory or working with strategy, they seem to be completely ignorant of the situation on the ground, and it was frustrating to say the least. Now, but Robin McCall, he was the guy that I called up later on in life and just checked in with him and just said, "Oh, hey, General," and he was like, "Oh, how'd you know I'm a general?" And I just said, "Fuck, I just assumed you stayed in, and yeah, so long as you showed up for work every day, you'd get there." And so he didn't say anything to deny that. So I kind of had this impression like that. So I thank you for contextualizing that. I thank you for putting that into a perspective that is more realistic, and that's appreciated. So with that. One of the things that I do want to get into is the time of your life and the time span, the chronological time span of your life. And at that point, I'm certain that NORAD wasn't even on your mind. But when you entered Vietnam, now let me see, you joined the Air Force in 1965. You were essentially what in this day and age would be considered underaged. I don't even know if they allow that in the Air Force anymore. My understanding now is that only the Marine Corps is accepting people under the age of 18 if their parents sign permission. But I don't know if the Air Force does that or the other branches, but my understanding was that was not the case in other branches of service anymore. Vietnam was a totally different time, of course, totally different time and place. We were at war, and it was recognized, even though it was undeclared, there was a draft. There was a draft on, and they were desperately in need of manpower, draft or not, so they would take younger men and valued them. And so if you entered around 1965, that was the year before I was born. So you went to Vietnam. Yeah, you deployed the year before I was born in 1966. You came back after I was born, and of course I was born outside the United States. I was born in Taiwan. My father was
born where?
Yeah.
Where were you born?
Taipei, Taiwan. Taipei, Taiwan.
I went to Taipei, Taiwan.
Oh, wonderful! Oh my God, how was it? How did you like it?
Well, remember now, I'm a young kid, so I did not go look at the museum and statues and other stuff there. So I want to make sure you understand. I was 18 years old, and I was when I was in Vietnam, I had a chance to go to Taipei, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Philippines,
Wonderful.
Japan,
Wonderful.
all those places.
Yeah.
And I was not going to a museum.
Right. And but I do hope you enjoyed your stay there. Were you able to see anything of any consequence that other than the inside of a military base or some kind of facility? Did you have any time to interact with the population or anything?
I might answer that by saying yes or no.
I understand. So this was obviously something that was almost covert. Perhaps you could explain to people, in particular, With Japan, it was different. With Hong Kong, it was different. But if you could explain to people in particular the sensitive situation of Taiwan, because it was already controversial. It was controversial in the sense that at that period of time, America was still more recognizably behind Taiwan, behind the Nationalist Republic of China as established
Right.
on Taiwan. But the sensitivity was there, and there were parts of Taiwan that were very Americanized, and so it was one of those areas that I'm assuming, we won't go too deeply into it. Obviously, this is something that was covert, and obviously you're under some security level of retention concerning what you were contending with. But it's nevertheless, I wish you could give us some more details. There were air bases. There were air bases, listening stations that the Taiwanese allowed the Americans to maintain, and the Americans.
Chu King Ching, I'm trying to pronounce the name of it.
Chongqing.
We took a
Yeah, Chongqing. Yeah,
yeah,
quick.
yeah, that was the base we went to, and we took a plane there. Let me put it away. This plane was a military plane, but it was small enough to fit on the inside of a C-123.
Yeah.
We took that plane there to Chu Ching King Air Base for maintenance, and remember at that time, I'm just an airman, and I'm just coming along for the ride. All the intel and other decision about this plane, I couldn't tell you anyway.
Right.
Yeah, but I did get a chance to see just a little bit of Taiwan. We stayed in what we call the President Hotel.
Right.
We didn't stay in the on the base or anything.
Okay.
We just took the plane there.
Right.
We stayed downtown, spent a couple of days there, and flew from Taipei to Hong Kong.
Right.
And
It's amazing. And so you were just there for a couple of days. Now, just so I can try and give people kind of a perspective on this, Taipei, if Taiwan is shaped like the Taiwanese themselves would say that the island's shaped kind of like a sweet potato. And so you have the northern end would be the capital.
I think the word we use was teardrop. I think that's if I remember the history.
Yeah, that's also a term that's used. Yes. And Americans, I've heard them use the term slug-shaped, but it's definitely, it has a discernible shape, and once you see the shape, you never forget it. And it's so in the north is Taipei, the capital. In the south would be the second major city on Taiwan, Kaohsiung, and then you have Changhua in the middle. So those are all facing kind of towards the Chinese mainland. So in terms of where the base was at that you were on, it would be towards the north, the center, or the south, just so that people, if they tried to place it on a map in general, where would it have been?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I really don't remember. I definitely don't
Understood.
know.
No worries. Yeah, the details don't matter that much, and that's fine. But definitely, I thank you for sharing that, and it's touching to me. And I hope your time in Japan went well. Was there any ability to interact with the population there, and how?
Oh, yeah, this was strictly what you call. I'm not gonna call it an R&R because it was a military trip, but it was a fun trip.
Okay.
But the most enjoyable of all was Hong Kong. That's the place I was gonna go AWOL.
Yeah.
I met this girl there in Hong Kong, and I told the pilot, I said, "Sir, I'm staying here. You guys go ahead on back to Vietnam." And he looked at me and he said, "Airman Talley, we all came over together, and we all leaving together." No uncertain term. So, but that was what I got to. But the one thing that really got me about Hong Kong was that I am talking to these Chinese people, and they are answering and talking to me with a crisp British accent.
Right. Yes.
That just totally blew me away. I mean, a clear, crisp British accent. Here they are talking to me. And I can understand why they are rather and do not want to be in the domain of China, because they spent 100 years under the British.
Yes.
And they had that freedom.
Yeah.
And now you got to tell me I had to go back to China and report to China. That's why they right. I understand.
Yes, very much so, and I appreciate that. And my father felt that way about Japan. He very definitely felt that he could go AWOL there, and there was a very bizarre situation in which, in a sense, he did. But they found him eventually, but and he never suffered any repercussions. But it was an extraordinary situation, and the circumstances were quite unusual. But that would be a story in and of itself. One of the things that I'd like to go into now, before we get into the more current events that I'd like to get your opinion on. When it came to my understanding of NORAD, and my impression of it is very anachronistic. And this is why I brought up the period of time that you were serving, and how I was just born at the time that the senior Talley was in country Vietnam. And of course, I'm emphasizing that today is Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day. I'll go into that a little later. Mr. Talley is welcome to stay with us as long as he wishes, and he can check out anytime he wants. But I'm hoping to seduce him into staying with us till the top of the hour. And in the meantime, when I was involved with the Department of Defense, many of the records we were dealing with were older records. So I'm a librarian, I'm collating documents, and I'm consigning many of them to the Inferno, the incinerator. And this just to make space most of the time. With the typical kind of corruption that occurs in such cases, what we had was a situation that the senior operations manager and the various people who theoretically had security clearances to handle any number of these documents would just consign them to my responsibility as scut work. And I was working well above my pay grade or my clearance level, and I often did so under protest. Nevertheless, it's one of those things where I was threatened basically with I would be accused of trying to steal some or placed into some form of trouble if I didn't just do the work and leave them alone. And many of them were alcoholic. This was the civilian staff working inside the postal library at the Presidio military base. It was dreadful. It was dreadful. It was a disgrace. I'm certain that Mr. Talley, the senior Talley, is not surprised by anything I'm saying about the civilian branch of the Department of Defense. I'm certain none of that shocks him at all. But in terms of what I saw in the records, my acquaintance with NORAD is older documents from the 1960s. So one of the things that I found most fascinating was the old conflict simulations, or the old war games that were produced. Now, Mr. Talley, Major Talley, retired, is going to put this into some perspective for us. The computers at the time.
You saw the movie, right? The War Games.
Oh yeah. I'm not even going to go there. If you want to say something about that, go ahead. I'm sure you're going to diss it. I would hope you would diss it. I'm not even going to go there.
The only thing real about that movie was the road going up to the mountain.
Okay, thank you.
Once you get inside, that's not no way.
Right. Thank you. No, I'm speaking about something completely different. But now that you bring it up, before I go in the direction of the conflict simulation that I'm going to kind of articulate as briefly as possible, so I can get your impression or whatever impression you might have of it. Let's talk a little bit about the movie, since you brought up film. The cinematic, I think it was an excellent film. It sadly was released simultaneously with Star Wars, so nobody remembers it. But it was Stanley Kubrick's Damnation Alley. And Stanley Kubrick's Damnation Alley was a film that spends the first 45 minutes, I believe, at least, dealing with NORAD, or simulating NORAD. Did you ever see that film?
No, I did not. I saw War Game, but I did not see that film.
Okay. I would highly recommend it to you, because I'm hoping you can come back on our program and inform us which character might have, if any of them, a position that would have been most similar to what you were dealing with at NORAD. Stanley Kubrick actually did, because he's Stanley Kubrick, he was the man who, of course, directed a satire. Everyone is familiar with Dr. Strangelove, but that, of course, is satire. But nevertheless, there was much about that satire, Dr. Strangelove, which was real for its time. And at the time that it was produced, we had the Strategic Air Command, and we had men like, with the horrible names that he provided everybody in his satirical film, men like Colonel Kong, or who were willing to ride a bomb down to see that it got to the enemy. These scenes like that would kind of convey at least the mentality, if not the reality or the physics or whatnot. But the technologically, it was a pretty good representation. And Damnation Alley is similar to that, so I look forward to your review of that. And so turning from that, the computers that were extant at the time that I was working as a librarian were just beginning to become computers as we recognize them today. We actually had introduced a kind of PC, a personal computer, into the library that was, within a matter of maybe months or years, was actually taken away. And the reason why was, I could go into several reasons about that, but it was like, that was how bizarre a situation was. It was just, they were somewhat awkward and actually consumed time, and they weren't necessarily as productive as many people thought. There were people that were having a lot of problems with them. We had a much older staff, and they were never really adapting to it. So we were still dealing with a kind of dead-end technology like microfiche, which never went anywhere. So in that environment, many of the documents I was working with were conflict simulations that were produced on boards. So in other words, RAND, or Research and Development, is what the acronym RAND stands for. RAND is simply an acronym for Research and Development. RAND Corporation contracted via MIT with the Department of Defense. So they would produce, along with various other subcontracted companies like SPI, which was acronymous SPI, for Simulations Publications Incorporated, and then there was SDC, which was acronymous for Simulations Design Corporation. These were private think tanks contracted by the Department of Defense to produce conflict simulations of historical conflicts or of potential future conflicts at the time, what were deemed potential future conflicts, and therefore these could be gamed out by officers to increase their strategic acumen. And because computers were so large, so unwieldy, as Mr. Talley can attest, they were producing board games with cardboard shits. So people would maneuver the cardboard pieces, that these are just little squares, cardboard squares, along the hexagonal board, so that the hexagons were used as the base grid over a map so that people could move in 6 directions, and then these would be used to simulate a conflict. Now, one of those that was produced, and many of these games, by the way, people can find online and order them themselves, because like good capitalists, what the government, the Department of Defense would do would be they would take all the secret stuff out. They would redact the material, and then they would publish a synopsis so that they could sell it to civilians to play war games. They don't do this anymore. This was back in the day when war games catered to the intellect instead of the reflexes. And so kids would buy this stuff and game out things like NORAD, conceivably, though it had an extraordinarily limited run. So NORAD was portraying a conflict around 1962 during the Cuban Missile Crisis era, and the NORAD board game was basically conveying Russian bombers, that Russian bombers were trying to attack the United States, and the NORAD response was to respond with American interceptors. So it was more of like one player is trying to bomb as many American cities as possible, and the American side is trying to intercept as many bombers as possible. And this was the level at which NORAD was operating around the time that Derek Talley was in country Vietnam. And I'm sure at that point he had no real inklings NORAD would become a big part of his life. Maybe you did. But by the time that you did enter NORAD, could you explain to us the difference in mindset and operational, shall we say, environment, the operational environment of NORAD at the time you entered, compared to the NORAD that I'm more familiar with through simulations like this? Because the NORAD that I'm, go on.
When I was in North Dakota, in the coal country, I told you I was a missile launch officer. I sat in a missile hole, and all my direction and all my instruction came from NORAD.
Right.
It would probably come from the president down to the Pentagon through NORAD and that flow. So I can tell you from sitting on one end, more than more than, let's say, interceptor for an airplane. Everything I knew was missiles.
Okay.
NORAD was the sole authority that every missile sent out in a missile, whether in Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, waiting for orders to launch their missiles, all came from NORAD.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as opposed to a airplane interceptor, everybody was waiting for a missile instruction, missile launch launch instruction.
Right.
That then I'm turning around now. I am inside of NORAD working and knowing how the guys on the outside waiting for those instructions going to react. And I'm sitting there looking, wow. Now I don't know about the movie or the game that you have, but I can tell you, working on inside of NORAD and watching the lieutenant colonels and major that come to work all those different shifts, 24 hours a day, whether they looking for satellites. I can tell you, NORAD had people working for satellite instruction, working for missile instruction, working on intercept for airplane. It was a busy place, and there was a work center for all those different people.
Right.
And there was no light. It was not very light. I wouldn't say we had light moments. Everybody came there. They was very serious.
Right.
And that's the way I saw it. Even when you walk into the lunchroom or walk down the hall into the bathroom or take a smoke break, these people were very dedicated people. And as opposed to, if you saw the movie War Game or whatever the other thing movie you're talking about, it was nothing like that.
Right.
Just nothing like that.
Right.
If you saw something, it was a center for all the different weapon system. You know, there was a launch officer guy there in his center. There was a missile airplane guy there for intercept. I'm waiting to send out instruction, and that's the way I saw it. That's the way it was. And my job to make sure the major talent, none of these computer goes down.
Right.
Well, those folks were working more than, as you said, the strategic and the tactics to getting those weapons what they're supposed to be.
Right.
And my job to make sure that the computer programmer, the computer operator know how to do their job as the chief of computer operation. So
Now, if you could give us
that may not answer your question, but
yeah.
I'm just telling you what I was viewing and what I saw sitting in the missile hole and being inside the NORAD.
Right. And a good job is done in that film Damnation Alley by Stanley Kubrick in portraying that gravitas, that sense of seriousness and professionalism and dread, a sense of constant dread. And he portrays, of course, two men who are in a missile hole, which is housing an ICBM. And so, of course, the old days, what it used to be, and now Mr. Talley's going to give us some specifics in a moment, but just to outline my understanding from what I saw from documents and records, etc., and my understanding of the principles of how this worked, you'd have two individuals with firearms. They would have pistols. The pistols would be on their hip, and they would be loaded and ready to fire, and they would also have keys. And this way they had a pistol in case one of them turned out to be an infiltrator or a Soviet spy or some kind of mole, and they could dispatch the other individual or defend themselves if the case demanded it. But both these individuals had a key, and they had to turn the key simultaneously when given the orders to launch. Now, this, of course, in the film Damnation Alley portrays this, and they're portraying this as an ICBM launch. My impression is obviously that you were working with the computer banks. Many of these, the missiles in that missile hole, were these interceptor missiles to take down incoming bombers or incoming ICBMs like Nike, Zeus, Hercules, or ICBMs?
These was ICBM to actually launch to attack a definite position or target in Russia, China, wherever it was targeted to.
Right.
These were not interceptors.
Okay, so this was the big guns. These were the true ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, in the center you were at in the missile hole. And
Yes.
thank you for clarifying that. So when it came to Mr. Talley's position, he obviously now a bit about the computers. And again, the war game that I was referencing, the board game, was published, even though it was about the 1960s. It was published in 1972, about a decade later, because the individuals, when it was released to the public, they were not allowed to release current data. So they could not release a simulation of current weapon statuses and various other kinds of technologies that the government was using at the time to the public to game out. So they released a 1960s version, which was considered safe at the time. So obviously, I'm presuming, now forgive me if I'm wrong about the chronology again, it'd be about 1972 or 77, around the time that Star Wars was released. Between that time that you were in North Dakota? Or am I correct on that?
No, 72, I was in Germany. I was
Okay.
in
Germany.
from 69 to 73.
Okay.
So that time frame, I would not been in the States, and I was deep embedded in Germany and in school.
Right. So, but was it more towards the time of the Star Wars release, the time the movie Damnation Alley was released around 1977? That you...
Right, around that time frame, yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so that gives us the time frame. So you were in there at the time that Damnation Alley was made. So if people review the film Damnation Alley, you'll get a good contemporary view of what Mr. Talley was dealing with by watching Damnation Alley. And they rhyme, of course, Talley and Alley. And that'll help everyone remember that. And so in terms of after that, you had, of course, could you describe how large the computers were? And this is part of the problem of why they were producing cardboard board games, even in 1977, and it would go well into the 80s. And even into the 90s, they were producing cardboard board games, but concerning conflict simulations, trying to game out potential conflicts. But one of the reasons why was that computers were still very large.
Computers were large mainframe computers.
Yeah.
And because there's no one computer like the movie show. When I say the movie, especially a war game movie.
Right.
They try to show us I think it was the Whopper. Was the main one. No, there's several computers throughout Cheyenne Mountain for different centers.
Right.
For the satellites center, there was their set of computers. For the missile, there was a different set of computers for the missile centers. And then these are large mainframes run by computer program operators, whose job was to keep those computers up and running. And when you tell you about the size of those computers, they were large mainframe, all located in different center in the mountain.
Mm-hmm. And at that point in history, had we changed from, because this is one thing I tell people about how the advantages of the vacuum tube was that the vacuum tube operators, or the vacuum tube operated computers, would still function in the event of an electromagnetic pulse. And for this reason, that's the claim NASA still uses those types of computers that involve a lot of vacuum tubes. And I know for a fact the Veterans Administration runs on a lot of those. It has nothing to do with carrying or preparing for any electromagnetic pulse, but it has to do with just how far behind they are. That if they tried to digitize, then the Veterans Administration's problem would be that it would take months and months to digitize, and by the time that they digitized and the transfer had been made to upgraded computers, literally millions of American veterans would have died, because tens of thousands are dying on a daily basis simply because of age. So with that kind of situation, you can understand what's going on. But the computers you were working with in 1977, they were just beginning to change. So could you tell us, was this like data punch cards or tape reels, magnetic tape, or different?
Okay, 1977. I was not in the mountain. I didn't get to the mountains in 1988.
Oh, okay. So it was much different by then. Okay, but if you could describe the difference between the computers and how they upgrade it, very different, I'm assuming, from what I'm describing. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the time when the captain told me to strip the floors. I was using punch cards.
Yes.
That was what 69.
Right.
Time frame. Yeah, we in the 67, we're still using punch cards for the computers. In the mountain, we did not have punch cards.
Right.
Okay, the computer has really evolved from that time. Even when I was in California and installing the computers out there, and that was in was 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. We had passed the punch cards, but the computer was really evolving fast.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Back when I remember a time in science fiction when punch cards were used in illustration to denote futuristic, and of course, very different from now. Now, we're getting some people who are saying, is this just my Wi-Fi or is this broadcast interrupted? Well, it wouldn't surprise me if we were interrupted, but hopefully people can hear us, and I'd like some feedback on the quality of sound. I'm so sorry I couldn't get a ping through to Selena Khan. I'm hoping she can hear us. So, honey, if you can hear us, let us know. And it just feels so alien without my microphone. And it might be like this for a while because I realize the shop might be closed due to the COVID-19 shutdown of all non-essentials. So I may not be able to work with this for quite some time. So people are going to have to live with this sound until I can buy a PC. I'm going to talk to friends about that, or I might have a PC mailed to me if I can send money to the right people. So yeah, this is where we're at now, and the usual stresses and strains. So before we let Mr. Talley go, and we definitely appreciate his being here, what was your impression based on your experience of the fact that Ben Sliney, who was born in 1945, and he was the former United States Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA National Operations Manager, and his first day in that position was September 11th, 2001, and he was responsible for ordering a national ground stop across the United States airspace in response to the terrorist attacks. But I understand that NORAD had a similar situation, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the Air Force individual, whatever his rank was, I'm assuming it was general, that he was essentially his first day on the job on September 11th. And so I know that there were several NORAD members who were, one of them was a lieutenant colonel who then became interviewed. They were interviewed over the 9/11 day, and they were expressing something similar like that they had just taken the job. There was, let me see if I can find this, NORAD members recalling September 11th in their own words, and maybe I'll get a better impression of that. But on September 11th, did you get the impression that something was terribly wrong?
September 11th, I remember, I'm sure, like a lot of other people, I remember exactly where I was. Of course, at this time, I'm retired. Right. But I'm sitting in a meeting. I'm working for a defense contractor here in Huntsville, Alabama. We have a regular morning staff meeting when someone came to the door and said, "Turn on the TV." We turned on the TV and we sat there with our mouth open. This airplane flying into a building. Yeah. I mean, I was so amazed that it flew into the building at that moment in time. It did not the building down, but the airplane got damaged. And I'm like, whoa, what is this? What is this? And I don't know the piece you're going to read about the FAA guy, but he made a right decision, a tough decision at the right time. Right. He had to stop everything from flying. Yeah. He had to see what we got, see what the problem was. I mean, I know that was a tough decision. I don't know whether it's his first day on the job or what, but you make the right decision, a tough decision at the right time. Right. And that had to be made. Yes. That decision. Yeah. Yes.
But of course, were you kind of following the? I'm not going to read any more about the FAA because they did what they did, and I think you've summarized what we need to know. Is basically there really was no other choice. They had to do what they had to do. But did you maintain any connections with people who were still active in NORAD that gave you any perspective as to what was going on with the defense? Because another follow-up to that question would be the situation of the young lady named Heather Penny. And Heather Penny was the female pilot. She was a first lieutenant at the time. She was ordered into the air in her F-16 fighter jet alongside maybe someone named Mark Sasseville, if I remember, at Andrews Air Force Base as the terrorist attacks were unfolding. And Heather Penny was given her orders that she had no ammo. They were unable to load her plane. They had no ammunition available, and she was simply told, when you see the airplane that's headed towards San Francisco. This was the plane that ultimately went down in the middle of the United States. They said...
The one in Pennsylvania, the airplane that went down in Pennsylvania?
Thank you. Yes, it was the one that went down in Pennsylvania. And the people were, they determined that it was headed either towards the Pentagon, or they thought it was, since another plane headed towards the Pentagon, then they had told us, or what we had heard, was that it was headed towards the Trans-American Pyramid in San Francisco. That was supposed to be its destination. There seems to be a general concurrence with that. So that seems to be what it was. But Heather Penny was told to crash her plane into the plane to down it. She was told to basically conduct a suicide run. And so her middle name was Lucky. Heather Lucky Penny was, or that was her nickname. So you have a young lady who is may have been a member of the Columbia Air National Guard at Andrews Air Force Base. Maybe I'm wrong on that, or maybe she was Air Force. I do know that she was one of the first 2 combat pilots in the air that morning, and told to simply bodily ram the plane because they were unable to load ammunition. And this is insane. It shows that America had no conventional interceptor defense that was maintained in American inventory at any state of readiness. So
I really can't comment on that, because number one, these sound like anecdotals, stirs that you hear after the incident that happened, and I don't know whether it's true, not true, and so I really, if I comment, I won't have no merit because I'm not familiar with it.
Understood. By the way, I'm getting somebody attempting to call myself, Sarah Shields and Brendan Zoget. Very bizarre. I have no idea what's going on with that. So I'm not going to answer that. And I'm afraid that if I hang up on it, it'll hang up the whole Skype call. No, I appreciate you saying that. That's understandable. And it was United Flight 93. If you can find out some information on that later, and if you have any opinion, you're more than welcome to share it with us. Otherwise, I'm understanding why there's no need to comment. Now, other than that, sir, I feel that you've more than done your service to us all for tonight. Is there anything that you know about concerning the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day that you would like to say for tonight? And I'll bring up what details I can share about it with everyone. And, I'm probably going to take a short break first. I'll try and get Brendan Zoget back on so he can break myself, and then come back to do the rest of the show as best as I can. But in interim, while you're still with us, I'd like you to kind of formally say goodbye to the audience. And believe me, we're all deeply appreciative of your having honored us with your call. So with your time.
Fred, I really appreciate you inviting me on, and I hope I've shared some interesting information. But like I said, your last comment, I just couldn't comment because I don't know anything about it.
Understood.
But I really hope you got a good feel from Derek. Derek did his Marine time, and right now he's going through. I really appreciate you guys praying for him.
Yes.
I should continue to pray for him, because I would say within the next 2 to 3 weeks he'll have all his tests out of the way. I believe. Yeah. Next 2 to 3 weeks, and we just pull it for him. So thank you. I hope I represented him well.
Yes.
And I hope you lots of success in your show.
Yes. You're wonderful. God bless you, and thank you so much for your service and for pioneering the fields that you did. And it's remarkable, and your career is stellar and deeply exceptional, and you've produced a wonderful son. Your son is someone to be proud of. I guess one more thing I'd like to have you emphasize, and I would just share this with everyone, is basically I was shall we say, personally, I was spanking Derek for choosing the Marine Corps instead of the Air Force. And I'm sure I said, didn't your father try to convince you to join the Air Force? And why the Marines? And he was like, oh, yes, he did. He confessed that you had tried to get him into the Air Force. And, oh, my God. Yes. So.
Derek told me when I said, Derek, I want you to join the Air Force. And he told me, I remember this, but he told me, Dad, the Air Force is for wimps.
Oh! Oh,
And I said, okay, okay, but that's all right.
oh
But
my God. Oh yes. Well, there we are, and this is the machismo in the young, as the senior Charles Talley said himself, young, dumb, and full of cum. Right? I mean, so yes. At any rate, Derek is doing as well as he can, and God bless him. We all maintain him in thought and prayer, and we're very glad that you're helping him. Thank you for doing that. And with that, you have a great night. Thank you.
do that. Same to you guys.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. And so when he hangs up, I should still be streaming, but I'm going to try and bring our man Brendan onto the call. See if I can call him, and hopefully he's not involved with Sarah Shields right now. And so Sarah Shields, I'm going to try and steal Brendan from you. Let's give him a call and then see if we can get this going, where he can break me for a bit. And the problem is I can't go on mute. Or maybe I can. Yeah, I guess I can go on mute, but you'll probably still hear me because we're on the stupid microphone. I mean, it's the laptop microphone.
Hello?
Oh, hey, Brendan. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And I'm wondering, we're live, and I think, and so we're streaming, and I just had a wonderful interview with the senior Mr. Talley, Charles Talley, and I'd like everyone to know his full name. So I apologize for not mentioning that, and that was totally remiss on my part. But I'm hoping while I look that up that you can break myself for a little bit and try and confirm whether or not people can hear us, because we've had some people say that it's being interrupted or something. So I'm wondering if there's some way you can confirm how that's running. So Derek Talley's father is Major Charles James Talley. Major Charles James Talley. That's who that was. And we've just had a beeping sound, which is someone poking me, which is due to that. There's a whole backstory behind that, why I'm getting poked all the time on Facebook. But, let's ignore that. Aside from that, we've had some submarine-like sounds, and hopefully everything is still working smoothly. So, Brendan, are you able to break me for about 10 minutes or so? And Sarah Shields says we're fine, and we're coming in clear. God bless her. And our submarine sounds might be coming from Brendan. Brendan, are you there? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, are you able to hear me? I keep cutting out.
Oh, you sound
I can't hear
great.
you very well. Let me just...
You sound great.
So you guys can hear me, okay.
I can hear you. I'm hoping everyone else can hear you. And Sarah Shields, if you can let us know, that's fine. Or Selena Khan, God bless her. And to Sarah Shields as well, God bless her. And, okay, good.
Yeah, I couldn't take her call because I was doing homework. So sorry, sir.
Oh, yeah, understood. And, yeah, she had a shout out to Marcus Grix. Marcus Grix was, Sarah was thinking he might have been someone else.
Yes.
So she deleted a lot of his stuff in the chat. So Selena says she hears us. God bless you. Thank you, Selena. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute, and hopefully Brendan can still be heard. That should be the case. And then I will saunter over to break myself for a little bit and come back. And Brendan, other than that, it seems like everything is going smoothly enough, and couldn't do this without you. At the same time, you and I should be able, I'm still convinced that you and I, later on in the week, like maybe tomorrow evening, can still probably do something with the microphone to possibly make it work again. And
yeah, I think we can get the driver back.
Yeah.
It would just take some downloading and stuff.
Right, okay, good. And in interim, thank you. Love you like a son. I'm going to leave you holding the fort.
Okay.
And Sarah Shields says, I accidentally deleted Marcus. I'm sorry. Please tell him, Douglas. Thank you. Yes, Marcus Grix. Sarah Shields accidentally deleted you. But I saw some of the questions you had asked earlier, like, am I afraid to be in the United States at this point in time? Well, not really. I mean, but we are now the epicenter. And Brendan Shields is going to share some of those horror stories with the world while I'm gone for about 10, 11 minutes or so. And God bless him for doing so. And I'll leave you to that.
Okay. I forgot what I was going to speak about. But
I could give you some ideas, maybe. You were going to talk maybe about, I guess, some of the Hell, I forgot. I mean, what were we talking about? Oh, I guess we were talking about some COVID-19 horror stories or something, maybe? Like, you could talk
Holy
about...
shit.
Yeah, it's grocery stores and the windows, the little screens they're putting up. I mean, I'll cover some of that later tonight.
Oh yes, the sneeze guards. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
you know how oh yeah, the guru, the super guru, the spreader,
Oh, okay,
yeah,
there we
the guru
go.
of
The
death
super
and shit.
spreader guru.
Yes, stuff
That's
like
a
that.
good one. I could go off on that one.
Okay, so I'll take off for now, and I'll be back in about 10, 12 minutes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so good evening, everyone. Yes, I'm subbing for Douglas real quick while he uses the bathroom. And currently in my neighborhood, it's like totally quiet. No people are driving, as I'm sure you guys all know. And I've heard lately, like, the cops around here are actually telling people to limit, their driving and having to explain where they're going and all that various things, which wasn't happening last week or the week before. So perhaps they are getting more strict for the time being, but we'll have to see because there's so many mixed messages going on, with all these situations. And I mean, I could complain about the schooling real quick since I have a bit of time. As far as my statistics class go, it's totally fried, totally done, because I don't have, I lost my tutor, we lost our in-class ability to, have a teacher, and just watching videos trying to do statistics is, I'd rather, go to the dentist at this point than do that. So it's really impacting that situation. So I'm going to try and focus on my other classes and basically just hope they can work with me with the statistics at some point later. But like I said, no one really knows. Everyone's in a situation where there's no knowledge or anything. And I tried to contact a counselor, and they basically sent my email back to me, and they said, this is what we got from you, and we'll call you as soon as possible. And so I really, none of us, as far as college kids, they're just expecting us to do all the work, and without any kind of assistance or anything. So hopefully, almost certainly they'll work with us at some point. So that's kind of my complaint. As well, I heard from other people that are at actual universities, and they said they did the same thing to them, where it's they're loading them with so much homework that it's just ridiculous. Obviously, it's to keep people busy, quote unquote, or to keep them doing that while everyone's stuck at home. But it still doesn't help, as far as some people have to work more hours, some people have to work multiple jobs now, so there's so much going on that I guess we'll see how that's going to work out. But that was my complaint about statistics and how awful it is right now. But what Douglas was talking about was there was this I don't want to even call him a guru, but it was this super spreader, quote unquote, person or Indian guru. He went to Italy on vacation, and he ended up contracting the virus, and he brought it back, knowing that he had it. He brought it back to India and spread it to over 100 people. And he was a Sikh guy. I'm trying to load the article, but the internet's very slow. That's another thing, is doing all these online courses while the internet is shoddy at best, because there's so many people on it that it's hardly working, in my area at least. But according to this New Delhi article, or this Bangkok Post article, in New Delhi, 15,000 people possibly may have caught the virus from this one guy. And in that process, this guy, he actually died of the disease as well. So I guess that his name was Baldev Singh, and he returned from a trip to virus-plagued Italy and Germany, and he continued preaching at more than a dozen villages in the Punjab state, which the Punjab is the epicenter of the Sikh religion. I think that's where their founder, basically he grew up there, or the founder of Sikhism was born in that province. But basically he was spreading this stuff, and I don't know, it seemed as if he knew he had it, but it's hard to tell by the article. let's see what it says here. But because the villages are sealed, they were able to measure that he did, in fact, infect 15,000 people in these various villages, because he was one of the only people that came from the outside into these villages.
He knew he had it, and he was contemptuous of the thought
he knew he
that
had it, okay.
yeah. So go on, please go on. I'm still breaking. I really need to choose something. So go on, take your time. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Right, no problem. And then basically this guy, I guess he knew he had it then, because I haven't finished reading this article, but he ended up dying from it. And then this Canadian guy named Sidhu Moosewala, he actually made a song called, what was the song called here? Let's see. It's not giving me the title of the song, but it's basically some of the lyrics have to do with what that guy did, saying, I passed on the disease, roaming around the villages like a shadow of death. And they're even encouraging people in the Punjab to listen to this song, because it's supposed to be kind of satirical, but it's they're using it as a way to educate people, like, if you know you have it, like, just stay home and just let it pass instead of spreading it to 15,000 people, And let's see here. And there's apparently been it's saying here on this article that there's other people that have done the same. So that's pretty shocking, but that was just kind of a funny, I don't know what it would be like, just a funny, like, I guess it's not funny because he actually could have killed people, he probably did. It's just hard to tell. In the village, in India, in the village level, like they were saying, like the villages are sealed, basically, like people don't go there unless they have to, and they're kind of all self-sustaining. So we don't really know how many people he actually harmed, basically. So that's really unfortunate. But there were other casualties to the situation where people, I mean, I'm just going to make a generalized statement, but like people are starting to like kill themselves off because of the economic and various other repercussions, such as the German finance minister. Apparently he was found dead on some railroad tracks. I want to say yesterday, or I think it was today. So basically yesterday in Germany, he was found at and they said he actually, killed himself over the situation that was happening and threw himself in front of a train, basically. So there's other ramifications than just the virus itself or the symptoms or whatever's happening physically.
Holy
like
shit!
People are getting stressed out. And,
that's so bizarre because it can't be that bad. I mean, it's Germany. I mean, it's like.
Right. I was wondering myself, like, perhaps could he have gotten killed? Or...
I was about to say it. It sounds pretty suspicious to me.
Because if you just find someone mangled by a train, like, how can they say definitively it's suicide?
Thank you.
Yeah.
It sounds more like damage control. And
right, perhaps it is some
So,
what's the word for it? Not obfuscation, but where they release something, but it's like, just to placate people.
Well, obfuscation is a good word for it. I mean, it's
right. That would work.
Yeah, it's basically kind of like a damage control is the other thing that comes to mind.
Damage control. Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
But in terms of that situation, we can only speculate. We'll have to find out more. But go on, please, by all means. Yeah.
Right. No, that was it. I don't remember what else I was going to talk about.
There
was something else.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, if you can think of anything else, go ahead. I want to just kind of.
Well, I complained about my school, so I think they got enough of that.
But it's important because people would like to know how is it that people are even going through the upper levels of education at a time like this. So I think it bears relating, and so people can.
From the people I've talked to, it's basically like no one's. Like we're supposed to quote unquote do homework, but it's not that. It's like impossible basically to get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
for all intents and purposes, because like I don't have tutors. Like for people that are terrible at math, for me like the stats class is like basically I'm just gonna call it a wash until I can talk to a counselor and see what my best option is.
Oh my
Because
God.
at the rate they're giving us new assignments, it's like I don't even have time to like catch up to the next one, and it's bad.
But by the way, I'd like people to give me the quality of my sound because if I'm sounding okay, the reason it's important is because I have the laptop far away from me. So I'm speaking through the laptop speaker, and if I'm sounding okay through the laptop speaker at this distance, then everything is kind of comfortable. It's comfortable for me. I'm trying to do it this way as opposed to putting the laptop right in front of my face. So how do I sound to you, Brendan? Am I sounding okay?
You sound clear.
Okay, good, good. And if anyone else can give me feedback on that, that's appreciated. And other than that, I want Brendan to stay with me, for a few minutes if he's able, as long as he's comfortable. And we'll kind of go through the, what people are saying. Shane Shiroma, we heard later, Semper Fidelis to him, of course. And wonderful human being, Marcus Griggs had a lot to say, so much so that Sarah Shields thought he was a troll. And so she does apologize for deleting him. He's welcome back. If he can't come back into the chat room tonight, hope he comes back later. And Sarah Shields herself says, have a great transmission, Douglas and Major Talley. Anthony Vincent says, good evening, Mr. Talley. Good evening, Mr. Dietrich. Good evening, Derek. I am listening. And, of course, we'll bring up Derek again in a few minutes. And Veronica Pereira says, good evening, everyone. Hey, honey. And Gabriel Roos says, hi, Douglas. How are you? Hope everybody's well. Is it just my Wi-Fi or is this broadcast interrupted? But JMO72, JMO Reese says, clear audible. So, everyone, and thank you so much for Danielle.
Right, like I said earlier, there's so many people online that, like, even in my area where the internet's usually pretty good because there's, like, rich people that live here, it's, like, pretty slow and buggy, possibly just due to overuse because there's so many people.
It's overloaded. And
It's overloaded.
JMO says we're loud and clear, and Sarah Shields says you sound very clear, no problem. Excellent. And Selena Khan, of course, is always serving as my ping, and I didn't give her the credit she deserved tonight, but she'll hopefully get a bit more tonight. And so long as everybody can hear me, then we're at least relatively stable. And so what I want to do is kind of continue to try and provoke Brendan into talking, and I'm just going to go around the internet a little bit, see if there's something else that I should bring to people's attention before I go into solicitations for tonight and kind of take the show from there. So Brendan, tell us a bit about, aside from that, you have been, you feel you've been saturated with, Selena Khan says everything is perfect now, God bless her, but you feel that you've been saturated with coronavirus, and there's a little bit about our blood type that makes you feel even more vulnerable. And tell us a bit about the difference in blood types statistically that they found in terms of the reaction to coronavirus.
Okay, so it seems as if by the sheer numbers and statistics that more people that get it and actually die from it are of blood type A and B compared to the O blood types, which have like a very low infection rate for whatever reason. So there could be a correlation to various blood types and the severity of symptoms. And I actually have blood type A, so it's one of the most susceptible, so I have to be careful, but overall I'm in good health, so I'm hoping that will be enough to protect me. It's interesting because O is a very it's not I think O negative's the rarest, so O in general is the most rare, so those people, for whatever reason, have a resistance to it. Yeah, so that's fascinating.
And I'm blood type O, so
right.
At least that is fortunate as far as my situation goes. And so hopefully that helps, because when I was out in the environment, it felt like I was scuba diving in a sewer of COVID-19 when I was on the pod, as far as I was concerned.
Right, and apparently in my area, people are getting stopped by the cops, and they're asking people, where are you going, what are you doing? So that hasn't happened for the last 2 weeks, so it makes you wonder why, they're doing that all of a sudden. Yeah. They could be possibly, getting more, more enforcement. It could be rolling out soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Possibly.
It's definitely appreciate your bringing that up. And a Tokyo-bound plane.
And from what I could tell, we're going to be in this for at least till April 30th, even according to the federal government.
Well, April,
And,
yeah, go on. And what do you know
they're
about
usually pretty, like, because of dude, like, they're pretty lenient. Or they're seeming that they're lenient, but they've even said today that they're going to wait till the 30th to relax anything.
that? Right,
So
right.
that's interesting.
Yeah, well, it was not unexpected.
Right.
Trump trying to end the if he had tried to, literally had succeeded in ending the quarantine, the lockdown earlier, like he wanted to, then he would basically have triggered an economic depression. And I could go into the details of that, but honestly, it's one of those things where everything he does is in direct interest of Vladimir Putin towards destroying American lives and the American society, period. So
Right.
the fact that the government overrode him shows that he has not nearly the amount of power that he
Right.
thinks he does. And so that's important. And so go on with what else comes to your mind about this?
Well,
kind
I'm
of
getting
expansion?
some breaking news, quote unquote, from someone sending me this.
Good.
This is coming from Recombinomics, something to do with the genome of the virus being it's matched. 16 of the sequences have matched with the Italian sequences.
Mm-hmm.
So if this is true, that means that whatever's happening in New York is basically related to the Italian virus.
Okay.
You know, it's the same strain essentially. So
Oh well, that's not surprising. I mean, they've got
that
a
would
little.
explain the severity of it compared to the stuff we're seeing in California. It's not as severe, allegedly.
Oh no,
so
that's
far.
true. That's true. That's true.
Right.
I mean, even though California was ground zero, then it's still we
Right.
have now far less than other
Yes.
places in the United States. Even though the epicenter before was, I believe, up in Washington State. All of
Right.
that's changed. It's all East Coast now, and
Right.
so we've stabilized because we shut down so early. We shut down very early, and so it's a very different situation now. But please go on, yeah, with other things that are coming to mind. I mean, that's fascinating what you're saying because New York, of course, has a large Italian population, so it could be something genetic.
That's what I thought too. Before I even saw this article, I was saying, it could be the Italian strain. That's why it's so severe, much more severe than the other ones.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, and so.
But
Go on.
for something that I thought you would be interested in, or not interested, you probably get pissed off because the guy from Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko,
Yeah.
he's encouraging people to continue business and claiming that working with tractors and being in fields has healing powers for the agricultural laborers. So he's telling people, don't worry about it, just go back to work.
Yeah,
And
well,
I think there was another guy, another one of those strongmen, quote unquote, characters that was saying the same thing. But it wasn't Belarus; it was some other, like, European country. Let me see if I can find it.
mhm.
And even Bolsonaro, he was saying that the Brazilians already got it, and because they have strong antibodies, they don't need to shut down their economy because they already had it and they're fine, quote unquote, according to him. And he actually said this in some news article or something.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Basically, someone has given me a question. I'm going to maintain their anonymity. They're asking about the Rh negative 2. Is it so bad? What did he say about O negative in particular?
Right. So
you're-
Rh negative is a subset of O.
Okay.
So you can be O. I think you can be O. You can be O positive or O negative, right?
Yeah.
But to be Rh negative, you have to be O negative and then have another factor, an additional factor that makes you negative. That's
Yes.
what makes O negative. For one, it's rare, but to be Rh negative on top of O negative, that's like why it's the rarest, because it's a very unique combination. Does that make sense? So you can be O negative and not be Rh negative.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a completely different blood factor that they've factored out.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the people with the Rh negative factor are from Ireland, Portugal, some parts of Spain, and like the Norse countries, and England. so yeah, genetically those people have the highest occurrence of Rh negative.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure how the Rh negative is a factor in relation with that, situation.
Yes, yes. Okay, and I thank you for that. And in other words, what he's saying is you're set. You're all right. You're in the best possible shape if you're RH
But if
negative.
you do have just O, any type of O, you're in a better position.
Thank you.
By the statistics, yeah.
Thank you. And that should give the questioner comfort. And again, going from the blood type.
I mean, you can still, from what I can ascertain, you can still get it, but it's like such a low likelihood you'll die from it. So like, it's important, I guess, to say that you can still get it.
Yes.
Does that make? But it's just like you won't. Your fatality rate's almost nothing.
One would hope. Oh my God, is that true? Is that true? Is that true? I mean, like, you mean that?
Yeah, according to the statistics that they've released, it's like people with O blood, like almost none of them died. So, but they still got it somehow. Like they still had it. So.
Okay. Yeah. So that's excellent. That's excellent. I mean, I'm sorry that I'm in an advantageous position, but nevertheless, with my lungs being what they are, I'm still considered high risk. So the blood may not be the secret to everything, but hey, I'm sure it will help. By the way, you know what I remembered, and I'm gonna I remembered because so much of it I blocked from my mind. It was like Derek Talley's father, Charles Talley, was saying about people that were negative in his life. He's pretty much blocked them from his mind, which is an extraordinarily healthy thing to do. And it really, helps one psychologically to do that. And of course, it's helped me immensely, but at the same time, it's a pain in the ass, of course, when I get on air and, and I don't remember what the hell I'm talking about. But, it's one of those things that helps preserve my sanity. So who the fuck cares? Other than that, what I wanted to say was that I remember now, we were talking about that movie Bloodshot, which our dear friend J.Mo Reese said he fell out of his chair laughing when you and I were covering the Vin Diesel film. He said that we did such a good job of just slapping Vin Diesel's ass that and his bald head that he thought that was quite the act, and we did well with that. I remember saying how nanoplasma, what it obviously did more than anything else is nothing spectacular, which is just basically helped me recover that I was unable to maybe perhaps do anything spectacular mechanically. And by mechanically, I mean like a collapsed lung is a mechanical injury, meaning that like a broken bone, these are mechanical injuries as opposed to a disease, as opposed to something impacting you neurologically or vascularly. There's all kinds of phenomena in the body, but mechanical stuff is like gunshot wounds, stab wounds, etc. And what the movies are trying to portray nano technology is doing is literally performing mechanical reconstruction of the individual. And the reason that this is so beyond us right now is that, as I said, if nanites were aggressive in attacking invasive diseases, they would act as a super aggressive immunosystem, which of course destroys the host. In other words, your own immunosystem, when it's on overdrive, is what causes you to die of coronavirus. It's what causes you to die of the American Army flu, the so-called Spanish influenza, more technically H1N1 or hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1, avian swine flu. Right. So, you don't want...
That would make sense with, like, the lung damage, that's definitely correlated to that.
Thank you. So if the nanoplasma were that aggressive, the only way it works, and the way that they would show Vin Diesel, the way they portray him in the film, and it's all CGI anyway, of course, but the way they portray it, mechanically reassembling him, means that he has no human body left. That basically they downloaded his consciousness into a nanite construct. So that person's not even a construct, he's actually a gestalt. He's what would be called a gestalt, which means that the nanites have a mind of their own, and they just keep reassembling him like an army ant swarm that keeps resurging. And so they maintain a certain form that they're programmed to maintain. And this is, of course, well beyond any technology at this moment. And you might ask, who would want to live like that? I mean, obviously, it would be different for the person experiencing it, but it's absolutely gross for everybody else. So I mean, oh my fucking God. Imagine sleeping with someone who's not human, but just, like a Lego set. They're basically an ambulatory Lego set. I'm not shitting. I mean, that's the closest parallel, right? I mean, basically, what I am is I've got it in my blood, and it's passive. And I remember this now because of how infected I got. So I did, even though wasn't prone to infections later, and that may be because the nanites developed a kind of a response mechanism to it that was passive. But when I originally had my lung collapses, the stupid doctor, I remember her name, she was a female doctor, and in all fairness, this was in the days when they were working doctors to the bone. They would get these young people and they would say, okay, you work interns, or what do they call them? They're not interns really, but there's the actual doctors, and there's the doctors that are actually medical students, and they do all the work for the actual doctors. And so the students on the floor, they used to work them day after day, and this was like part of the, if you pass the test, if you can do this. It's kind of like an endurance test. And it was horrific. It was horrific, and the results were the deaths of many patients. They died because these doctors had sleep deprivation. So it's like, it was just insane. And so when it came to the whole situation, she was like that. She was someone who had suffered sleep deprivation. She sent me home without stitching my chest tube sites. So I was sent home, without my chest tube sites stitched together, and I became monstrously infected. So
I was going to say, talk about infections.
Thank you. And what happened was I became like a floater. If you ever see, they call floaters bodies that are lost at sea, and then they float up on the beach, and they're swelled to the size of a beach whale. Okay, this is where we have a situation that the floater has bloated with internal gases. I became an ambulatory, cognizant, conscious floater on land. So it was like a swollen body that washes up on the beach, except I wasn't covered in all the muscles. By that I mean not muscles like bulk like the Hulk. I mean like clams and barnacles and shit. And so by the time I had this spare tire around my neck, in which I basically had all this liquid and infected pus that was in my body, so systemic that I had a spare tire around my neck of this crap that was squeezing my vocal cords. So when I called up the 911 to have them take me to the hospital to send an ambulance, they thought it was a practical joke because I sounded like Elmo, Tickle Me Elmo. I sounded like, and they said, oh, it's fucking hoax, don't, it's a crime to be calling in a false call to 911 and shit, and, then they hung up on me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and the way that I got to the hospital was I grabbed my firearm and I basically went down to the ambulances, because they have ambulances parked at specific places in San Francisco so that they have better response time. Because if the ambulances were all coming from certain source points, it would be lame-ass response. So they park, and the drivers spend all day. These are the city ambulance drivers, the city paramedics, they call them. Yeah, the first responders, they call them firemen, really. They're part of the fire department. So these guys spend all day eating burritos while parked in an ambulance till they get a call. I went down there and held them up at gunpoint and forced them to take me to the hospital because their dispatch would not dispatch them. I was let off the hook for that because it was a life and death situation, and dispatch was found to be irresponsible and negligent. So my holding up an ambulance at gunpoint, I'm one of the few people in the world who can get away with that, or has gotten away with something like that. So so after I remember at that time that both lungs collapsed, and I was infected with all of this horrible, I forget the name for that level of infection, but when you press down on your flesh, it's like your body's filled with styrofoam. It's like your body's filled with styrofoam packing. You can press down your flesh and it leaves an impression. Where you press down. I mean, this was, by all rights, I should have died then and there. But of course, I'd already survived so many things that I should have died. And, that was an example of my surviving that level of infection. I was vomiting. With two collapsed lungs. Imagining having two collapsed lungs and vomiting your guts out. And surviving that is as spectacular. For what that's worth, that's as spectacular as Vin Diesel getting his brains blown out and reassembling. Okay, there's no way any normal human would have survived that, and I was told that multiple times. So the nanites do their work. You never want to be in the position where you can do that, because unlike the film, Vin Diesel looks like he's not feeling anything. This is what blows my mind. It's like, there's not even, oh man, this hurts. Oh, ouch. It's not like, it's just like, hey man, I can take it and shit. No, it's excruciating. No, you never want this to happen.
Right.
Oh my fucking god. I mean, it would be realistic if Vin Diesel...
That's why, like, the whole cyborg thing makes more sense, because it's like,
thank you.
if you had, like, nerve endings or anything, like, even rebuilding them would be painful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so he's just an ambulatory Lego set, and yet they'll probably show him having sex and shit, and so, like, well, how can he do that when he's not feeling anything, right? I mean, it's like...
The beauty of fiction.
Yes.
You can do it all.
There you go. It's like, fuck this shit. I mean, come on, people. This stuff is just stupid. It's not even... it's just plain fucking stupid. It's literally a waste of your time to watch this shit other than pure entertainment. But definitely, I thank our dear friend Brendan for carrying us through this far. What else comes to your mind, Brendan? I mean, certainly, you tell people how you were like spraying yourself constantly, spraying your bandana. What kind of essential oils were you using? Give people some hints.
Oh yeah, I brought it up during that time, but when I was working as like a doorman, where I was like checking people like and their receipts and whatnot, and this virus was going around in Asia. I mean, we had known about it since January, so I was like taking precautions then. I had my essential oil spray, which was peppermint, lemongrass oil blended together with colloidal silver as like a literal like physical shield, as like the first line of defense. Like, it's not foolproof, but it's something. And then I had a scarf that I would soak in like the essential oils as well, and I'd always have that on, and people would be like, aren't you warm? Like, it's too hot to wear that. And I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. They thought I was crazy, like spraying myself down and shit. But now they're probably like, holy fuck, that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
They're probably like finally getting it.
Yes.
And when I went to pick up my last check, they were like, hey, you can have your job back. Like, we'll pay you more. And like, instinctively, I just looked at them and I was just like, no. Like, I didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
I was like, nope.
Yeah,
not doing that.
Good for you. I'm proud of you, and
right.
you should have. So what I'm going to do is beg you to kind of hang around, do your homework, and I'll call you if I need you. You're welcome to hang around as long as you want, but I'm just going to start doing solicitations now. I'm going to start the monologue, and at least quality of sound seems good enough to carry that off. I don't know how many people are listening. It's probably going to be less than usual because of the kind of start that we had was threw a lot of people off. But people will be able to tune in as this is published, and more people will be racked up.
And I did listen to part of your interview with Derek's father. That was really interesting.
Which part stood out to you? Which part stood out to you? And
I liked his whole story on how he got in, and like that was cool.
Yes. Yes.
How he had that situation where he basically got accepted to the school he wanted to go to, but it was like he was already in it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So
it really, like, stuff really does happen like that. I mean, that's
Well, but remember, it was a lot more common back then. Okay, we have a lot less fluidity now. There is,
that's true.
Yeah, none of that happens now.
Right.
I mean, here's an example. Back in the day, and it wasn't until too long ago historically, but let's say up till the 60s, 70s, you had this weird world, which Brendan might know something about, might not, I don't know. But I know something about it because I grew up in a ghetto and, of course, became very familiar with providing security in gated communities communities that became gated. And these were not rich communities. We're talking about housing projects. But they were originally open. And in many of areas of the black community, one of the highest types of social positions that a person could obtain, unlike in the white community, which is, of course, people want to be a CEO, and all the white guys want to be a boss telling somebody else what to do. In the black community, for a long period of time, one of the greatest social achievements in the community was to become an undertaker or a mortician. And
really?
the death rates were just so high, and it was such a necessary function. But in terms of that kind of community, the undertaker community, the morticians. People used to just show up at a funeral home and just say, "Oh, I'd like to become an intern," and they would just hire you and train you for that. Nowadays, of course, that's impossible because you're working with bodies, and you're working with bodies that are seething with diseases, and they can't do that anymore, and you have to go through it's like becoming an MD now. So it's along those lines, and
my college offers it. It takes at least 4 years, a minimum, to even get like the certification.
Oh, fucking hell! Your college offers a fucking degree in mortician science or something?
Yeah, it's like very popular there. I don't get it.
Well, of course it is. I mean, you know what the old joke was. I mean, the old assumption was that it's just full of necrophiliacs who are there to fuck the bodies. That was the old
right.
assumption.
Maybe not to that extreme, but like the people that are in that, they're pretty weird. We'll just say that.
Yeah, and
they're like into the macabre.
Mm-hmm. Aside from that, what else do you know about the industry? Because I get a feeling you know something.
What other than like I used to be into the whole situation where like the novels about what are they called, the forensic anthropologists?
Yeah.
So I was always into that kind of the forensic aspect of it, and I used to read a lot of those novels back when I was in high school about it. That's really all I know as far as that goes, like the fictionalized version.
Right. But what about let's see now. What else comes to your mind? There was some other things that you thought about bringing up tonight, and can you remember them now? Can you recall them now? Did it have to do with foreign affairs, or was it domestic?
There were a couple things. My mind got wiped because I'm so stressed out over that the statistics course. Like I've been trying to force myself to do it all day. So my brain's totally wiped.
And well, if your brain is wiped, do me a favor and try to bring it back online. And think about something that Michael and you yourself were going to talk about. How is what you are going to be with us on Wednesday night? Give people kind of a preview and tell us about how that might be impacted in its narrative by what's happening now.
Right. So we were going to talk about a lot of what's happening in Asia and the dynamics between the various Asian countries economically and how they're able to come out of this situation due to some previous trade deals they had in place. It's almost as if they preempted, at least they had knowledge of a financial trouble that was coming. They were almost overly cautious in that sense, or they almost expected it to happen this year economically. Not so much like the other situation that we're having. I don't think anyone predicted that, but there were signs that the economies were going to change to that extent severely. So there were some trade deals between China and Japan that we don't hear about very often in the West,
right?
As well as the different cultures. This is what we were just talking about just now while I'm talking to you guys, how the difference between the Western and the Eastern culture in reference to how they're dealing with the virus and how they use a lot more, or some countries will use a lot more spiritual weaponry, so to speak. For example, we saw this Russian-Ukrainian, they sent out squads of they're like deputies or like cops or something, in Ukraine, but they took with them like holy water, and other things. And that reminded me of how the Japanese were basically cleaning up the shrines, repainting the giant lantern in Asakusa, Tokyo. They were taking other steps than just purely physical. They were using, appealing to the ancestors, appealing to divinity to actually protect themselves from this as well as the physical stuff. So that was something that came to mind as well. Right. Just the different aspects of how cultures deal with this type of situation. And also, I think we'll bring up that in our area, there's the South area, quote unquote, because it's like South Sacramento. It's considered it's literally called Little Saigon. It's considered the Asian part of town, but in that area, they're dealing with it much differently than out in my area. Like they make you wait at the at the Chinese herb shop. You can't even go in the front door. There's a table, it's like blocked, and the guy's standing there, and he's very adamant that you wear a mask. Like, you basically can't go up there without a mask. Like, they'll basically tell you, like, you need a mask, and you have to wait outside. You tell them what you want, and they'll bring you the product that you want.
Mm-hmm.
So the Asian community even here is acting differently than, because in my area, like, you could just go to a grocery store. The grocery stores are still crowded, almost like as if it's normal. Like, during like peak hours, people are crowding in there, not social distancing. But as far as like the Asians, they know how to deal almost, it seems, better with this kind of situation. They were at the restaurants, they were separating people, like even if all the orders were to go, but they still made you wait outside until your order was ready. Only one person can go in at a time. So it's just the various ways that how it's being dealt with are different, and I think Michael and I could bring into greater context that stuff, because he's actually been to China. Him and his brother, they have a lot of experience in Asia as far as that, so they'd be able to explain that better, you know?
Yes.
So I was hoping he would come on and help us do that.
And where's his brother right now?
I think he's still in our area at the moment.
Okay.
I asked him that too. I was hoping he didn't get stuck anywhere, but I think he's safe, out here.
And he won't be able to come on?
I think he's gonna ask him, but it's hard to coordinate.
Right.
But, if that's the case, like, I'll let you know. Because
Right.
I think we can get both of them on as well. Yeah, that would be a good. Because Alex has also lived in like Russia and stuff as well, so he has
Excellent.
like a bigger
Excellent.
scope of like the cultures.
And that's so important. And aside from that, there might be a problem with the bandwidth and what the bandwidth can hold. We've had horrible times with that would bring 4 people online. So we've had bad times in the past. So hopefully it would stand. With the way the internet in general is overloaded these days. So we'll
right. And I'm surprised they've actually like the internet's actually stayed intact, because it's like you can notice. Like, I've noticed the difference. Like, it's so hard to load anything, and it's just which makes the online schooling even worse, because you can't like load these videos that they want you to watch and shit.
Oh my God!
So it's going to be interesting. Like, what are they going to do when everyone complains? Like, the nursing students at my college actually went on the local news and called out the president of the college, and he had to actually respond on air to their complaints.
Holy shit!
So I'm kind of curious how they're going to deal with all these other classes and how all this stuff's going to work out. Because it's basically, for lack of a better word, a shit show.
Yeah.
And I've heard that from the university. When you were gone, I was explaining that I've heard from people in the universities. They did the same thing to them. They told them go home, and then they loaded them with so much online work that it's ridiculous. It's like it's almost like they just want people to be overloaded with work, and like, but at the same time, like, if we have other stuff going on at home and people don't, their kids are home, there's so many factors. Like, I don't understand how they expect everyone to just keep going as if, here's the itinerary, we're keeping up this itinerary. It's
do you know what blew my mind was the census?
It's crazy.
Yeah, the census. I had this envelope, and of course I'm receiving all these reminders that, it's required by law. You fill out the census. And the census, I finally opened the envelope because, my impression was it was due April 1st, which of course is bizarre in and of itself on All Fool's Day. Right. Like we're all performing some big April Fool's joke. I think that, unfortunately, that might inspire a lot of people to lie on the census. But when I opened it up, there's no form. There's no census form. Instead, it was just a fucking code word that you go online. I'm like saying,
holy shit.
What happens to people who don't have access to a computer? They're going to have to go to a library, and they're asking them to go out during COVID-19 when they're asking everybody to stay home. So
in our area, the libraries are all shut. I ordered some books on Ayurveda, and like the day before it got here, they all shut down. I was just like, are you kidding?
Holy shit. Yeah, the gods hate you. Yeah.
Right.
What about your birth certificate?
I haven't heard. I haven't seen.
Holy
I haven't
shit!
gotten any word. It's like it's in limbo right now.
Holy shit! This is like those people in India. They're saying, no, you have
Right.
no paperwork. You
Yeah.
are nobody like Brendan Zogit in United States. Yes.
Right.
Oh.
Exactly. I'm gonna have to prove it.
Holy
Luckily,
shit!
I have a copy. Thank God.
Yes. Oh my God, that was the
So
smartest
they
thing
can't
you ever
really pull
did.
that shit on me.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's just awful. But yeah, so how can people fill out the census if they're poorer people, which is the vast majority of people, and
Yes.
especially immigrants, and you know, and they got to go to a library, but the libraries are closed, so they can't fill out the census. So
Right.
it's this is crazy.
They might have to push back the deadline. I mean, I'm almost certainly.
Okay. So you think they'll do that? That this,
I'm assuming, because if the federal government's projecting they'll be shut down until at least April 30th, I mean that's like, they can't just keep ignoring it and saying, "Oh, we'll see after, we'll see after." That's like the mentality I'm getting.
Whoa, wait a second. Have they actually shut down? Now, forgive me because I'm just diving into all this tonight to analyze it. My impression is have they actually shut down? Are we in shutdown for the government? I mean, for the government.
No, not that I'm aware of. They've cut all non-essential workers though.
Okay.
And it's saying Trump has now extended virus guidelines until April 30th, is what DW is saying, abandoning his Easter deadline.
Right.
So,
yeah.
My impression is that they were just kind of, like, even the colleges and stuff, they're like waiting it out, quote unquote. And it's like, if it's going to take 2 months, they can't just keep saying, "Oh, we're going to wait it out." Just keep the status quo, keep doing the work. Like, we need more answers than that as far as that goes.
Yes. And as for the,
they're like getting their fingers are crossed. They're hoping that,
Mm-hmm.
it stops soon, but it's not stopping. So.
No. and April and May are going to be the real crunch time. This is when the hospitals are going to overload and people are going to die. That's April, May is when people predict this. So
there's so much conflicting information. Like even Dr. Fauci, he was saying, the projections that are in the millions. He's saying that's because of just modeling in general and statistics. Like that's like a high margin. He's expecting more like 800,000 deaths or something. But that's still like. That'll still overwhelm most of the hospital or all the hospitals. So it's like, I don't know, like they're all wishy-washy. It's like,
yes. Well,
but it's like no one's been in this situation before. So, I mean, we got to kind of give them the credit there, but still.
What we have with the Spanish influenza, the so-called Spanish influenza, the American Army flu, but it's like everybody seems to have forgotten it. It's not like the lessons were learned at that time. I mean, that was made much worse by denial because it was a war situation, so they were denying that anything was wrong. Holding military parades and all that evil shit, and that was just like what happened in Mardi Gras. And so, I mean, what do you know about them holding the Mardi Gras parade, leading to all the infections in the New Orleans and shit? There was some Baptist minister or something of that nature who was like the American version of that death guru, who was holding a big church gathering, saying all we need is our faith, to survive this.
Right.
And
all I heard was that like Louisiana's getting hit pretty hard, and like. They've had like a lot of deaths of like the workers, the medical workers actually.
Yeah.
As of just recently, so yeah, it's not good.
No, and so that unfortunately is going to be the wave of the future. It's going to be the frontline medical workers that are going to suffer the most. I will of course go into that.
And what's the reality of we've talked about this and you said it, like what's the reality of them actually doing a on the ground troops limiting travel? I mean. Because as far as I'm aware, when you deal with police, they'll tell you to your face, like, driving is a privilege, not a right.
Right.
So theoretically, they could stop anyone driving where they want to go because it's not. They own the streets, I mean.
Yeah.
So that's feasible. And here in California, they were saying they've marked gun stores as non-essential and demanding that they close.
Yeah, they have.
So, that to me that sounds like they could actually deploy troops, but like I said, we're getting mixed messages, and the logistics of that is amazing because the United States is a massive country. I mean, but I also saw that in Rhode Island they had these guys called military police with the giant patch on them, that said military police, and they were stopping people going into New York. They told people you can't go into New York anymore.
Okay.
From Rhode Island, though.
Okay.
Not like in general.
Yeah, that's because of they're fracturing the states. So that might have been National Guard. That might have been National Guard. That was.
They were National Guard. They were National Guard.
Oh, okay. So
Almost
that
certainly.
yeah, then they're operating in cooperation with the state, which the National Guard does. So that's not surprising. So that would be like a.
And Rhode Island's small, so that's an easier to control situation, obviously.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Rhode Island is like, that's like nothing. I mean,
It's like a postage stamp.
yes, thank you. And in terms of what we've got going otherwise, when it comes to the situation, the Grand Madame Judith Ager shared with my, shout out to she if she's listening, shared with myself the fact that they did that in Hawaii too. They closed the gun shops, saying that this was non-essential. And so...
does that to you, does that indicate a possible troop on the ground situation? Or do they just want people to stop stocking up on ammo?
Well, they've always been trying to discourage that in any, in any of the more liberal progressive states. So in places like Hawaii and California, this is no surprise. So this is
exactly. And the NRA, of course, sued LA County for that, but
Yeah. What do you
that's
expect?
just what they do.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And so, in terms of, they say it's like, oh, it's your Second Amendment rights are being violated. It's a terror. And
and there was something else I wanted to tell you that, like, some crazy, I can't call him crazy off the bat because he has lawyers or whatever. But some Texas guy, he's suing China, the Chinese government, for $40 trillion in damages because they weren't forthright about, like, the coronavirus, and they didn't contain it.
By the way, I'm on his side, but no, he's not going to have any luck. I'm on his side.
It's not going to happen. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese Communist government needs to be held accountable. I mean, they.
Right, I agree with that.
Thank
but
you.
It's like filing a lawsuit. I don't know. That seems kind of nutty.
It's only done to make a point. It's done to make a point. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, I could understand his doing it if he has the money for that and he's making a point. Then by all means, yes. And hopefully this will awaken a sleeping giant in the sense of China's youth, and hopefully China's youth will decide that the Chinese Communist government is holding itself unaccountable, and that they hold the Chinese Communist government accountable and overthrow them.
And there were stories coming out of China, and that they were saying that they're basically, they're back open for business and everything's cool. But there were stories that there's, like, literally hundreds of thousands of urns that are, like, basically piling up. So, the entire world is giving mixed messages. So it's like, what do we believe? What do we,
Well, we know the Communist Chinese are lying. I mean, we know that.
Yes, I mean, that, I agree.
And that, the plague is still
Everyone knows that, I would hope.
Yeah, and the plague is still ongoing over there, and they're expecting it to go in waves, so it's just going to be in cycles until this thing, they're hoping until a vaccine is developed, and or a series of vaccines. Right now, all they can do is treatments. I'm going to go a little bit into that, which will go a little bit into the nature of blood engineering and social engineering that has to do with blood, because that is basically the primary treatment right now. People don't know this. And I'll definitely get into that. The other thing I want to bring up, though, and that you've done such a good job of it, is when you speak about the firearms, don't make the connection the NRA wants you to make, which is that you've got liberal progressive states who say that firearms are non-essential, and I can see why they say that, because nobody statistically goes hunting. This is the point. So,
obviously, it's not for hunting. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
just like how the the silenced shotgun is not for hunting.
Yes. Well, hunting humans. It's for hunting humans, but yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. That. Just as a quick aside, have you ever heard of The Most Dangerous Game, or that, like, short story?
Yes, of course. So
I don't know. That just reminded me of something, like,
yeah,
where there's, like, the Count Dracula type guy, or that's how they portray him, and he's, like, hunting humans on his island.
Right. Well, by the way, the original short story is titled The Most Dangerous Game. It is required reading. Yes. It is required reading, so everyone, do read that. The original story, which, if I remember correctly, was that it was a decadent Russian nobleman.
Yes.
It was a decadent
Yes.
Russian nobleman. He was Tsarist, however. He was like a member
Right.
of the noble house of Romanov, and he was a Tsarist Russian who was on an island, and his thrill in life was hunting humans because the animals just weren't cutting it. And
Right. His house was loaded full of like big game trophies, and he said that like
yes.
he got bored of it or something. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. And so what happened was that the nature of that story has a fascinating history because it kept getting published and republished with, depending on what war was ongoing, the character's nationality was continuously changed by the publishers.
Okay.
So the publishers made him German through the two world wars. They turned it into a German individual who was doing this, and
Right.
and then there were some other nationality changes that were just bizarre. And but it's an example of how malleable even fiction can be, let alone reality. So
Right.
the fiction.
And that reminds me, I
Yeah.
watched Raiders of the Lost Ark recently, and like in context to what we all know about Germany, like that was totally inaccurate
Thank you.
as far as how the Germans act and shit. It's like so cheesy.
Yes, it's
And
disgusting.
it's important to note that the French guy was actually the real villain.
Yes.
He, like,
Yes. There you go. There you go. But it's still offensive. It's still
it's so offensive what they made the Germans look like. I mean,
yes. And that goes almost without saying. And it's one of those things where the
Right.
original ending.
But like you were saying, I think one time you talked about, not to like go in this direction too much, but how when they went to the secret submarine base and they do like the overhead shot of the map and the plane going there,
Mhm.
that's one of the only places where they didn't tell you where it was. Like, does that make sense? Like,
Yes. Yes.
like when he was going to Nepal, it said Nepal on the map.
Yes.
But then in that final scene when they go to that island, it's just like a bunch of islands and you just see the line go to the island.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's the Canary Islands, correct? Or the
Yes.
La Palma?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
They don't put that in, like they don't tell you what island basically is
Yeah. Thank you.
that secret submarine base is at.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. And so that's the and that's bizarre. I mean, why not? You would think why not?
Right. The
But-
whole movie they show him in all the movies actually they show the red line's going there and then it tells you where it's at.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Except for La Palma in the Canary Islands.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is part of the kind of censorship that films are engaging in at all times. And
Right.
so let me see if I can get my throat operating correctly. I still have a lot of phlegm that I'm trying to clear. So let me see if I can do that and get started talking, because once I get started talking, I'm probably going to try not to stop. If I need a break, though, hopefully I'll be able to call you and just hang
Right.
around and be in area, so to speak. And
No problem.
other than that, you've been of tremendous help. I'm really appreciative, and as always. And oh my God, when it comes to of course, some things that need to be brought up that came to mind while Brendan is still with us, take us to the top of the hour here. One of the things I remember with the Indiana Jones film was, of course, the original ending was that the Ark of the Covenant was in this box where you would see the American flag melted off, just as you saw the symbol of the Third Reich.
yes, and Netflix took that part out, those fuckers.
Yeah, well, no, the film took it out in the theaters as well. I understand that
Really?
it was.
Well, I used to watch it when I was a kid on VHS, and
Oh, and you
they
saw it?
actually I recall that part.
Oh, okay, okay.
For whatever reason, they
Mhm.
left it in. I don't know.
Okay, and then and that might have been a mistake. Because
Like
I
an editing, like an editing issue. A lot of the old Disney movies, when they were put on VHS, they had massive editing issues like that,
Yes.
where you could see like sex in the sky written in the clouds.
Yes, that's right. And the other thing that comes to mind is, of course, when you brought up the silent shotgun, and of course the No Country for Old Men. This is
Right.
one of the main points that I neglected to bring up, and we'll probably return to that subject again in the future, because it's one of those on-running themes that bears revisiting, because there's so many nuances that are brought to mind. The character Anton Chigurh, probably the most pointed, probably the point of the film, really. The point of the film, beyond anything I already articulated, was the fact that Anton Chigurh's probably his most meaningful statement is when he's confronting Woody Harrelson, And he may have asked this to some other characters, but Woody Harrelson particularly embodied it because Woody Harrelson was a greedy and money-seeking private detective. And he was following certain kinds of rules, and basically that's what he was imposing on Anton Chigurh, saying, look, I can get you this money, I know where the money is, I can take you there right now, it's like literally 20 minutes away from where we're at, you can have all the money. And Anton Chigurh was saying the money is of no meaning to me. And at this point, it confirms everything that I was suspecting throughout the film, that Anton Chigurh has gone beyond being a professional assassin because he had already killed the men who had employed him. So it was obvious at this point he had entered a manic phase. He had entered basically a kind of psychotic break. And the individual was now thinking he was truly an agent of fate, truly something beyond human. And he said the money doesn't matter to me. He had basically at that point eschewed all human values, what was valuable to a human. And so that's when Woody Harrelson was saying, but there are rules like, isn't this what you're killing for? Isn't it for the money? And Anton was saying no. And what he said in return was, if your rules brought you to this point, of what use were those rules? And this is where we're at right now at this moment in history. This is where all the rules of society have brought you. I mean, you're basically stuck at home, and if you are listening right now, you're getting a bit of an education, however fragmented it may be in stream of thought, stream of consciousness. But in terms of what you're getting, it's to tell you that the rules you've been following have all been wrong because your paradigm's all been wrong. And this is essentially what I've been saying about World War II and the fantasy Americans have, as well as the Russians and the majority of the West, of which the Russians are simply a parasitical vestigial member of, an atrophied limb of the West, is basically all these people think they won World War II, and that is part of the insanity. What has that brought them to? It brought them to this. It's where we're at now. It's brought you nowhere. You're not circling the nebula in a stellar empire. You haven't habitated the solar system or rendered
In fact,
it.
it's actually brought us down, I'd say.
Yes,
obviously.
that's the point. Yes.
Yeah.
This is where we're at. We're on. We're
Obviously, we can't even mobilize to make ventilators or masks at this point. At least then we could mobilize to make tanks.
Yes.
Guns and stuff.
Yes, we are literally on the floor gasping for air. We are literally on the floor gasping for air. And as you said,
it was sad because even here in California, we were sent a bunch of ventilators that they had to have the Indians of Silicon Valley, and I'm not saying that to be like derogatory.
Right.
They had to have these Indians in Silicon Valley renovate these ventilators that were sent to them because they hadn't been used since 2011.
Yes.
So Gavin Newsom was on TV like with that Indian guy telling us like, okay, we're gonna renovate these ventilators for you, like with the California government to actually make them useful.
Yes. And
so why is America stockpiling old junk when theoretically we have the most money and all that jazz and whatever, you know?
Yeah, beyond that, emphasize these are Asian Indians. These are Asian Indians, I'm assuming.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
Thank you. The Asian Indian community.
The East Indians, yeah.
So it's the very Asian community which the Americans are so fearful of, and of course they're the ones saving your ass at this point.
Yes.
And so here you've got this situation now where, and the most pathetic aspect of this is when I'm looking around for people trying to conduct an analysis. I've been looking around online, I'm looking at various other people, and the analogy I keep seeing for anybody who's writing anything hopeful is this World War II parallel. Oh, it's like World War II. You know, we got mobilized.
That's what they keep saying. I hear that all the time. It's so stupid.
But no, beyond the immediate reflexive reaction that's almost visceral that you and I have because we know better. Beyond that, the insanity of it is, well, you lost World War II, and beyond that is the offensive nature of the World War II whole trip was this mass production. It was this mobilization of mass production. We have none of that.
Right, and that's what I was saying back then. Everyone, I was telling this to someone else I was talking to, that like in those days when the government said go home and stay home, they would fucking stay home.
Yeah.
Nowadays it's like the government says something and everyone's like, oh no, I saw this shit on YouTube. I saw this shit on Facebook. I'm not listening to this shit now.
Thank you.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like
it's just a different. It's not comparable. I mean, I'd say.
yeah, it's not at all comparable because the population has changed. The population has changed, but it's not changed in the ethnic sense. It's not the ethnicity or the demographics that have changed because the Americans are still majority white. It's the whites who are on the YouTube and are on the online picking up all this conspiracy shit. That's what's changed. Is that they
and there's truths out there, but the danger is that it's like we're getting mixed messages even from those guys that are supposedly truthers, and you know, it's like it's jumble. Everything's so jumbled that it's like that's the problem.
Well, one of the things that definitely stands out to me about the interview we had with Derek Talley's father, Charles Talley, and a shout out unto he and Derek both, is that I noticed that when I brought up Heather Penny, the pilot, and Major Talley, retired, of course, said, "Well, you know, that sounds anecdotal," and I can understand why he would say that because it's so unbelievable, and yet I know for a fact it's true because anyone can look Heather Penny up. She's not a fictitious character. She's not someone. She was sent up into the sky with specific orders to suicide crash into Flight 93. That they had no ammunition to give her, and it just goes to show there is no conventional air defense in the United States. There's no expectation there would ever be an aerial attack on our home soil. So this was the way it was in World War II, and this is what people don't get. This is the same kind of vulnerability we had in World War II, where the Japanese aero dreadnoughts and aero dirigibles just floated right into American airspace. So,
and when I was a kid, on PBS and like the local stations, they basically revealed that the West got attacked by the balloon bombs. Like
Thank you.
The Western Park Rangers, they all talked about it during like the 90s and the 2000s.
Yes.
They finally spilled the beans on that.
Yeah. Well, there was definitely a difference. They all acknowledge the balloon bombs, of course, but most people don't even know about the dirigibles that came in just on the last days of 1945.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But definitely love you.
That's not much of a stretch, you know.
No, understood. Thank you.
And I think the most telling part of that is all those random fire towers that they built. Like, I always wondered why would they randomly build fire towers like in the forest, like because when you learn about like the ecosystem, they'll tell you okay, like forest fires are natural, like they happen, and certain redwood populations and sequoias they actually need the forest fires.
Yeah. Yes.
So why else would they build them unless they were trying to watch for like the Japanese balloon bombs? I mean, that makes the most sense.
Well, remember, many of them were built even before World War II was legally declared because the Americans fully expected Japanese bombardment. They expected,
there we go.
They expected a war. So these things were built before Pearl Harbor, and but the point is that these were like parts of camps that were part of the Conservation Corps. That was it was a place to send the black people, and certain were white. These were segregated, and then they just were sending them out into these areas because it was just a way to get them off the streets because they wanted to keep people employed. But you know, it was also preparing for war. But that's a lot different than preparing in-depth defense with air interceptors. And the few air interceptors that they had were unable to keep up with the pace of all the balloon bombs coming in. So imagine a video game where you're in a plane, and if you were in a video game, it'd all be happening at once. All these balloons would be coming in, and you're just trying to shoot down the balloons, right? Let's say that that's the video game, and that's something you would see in the 80s or the 90s, that kind of video game. And
like the side-scrolling type of...
It
just keeps shooting at you.
Yeah, that's right. And it's incoming balloons that you keep trying to shoot, and they're just... so many of them, how many can you take down? And your score number is just based on the tally of those you can intercept. But, by the time you're done, the forest is on fire anyway, right?
Right.
It's like that. And then there was certainly nothing there that was capable of stopping the aero dreadnoughts when they came in. So it's one of those things that, I'll emphasize more of in the future. And, definitely it's been a rough past several days. And tonight just added to it. Every day seems to be another day in hell, and it's one thing or another, honestly. But at any rate, thanks to you.
I think we're all in the same boat in that sense.
Yes, we are, and at any rate, hopefully, We've had people out there I'm going to credit who have been most helpful. I'm going to start that now. Love you like a son, and you have a blessed
Okay,
night.
I'm gonna shut the call for now, so I can get some stuff done, and then I'll be listening if you need me to come back.
Sounds good. Bless you.
Okay.
Appreciate
All right.
that. Take care.
Good night. All right. Good night, everyone.
And
Talk to you soon, Doug.
yeah, look forward to it. And so, not only is it Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day today, it's also British summertime. And so, in terms of British summertime and Western European summertime, that means that this is their daylight saving. The clock has gone ahead by an hour for spring. They sprung forward today. And it's on this day, of course. We want to thank Derek Talley for bringing his sire on, and I remind everyone to maintain Derek Talley himself in thought and prayer. He still has several weeks ahead of treatments, and as far as he's feeling, I'm sure he feels like they're killing him. And they are killing a part of him, that part which is infected with cancer. And we want the whole to survive. And with that in mind, of course, we wish the best for Derek Talley. And so that's our mass prayer request. And in terms of the struggles I've just been describing, which is not even beginning to describe what I've had to go through in the past several days and what we went through tonight, it was a struggle just to even get on air. And of course, that struggle is deeply impacted by just the technology that's available to me and the horrors of working with faulty technology. And the technology should not be this faulty. But as we all know, my laptop, as I've stressed before, has been reverse engineered in the most in the worst possible manner. This was when I was at Revolution Radio, and they could only tolerate a certain level of Windows. They could not tolerate the latest Windows. So in other words, this Skype, the only way to work with Revolution Radio was on Skype of a certain make, date, and model that is no longer even available, and that you could not accept Skype upgrades because they would render you unable to work with the obsolete system that Revolution Radio had. So Revolution Radio's entire system was defunct. I don't even know how they're still operating now, considering how little they were able to operate under Mike Ringley. So, of course, with his death, you would think anything would be an improvement, but who knows? And frankly, who cares? But the biggest impact was that the Hewlett-Packard laptop, which was brand spanking new, that Laura Lee Solomon, my former Executrix producer, purchased, she had to remove all of the program from it and download this old obsolete program. She had to pay hundreds of dollars to do this. And it renders it just non-functional. It's non-functional. It does crazy things. It's impossible to work with, and it may be one of the factors behind why it did what it did and rejected my microphone tonight. It does not recognize my microphone, and everything we were trying to do with it was not working. It was horrific. It was a struggle, and so it's a struggle, it seems, every night for me to get on. There's nothing we can prepare for because we never know what's going to happen next, and it's always something. And if it's not the technology, then it's personal attacks from various people, and they do nothing to help or support myself in terms of moral support or anything else. Many people that I have to work with that have nothing to do with the people you know of. And so this is like the horror of this kind of lifestyle, which is always seat of your pants, ragged edge of disaster. But fortunately, thanks to the help of many wonderful people, Selena Kahn among them, my manager, Selena Shea, and of course, just the help provided by many people, we are able to maintain ourselves barely. But it's always a struggle, and I don't want it to be that way. However, my struggle, be thine own. And you can contribute to our struggle at douglasdietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on douglasdietrich.com. So all due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thrax, Dietrich's, or Dragon's, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. He is the bridge between the Akashic records and the material world of Malkuth. He is the man who makes me possible within the matrix of information. Without him, I would have vanished from the information matrix. So in that sense, he is my creator. And that makes him rather divine. And in that sense, you can join him and help some of that divinity rub off on yourself by subscribing to youtube.com/c/Magatur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. That would be the Maggot channel. And of course, you can friend and follow him on his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. And that includes the annihilation of myself within the matrix of information, as well as so many other attempts to annihilate everything around me. My support base, in an attempt to alienate them, and of course the responsiveness of many people to that alienation. Many of those, of course, are simply agents that were sent to try and erase all records of myself, like the former Rose Dio or Pavel Edward, who did their best to basically erase my personal Google account or run off with all of the videos that contained everything I've produced and claim it as their own to make money on via Patreon, as if they had a monopoly on what, as Pavel called it, Dietrichology. So you can help keep Dietrich real within the Matrix as well as the material world. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my biosire to find out more about the meaning of the name of Adolf Hitler, that I, his scion, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. Now, I know the word is pronounced scion, but then people can't find it in the dictionary. It's spelled S-C-I-O-N. Do look it up, find the meaning thereof, and yes, I am the scion of Adolf Hitler. And people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Massa Erudicio, myself as the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can help spread awareness, all of you, by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Lin Suchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, when Native Americans felt that magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth from this point forward to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled T-A-B-O-O, B space B-R-O-S space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola. Visit him at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3, and he, of course, is the shofu, the sensei, the instructor of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Kali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, Be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the team Drax, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight. You can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. You can friend him at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, the son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. It bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So, again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Javel or Devil Angel himself, as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site, the sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020 of our Common Era. To re-emphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets, and emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site the sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd in this 2020th year of our Lord, and subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich channel on YouTube at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and that would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, every Wednesday and Sunday eventide. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present, with shout-outs to the young Madame Selina Khan, who provided myself my version of SNAP, or Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program cards, a form of debit card for Whole Foods Market that she sent to me in an envelope that itself cost well over $250 to mail. So that was at least $28 right there to have it delivered to my door, and it was in time for myself to grab much food that was necessary to store to sustain myself through the coming siege. Of course, my life has been a siege for all too long. This siege is just ramping up the tensions of many people involved in quarantine. Selina Khan has helped me survive thus far, and without her succor, life would not be possible. She is literally a lifesaver. God bless her, and a shout out to the young Madame Selina Khan on Long Island in New York. And Patrick Lee the brother in battle who provided myself 250 United States dollars. Now, aside from someone like our man George Knight, Patrick Lee now enters the Hall of Fame of people who are truly sponsoring at a higher level. And he sent the note, "Thank you, Douglas, for all that you do." Patrick Lee himself is part of a private group on Facebook about hate crimes against Asians. So I do want to emphasize that my manageress, the lovely Elena Shea, shout out to she, sent me a notice to that effect that a friend of hers on Facebook has recently suffered a hate crime. And he's an online friend who lives in San Francisco's Greater Bay Area regional metroplex region, and therefore is in my backyard. And his name is Tom Seung Kun Lee. And on March 20th, about nearly 10 days agone by now, at 9:17 p.m. at night, he entered a note on Facebook that said, PSA, oh my God, that must be some new street terminology or something that I'm not familiar with, so let me look that up. Acronym meaning, and the young are using all these new acronyms. Public service announcement. Okay, there you go. Yes, why didn't I think of that? So he's warning people that watch out near Montgomery BART. Well, that's right here in San Francisco, in the heart of San Francisco. He says, "I just got jumped by 3 black teens who called me chink virus in broad daylight. I wasn't harmed. I was running with my earphones in, and 2 kids jumped in front of me, and then a 3rd kid came up behind and took my hat and threw it on the ground. I had an adrenaline rush, so I squared up for a second and ran. Reported to SF police. Keep your eyes and ears open, because people are getting rowdy. For your information," he says FYI, I knew that, acronym, "just last Tuesday night, a subway joint near Nema apartment in SF got their windows smashed too. I'm really okay, I just want to make sure nobody else goes through this. Let's stick together. Feeling a bit angry, disappointed, embarrassed, and at a loss for words. TBH, to be honest," so I know that. And Mario says, yeah, public service announcement, so thank you for following up on that. And so when he's talking about the subjoint, he's talking about a Subway sandwich franchise, which is probably owned by an Asian, Pacific Islander, American, many are, in San Francisco. So that's, sad to hear all of this. And of course, this is part of what I'll discuss in Arc of Narrative tonight. And it is, of course, something that should not be happening. And it also brings to mind what I had brought up the other night about the murder of that young college girl that was murdered by people who were under 14 years of age. Some of them are certainly underage 18. Let me see, murdered by underage, okay, blacks. And she was murdered by a bunch of underage black people, the Tessa Majors. So I was so angered by this. I felt so personally violated. Tessa Majors was stabbed multiple times, resulting in her death by 3 black African American teenagers. And yes, they were 13 years of age in general. These were people who were 13, 14 years old that quote unquote were little kids who stabbed this 18-year-old girl to death. And just as, of course, as you have white trash pieces of shit, which I'm constantly decrying, that there's white trash pieces of shit, there are black trash pieces of shit. And there's assholes in every community and ethnicity. And when it comes to this kind of assault on anyone, by anyone of any age, no matter what their ethnicity, like what happened to the young man whose Facebook post I just read aloud. I was provided the screenshot by Lena Shea, or what happened to Tessa Majors. I mean, these are pieces of shit. These are horrific examples of inhumanity, and therefore renders the people who commit such crimes less than human. You cannot fall victim to or prey to hatred and retain the kind of humanity you had once before. And so that is part of the horrors that we're contending with in this Malkuth, this material world. the baseline at the bottom of the Kabbalah, or the Tree of Life, and above, of course, the Tree of Death. The in-between Nexio point, the waist, the squeeze point of the hourglass, the choke point. And here in the choke point of the hourglass, we are also that way in generations. As I said, my generation is Generation Zero, after the end and before the beginning. My generation, the 13th American generation, is the most aborted generation in American history. And it's my generation, of course, that has the inverted pyramid structure, where there's too many seniors above us to care for. And that's one reason why evolution has brought us the coronavirus. It is basically a way to balance out the population and wipe out a good deal of that senior overhead that is preventing my generation from being able to function with all of the support that they need, and how that weighs upon us in terms of the taxes that we pay. Well, you know, a moot point today in a very real sense, because it was canceled in terms of all public recognition so that people could stay at home. This is National Vietnam War Veterans Day. And the origins of this commemorative day, the National Vietnam War Veterans Day, is it's an interesting term, for instance. And I didn't add the word war into any of my titles, and maybe I should have. But it's one of those things that you can only fit so much in the subtitling for the episodes. I may change that on my banner and add in the word war. I simply said Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day. But it looks like the official name has been changed. And what it is National Vietnam War Veterans Day Commemoration. I mean, this is like, talk about a tongue twister. So there's got to be nuances to why they say this. And I guess they say it to say that, we're talking only about war veterans, as opposed to, say, for instance, civilians who somehow were operating in Vietnam. But all of them were involved in the war. And I think that they do this so that they can count out people who they can technically say were in the war or not. And it can limit the number of people that they're recognizing. People might ask why they would do that. Well, a good example would be the amount of people who were killed in Operation Baby Lift. And in Operation Baby Lift, all of the females who died trying to rescue infants from Vietnam, hybrid infants, people who would have grown up to be like myself, half Asian, half American, Amerasians, were being airlifted out of Vietnam because the communists had sworn to kill all such children to preserve communist racial purity of the Vietnamese people. And for those who don't know about these women, I might outline it tonight. It's one of those things that's so painful I try to avoid the topic. They're not on the Vietnam Memorial Wall. Their names are not, even though there were like 36 of them or something of that nature. I'd have to rack my brains, go back into my notes to find out how many women died in the bomb that was set on a plane bringing infant children home to the Presidio military base, where they could be adopted out within these United States. How many of those women that died? There were about approximately 36 that I can remember, maybe more than that. There were a lot of them died at once. The overwhelming majority of the women who died during the Vietnam conflict died on that Air Force transport plane that was bombed, had a bomb set inside of it. And so none of their names are on the wall. And people will rationalize this by saying, oh, by that time the war was quote unquote over. That America under Richard Nixon had Vietnamized the war at that point, that the war was no longer an American conflict, it was Vietnamized, and we still had all these Americans in Saigon, we still had all of these American care workers and volunteers in Vietnam, but somehow there was no longer a war, but the war had never been declared. So the very idea of saying, oh, well, Nixon Vietnamized the war in 1973, and therefore people who died during the fall of Saigon during 1975, their names cannot go on the wall because Nixon had Vietnamized the war. What the fuck is that when the war had no more ended? But that is the reason for the convoluted title of National Vietnam War Veterans Day Commemoration, so that those women can be excluded along with anyone else who died in Saigon on its fall and anyone who died after 1973, of which there must be thousands. This is the bullshit that I deal with as someone who was responsible for documents destruction, for cultural genocide. Now, in 2007, the year my sated sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, a veteran of the Vietnam War, which is on his tombstone, along with Korea and World War II. 3 wars are on my father's headstone, provided by the Veterans Administration itself. Wars which my gang stalkers deny he participated in. There we have a situation in which that year that he died, Congress incorporated language in the H.R. 4986, House of Representatives motion authorizing a program commemorating the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War at that time. Now, this is bizarre to me too, because are they saying that 2007 minus 50? Let's get that old calculator out. And they were saying that the Vietnam War started in 1957. So is that what they're saying? That the Vietnam War started in 1957? Because, that is not an official number that I know of. I always say it started really in 1945. But that would be the third Indochina conflict. The second is the one that the Americans were involved with. The second Indochina conflict, the first being the French War with the Vietnamese after 1945. Yet the Americans were involved from 1945 on, so there was an American ancillary part to the conflict. I mean, we could go on about this for days. Now, the next year, 2008, was when H.R. 4986 was signed into law on January 28th of 2008. And in 2012, the Vietnam War commemoration began with the presidential inaugural event at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. on Memorial Day, May 28th, 2012. And in the year 2017, the Vietnam War Veterans Recognition Act of 2017 established the National Vietnam War Veterans Day to be celebrated each year on March 29th, this day today. Now, commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War, according to official documents, will continue through Veterans Day 2025. Now, okay, what the fuck does this even mean? Now, I'm kind of an expert at translating bureaucraties, the federal language, and this still kicks my ass. What the fuck is this? Does that mean that by 2025, they calculate that every Vietnam veteran will almost certainly be dead, probably eaten alive by cancers caused by Agent Orange or various other all and sundry, that by 2025 we can stop celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War? How are we celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War every year? Well, I guess we can do that because the war was never fucking declared, so fuck, every year could be the 50th anniversary since it was never officially declared, right? That's the only thing that makes sense. So, I'm speechless. I don't know what to do with this information. But I can tell you that as far as understood to myself, there be 5 objectives with Vietnam commemoration. The National Vietnam War Veterans Day, if you can recite that as a mouthful, is observed every year on March 29th as a way to thank and honor our nation's Vietnam veterans and their families for their service and their sacrifices. Now, it's also to highlight the service of our armed forces and support organizations during the war. That would include USO, or various entertainment personnel sent to entertain the troops in combat. Well, obviously, they tried to avoid deploying them in combat, but shit happens. And it's also to pay tribute to wartime contributions at home by American citizens, such as those who worked in the war industries, which, would incorporate quite a bit of the American economy at the time. Because we were at war, those were bitchin' times. You could say, I quit at a job, go across the street, and get yourself hired in a different factory each of these different factories manufacturing different parts of different components for different products being sent to Vietnam. And they're not all weapons, far from it. In Asia, well, particularly Vietnam, the Europeans got there first, and they like warm beer, or room temperature beer. Now, Americans cannot abide, they cannot suffer room temperature beer, especially in tropical climes. They must have refrigerated beer. And because of that, the Americans shipped over millions of refrigerators. Millions of refrigerators were shipped to Vietnam. And, of course, these were all destroyed with the American withdrawal, the retreat. So you had companies manufacturing refrigerators that were part of the the United States war effort in Vietnam. You could go quit your job at a car manufacturing company, and which would manufacture on the side various items for the war effort, and then you could go work at a refrigerator company, which was manufacturing various parts for the war effort. So there you go. And also another objective of this commemorative date is to highlight technology, science, and medical advances made during the Vietnam conflict. And finally, to recognize contributions by our allies. There were many who fought in the Vietnam War as allies of the United States. The Australians, the Koreans, the Filipinos. I could go on and on. So all of this is important. And, of course, in order to commemorate all of this, the National Vietnam War Veterans Day is to be observed on Sunday, March 29th, each and every year, till 2025, when I guess everybody who's involved with the Vietnam conflict is going to be dead, and they can just say, fuck it and forget it, I guess. It makes no sense to me. I guess they don't consider it like World War II, which is like it's a part of history that needs to be constantly reflected upon. So it's like something like, this is like what? A psychological buffer or something? This is like what? A sap. It's what they call a sap to the Vietnam veterans surviving today and and people who were loved ones of them. Now, all organizers, so far as I know, have canceled or postponed all events concerning this commemorative date to slow the spread of COVID-19, to flatten the curve through social distancing. So veterans are encouraged to stay connected and participate in virtual events. This is what we did tonight with Derek Talley's father. Thank God. So we were at least able to say we did something. And you might ask, in light of that, okay, so you brought on a black African-American veteran. Who else does the Vietnam War commemoration honor? Well, let me try and give you some numbers on that. The United States Armed Forces personnel with active duty service between November 1st, 1955 to May 15th, 1975, regardless of location of service, includes 9 million Americans serving during that time. That's a lot of fucking people. I mean, 9 million Americans are considered involved with the Vietnam War. And that would be 6.4 million Americans living today. So that's like literally almost 6.5 million Americans alive today essentially declare themselves to be Vietnam veterans or somehow participants in the conflict. Yet there were only 2.7 million United States service members who served in country Vietnam. So in other words, you got guys who were involved with the think tanks at Rand Corporation, maybe in uniform, who were there as uniformed consultants for the civilians in wargaming. You had some guys like that who never saw the hind end of a bullet except in 30. And guys like that can still claim they are Vietnam veterans, but that's disambiguated from Vietnam combat veterans. So when we say the Vietnam War Veterans Commemoration, this is all part of the war, but it's not all part of combat. So you've only got 58,000 whose names are memorialized on a black granite wall in our nation's capital, which a relation of mine designed and suffered deeply for. And that's nowhere near the number of names that should be on that goddamn wall. And there were 304,000 who were injured in Vietnam who have never recovered. Lost legs, lost arms. Critically injured peoples who lost eyes or even parts of their brain. And there's 1,253 heroes who have never returned to American soil. They're called MIAs, or missing in action. And there's 2,500 POWs, or prisoners of war, who theoretically did return. Maybe not in mind, but at least in body. Now, the commemoration makes no distinction between veterans who served in country, in theater, which is different, meaning that if you served in Hawaii throughout the Vietnam War in the military, you were considered in theater even though you were never in country. So the commemoration makes no distinction between those in country Vietnam, those in theater, or those who were stationed elsewhere during those 20 years, like the period of time that Charles Talley spent in Germany, even though he was in country Vietnam, and can make that assertion. Now, all that stands before you, that stands out most prominently in the American consciousness, or should, is the wall. And that was a relation of mine that brought you that wall, Lin Maya Yin. Surname first, my family name, Lin. And she, of course, is the Asian Pacific Islander American, the Amerasian, well, actually, she's ethnically pure Chinese in her case. And she's the Chinese American woman who brought unto you and yours the memorial wall commemorating America's Vietnam conflict. And so, her surname being first, she is Lin Maya Ying. You will only find her, of course, by looking up Maya Ying Lin. And look up Vietnam Wall woman, and you'll probably find her with those hashtag remarks. And so her name was meant to be a lucky name. The number 8 considered the supreme numeric representation of prosperity and positive fortune throughout East Asia. The 8-stroked iconographic cognomen of Ying. Her middle name means brave, hero. In the English, it would be transliterated as something similar to British flower. It implies distinguished as in excellence, and flower as in carefully concealing its time-honored secrets till it blossoms. So, as for her nominal convergence, Maya Ying Lin, her family name and her first name elements combine as the bravely valiant flower, or the cream of a generation of youth, of handsome British heroes from the English wilderness. Because the name Lin, my family name, implies the wilderness, the woods. It's evocative of something allegorical to Robin Hood's medieval Sherwood forest rangers. And she is an American architect of Chinese ancestry whose 2 most important works in the 1980s made her career. And she's still active, still working, very much in many ways in hiding, extraordinarily protective of herself and her family because of all the death threats that have been leveled against her by my gang stalkers. And the 2 works that brought her to the targeted attention, the ire of my gang stalkers, exposed her to their ire, were the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, District of Columbia, and the Civil Rights Memorial in Montgomery, Alabama. And it was the student sculptor, Maya Ying Lin, from Athens, Ohio, who submitted the winning design for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial while still yet an architecture major attending Yale, scale modeling her design to completion prior to arrival of her namesake month, the month of May, after which Maya be derivative, circa 1981. And while Mada and Maya Lin is best known for the design of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C., the overwhelming majority of postmodern Americans know not at all about her rise to prominence and the subsequent controversy she has since endured. Now, in terms of her family and childhood, on the 5th day of October, in the 1059th year of our Lord, reckoned by the Synoviate lunisolar chronometry of the zodiacal calendar of Asia as Zhihai, or earthenware boar, the year of the pottery pig. My mother, of course, was born in the year of the pig as well, so she is also representative of that year of prosperity and security, of courage, the male pig, the boar, being a war boar. All of this was in the year 4656 of the lunisolar calendar, the zodiacal calendar of the Sinoviates, both the Chinese and the Vietnamese, and all East Asia, is lunisolar. It's both lunar and solar elements. And so she was born in Athens, Ohio, which is a manufacturing and agricultural town about 75 miles southeast of Columbus, Ohio. And it's also the home of Ohio University, where Madame Lin's mother, Lin Julia Chang, Julia Chang Lin, was a poet, a literary professoress. And Maya Ying Lin's late father, Lin Heng Li Yuan, or Henry Wan Lin, was a ceramicist, a potter with expertise in ceramics. And the very name Lin, the surname, means like copse or grove, wilderness. It's the Lin couple. They emigrated to America. Her parents were not born here. They were in flight from the Roosevelt Socialist United States-sponsored communist insurgency overrunning war-torn Zhonghua, or China, in the 1940s, leaving behind a prominent family that had already produced a celebrated attorney as well as an architect. And Madame Lin's family in America includes her mother and elder brother. Last time I checked, her mother may be no longer with us. I don't know. I haven't checked. I know her brother, who's simply known as Tan, claims to be a poet like his mother. And, I've always taken him personally as just another example of the phenomena of parentally indulgent and domicile-dwelling super-adolescent man-childhood so endemic throughout American culture. But, perhaps I'm being unfair. Now, she had an early start, and during her childhood, the young Mistress Maya Lin always found it easy to keep herself entertained, whether it was by reading or constructing miniature towns. Of course, if I were in area and I were younger, I'd be deriving amusement from pretending I was Godzilla and smashing such towns. I would overcome such stupidities quite quickly, being forced to grow up and mature far quicker than other children. And so I would have, of course, been playing Godzilla or some other kind of greater cryptid, some other kind of daikaiju, which is what daikaiju means. It doesn't mean giant monster per se. It means greater cryptid, mystery beast. Got all that from television, of course. But Maya would be hiking and bird watching as a child, and she also enjoyed reading and working in her father's ceramics studio. And from an early age, she excelled in mathematics, which eventually expedited her aspirations towards a career in architecture. And while in high school, she took college-level courses and worked at McDonald's. She began where all too many of us end up, and she considered herself a typical Midwesterner in the sense that she grew up with little sense of any ethnic identity, but admits to having been somewhat nerdy since she never dated nor ever wore makeup, and found it enjoyable to be constantly thinking and solving problems. And after graduating from high school, she enrolled at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut to study architecture. Her best-known work, the design for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C., was to emerge out of a class project during her senior year. That brings us to the memorial itself. And I've always called it the Vietnam Conflict Veterans Memorial because, of course, Vietnam was not legally a war. Of course, it's a war to anyone shooting and dying in the conflict itself, but and we still use that term almost as the default, but legally it was what we deemed a conflict. Now, Madame Lin's design has become so integral to the American national identity that it's easy to forget how young she was when she first proposed it. In 1981, this was at the time I was fully involved in liaison status with Michael Aquino, was working with the Department of Defense. She was responding to the National Design Competition. to enter a winning Vietnam conflict memorial concept that drew no less than 1,421 unlabeled submissions, inclusive of such eccentric suggestions as a steel soldier's helmet the size of a house. The contest was open to all Americans, not just professional architects. But in the end, Lin's granite wall entry won the competition. It's all too easy to forget that she was not a seasoned architect and sculptor at the time. When Mademoiselle Lin won, she was still but a 21-year-old senior at Yale. And in keeping with the competition criteria of sensitivity to the nearby Lincoln Memorial and Washington Monument, the inclusion of the names of all the dead and missing of the undeclared armed conflict, and the requisite avoidance of political statements about the illegality of the counterinsurgency, Lin's design was Spartan in its simplicity. And Mademoiselle Lin proposed a pair of 200-foot-long polished black granite walls which dipped 10 feet below grade to meet at an obtuse, that means a greater than 90 degrees angle of 130 degrees. The two arms were to point towards the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument, respectively, and they were to be inscribed with the names of the approximately 58,000 servicemen and one single servicewoman that was recognized by the United States federal government contemporaneously as what they were willing to officially admit to as being either killed or MIA, killed or missing in action, in theater, or rather in country Vietnam. Because those who did not die in country Vietnam, like those, it asked those who were medically evacuated, the many who were medevaced out of theater prior to perishing, where they could die in hospitals at home, they are not so honored. And that avoids overwhelming the tax-paying American electorate with the sheer enormity of the number of American service persons lost in the 30 Years' War from 1945 through 1975, both so casual and symptomatic of the United States' decline. Now, the names of those quote-unquote fortunate enough to be counted for their service by the constitutional republic which dispatched them to their deaths were to be listed chronologically according to the dates killed or reported missing, instead of alphabetically, so that they would read, in Mademoiselle Lin's own words, like an epic Greek poem. And although the victory obviously propelled Mademoiselle Lin's career, it immediately led to very awkward situations. Lin had originally designed the monument as a project for a class on funerary architecture, what they call cenotaphs, C-E-N-O-T-A-P-H. And that's a cenotaph, a funerary architectural design. And she had designed that with her professor Andres Burr, or rather under his tutelage, and Dr. Burr had submitted his own decidedly inferior design in the monumental competition, but lost out to his pupil, Lin, and therefore, in his outrage, he gave Lin's design a B+, in his spite. Yet he claims today she received an A, even though she was only granted a B+ for his entire course. And then she had to suffer, for the rest of her life, the criticism of her lessers. The Memorial Committee's choice of an unlabeled design purely on basis of its merits, that just so happened to have been anonymously submitted by a United States citizen of Asian ethnicity and female gender, soon exposed all too much of the reflexive undercurrents of popular American prejudices. Mademoiselle Lin had to weather hostile criticism from a multiplicity of sources. The National Review denounced Lin's project as Orwellian glop. The Vietnam Veterans Organizational representatives decried it as a black gash of shame. And those, of course, were but the most moderately worded of the nationwide landslide of attacks. You couldn't call them critiques. Many of them threatened her very life. And all of them, the overwhelming majority, being utterly unrepeatable for their profanities, and many more being beneath the dignity of speech by way of base racism. All too oft, berating the young Mademoiselle Lynn of not being a real American by dint of her ancestry, and going so far as to oftentimes accuse her of being a traitorous subversive for the gooks by reason of her heritage. Disgracefully, Thomas Kennerly, that's Tom Wolfe Jr., the author of The Right Stuff, and Peter Schleifele, both witheringly dubbed Mademoiselle Lynn's mistress piece. They called it a tribute to Jane Fonda, implying that the young Miss Lynn was taking advantage of this project to propagandize for the other side as a crypto-communist. While Mademoiselle Lynn had intended for the wall's simplicity to prompt introspection and honor for the fallen, many critics just thought it was bleak or strange, particularly of all things, because the service persons' names were listed chronologically rather than alphabetically, as they would be on a goddamn school chalkboard. But it be Henry Ross Perot, who may well have permanently sullied himself as Mademoiselle Lynn's most outspoken opponent. The American business tycoon and future presidential candidate 2 times had put up 160,000 United States dollars to help fund the design competition, but he dismissed the winning design as something for New York intellectuals. Madame Lynn later informed the New Yorker magazine that Ross Perot even went so far as to personally barge into her office uninvited and personally force himself in her presence so that he could insensitively assert, "Don't you just think they need a parade?" To which Madame Lynn responded, "Well, they really need more than a parade. Most of them will be unable to participate." Well, none of them can because they're all dead. So, Madame Maya Lynn had one, but a single one, very polite ally, and a Teutonic knight in paper armor on her side. And as ungrateful, and in all too many cases just outright racist veterans groups, that Ross Perot was representing, he and his boys were politically lobbying, most recognizably through his person, the person of Ross Perot, for young Mademoiselle Lynn's design to be completely scrapped and rewarded, quote unquote, re-awarded to a real American. And 'twas this time that Lynn found an unlikely advocate, Miss Manners herself, the etiquette authoritaire, Judith Martin, born Judith Perriman, better known to the world as the Manners columnist. She took young Mademoiselle Lynn under her wing during the architecture students' tumultuous time in Washington, as she struggled to get the memorial constructed against all opposition. It was the Madame Martin, along with the late Washington Post architecture critic Wolf von Eckart, who aided the young Mademoiselle Lynn by generating the only positive publicity she ever had, to placate the visceral hostility of America's masses towards the very idea of the longest Asian war in American history being memorialized in stone by an American of Asian descent. Madame Maya Lynn's critiquers are now forgotten along their failings. Despite the vociferously expressed ill will of the very American public Madame Lynn serviced, the memorial was dedicated in November of 1982. And although Mademoiselle Lynn's design was controversial while it was in the planning stages, once it was physically realized, a number of her more outspoken critics were forced to reposition their stances. Madame Lynn later related via the PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service, that the critic who had penned the Orwellian glop insult later mailed her a written apology. Miss Lynn recounted that the critic wrote, "I'm really sorry, I made a mistake." In this end, Miss Lynn took all the controversy as opposed understandably to any actual physical threats directed against her personal safety, in stride. And in the same PBS interview, she admitted that the only two publicly known individuals she ended up really thinking less of because of the entire sordid affair were Ross Perot and James Gaius Watt, the United States Secretary of the Interior for President Ronald Reagan, who both intentionally held up the memorial's building permits in attempt to reward the memorial designed to a citizen of these United States with whom the majority of quote-unquote real Americans could quote-unquote identify with. In other words, a white, a Caucasian, a European American. Now, following the Vietnam Memorial Project, Mademoiselle Lin returned to Yale for a master's degree. Then came the Civil Rights Memorial. Madame Maya Lin's second internationally recognized project was the design of the Civil Rights Memorial in Montgomery, Alabama, commissioned by the controversial Southern Poverty Law Center. Madame Lin's conception of the memorial emerged from her admiration of a line in Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" speech, which proclaims that the struggle for civil rights, the basic rights, as quite fallaciously promised unto U.S. citizens of all races, will not be complete until justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. Water, along with this key phrase from the King years, thus became her theme. King's words stand out boldly on a convex, meaning a curved or bowed-out, water-covered wall, which overlooks an inverted cone-shaped table with an off-center base. The surface of this table is inscribed with the names of 40 people who died in the struggle for civil rights between 1955 and 1968, as well as with milestone events of the period. This element is also bathed in a film of moving water, which serves to involve the viewer sensually through sound, touch, and the sight of his or her reflection, whilst the words, the logos, engages the intellect. The two geometric elements of the Civil Rights Memorial are not completely without symbolic meaning. Madame Lin has noted that the asymmetrical or uneven cone-shaped table looks different from every angle, a quality which implies equality, sans homogeneity, an appropriate view in a memorial to civil rights. Ms. Lin asserts that this memorial will be her last. Notes that she began and ended the 1980s with memorial projects. She feels fortunate and satisfied to have been granted the opportunities, but has since been forced to withdraw from public life in consequence. Now, circa 1993, Madame Lin created a sculptural landscape work titled Groundswell at Ohio State University, her alma mater, a three-tiered garden of crushed green glass. The glass used in the effort reveals Ms. Lin's environmentalist nature. And yet, the wall and the memorial to Martin King wasn't Madame Maya Lin's only controversial win. Madame Lin could not escape controversy no matter how hard she tried. Come 1994, the Asian Pacific Islander American documentary filmmaker Freda Lee Mock won the Academy Award for Best Documentary featuring, for her production, Maya Lin, subtitled A Strong, Clear Vision. As the film's subject, Maya Lin found herself part of another award-winning project that drew considerable ire and threats against her physical safety, her very person, her life. While most critics agreed that the film about Ms. Lin was a fine documentary, they couldn't understand why a black African-American documentary entitled Hoop Dreams, which most reviewers apparently felt a vastly superior film, did not garner even so much as a nomination for the Oscar. And after similarly praised documentaries like The Thin Blue Line and Roger and Me by Michael Moore had suffered the same slight, many insiders began agitating for a new way to nominate documentaries. Now, since the Asian Pacific Islander descendant Madame Mock had formerly chaired the Academy's documentary committee, race-baiting rumormongers leveled charges of ethnic cronyism against the award. In reality, it be the criteria for garnering a nomination that were flawed. since the Academy only had 47 individuals staffing its documentary nomination committee, as opposed to over 400 on its foreign films committee. It was incredibly difficult to screen every potential nominee. Also, while most categories required that films be shown for at least a week in a theatrical run in Los Angeles, Best Doc or documentary nominees could only be drawn from a list of productions that had appeared at a select handful of film festivals. While this system helped cut the undermanned committee's workload, it led to conspiracy peddling regards omissions from the final lists of nominees. The Lynn documentary's controversial win and Hoop Dreams' supposed snub proved a milestone event of its own for documentary filmmakers worldwide. Within a year, the Academy added a second documentary review committee in New York and proceeded requiring a week-long theatrical run for eligibility in that category. The lovely Selena Khan, bless her, has sent myself what she's been able to find on the internet. A screenshot of Maya Lin from a Strong Clear Vision, released 1995, the trailer, the popular videos category it falls under, and of course people involved, such as the National Endowment for the Arts, with a 10-minute video on Maya Lin, and a documentary by Telesur English, the Latin American media company, that is entitled Rear Window, Maya Lin and the Vietnam Veterans. It's called Rear Window because, of course, the veterans hated her, and the majority of them threatened her life. And, of course, this was accompanied by threats of sexual assault. They would gang rape her to death, the common fantasy of so many white trash pieces of shit. All of this led to her living the rest of her life in seclusion. Now, come 1997, Madame Lin commenced work on a 20,000 square foot recycling facility in further physical testament to her environmental concern for future generations. And as far as I know today, Madame Maya Lin remains an active architect and sculptor, but currently resides in total seclusion, the last time I checked, in a safe house in the state of Vermont. Now, due to any number of threats projected against her person, sourcing from both her memorial projects of the 1980s, as well as her rumored involvement in the Mock Lin Academy Award controversy, Ms. Lin has been forced into avoidance of public exposure as much as possible. She's threatened by death from both blacks and whites. Still, so much of her work is so public and so creative that publicity be impossible to avoid. Still, yet again, Maya Lin has published several books and is currently working on different architectural and sculptural projects, so far as I know. Some of Madame Lin's later projects that I'd be aware of have included designs for a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania stage set, a corporate logo, I believe it was for Subaru, which produced the car named after her, the Subaru Maya, and an outdoor gathering place at Juniata College in Huntington, Pennsylvania, as well as a park near the Charlotte, North Carolina Coliseum, and a ceiling for the Long Island Railroad section of the Pennsylvania station. Additionally, Madame Lin's lead and glass sculptures have since been exhibited at New York's Sidney Janis Gallery. Now, altogether, I myself have no ability to describe how proud I am to be related to this woman who has given America an iconic edifice that is now so representative of the very people who hate her and would kill her if they could. So please maintain the well-being of the woman who gave us the wall and who has paid such a high price for having done so in your thoughts and prayers this Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day. And if anyone deserves to be commemorated, you'd be her, as much as anyone who died in that war across the Pacific. And bear in mind since this be the month of census, which be due of all things on All Fool's Day, that at the height of the Vietnam conflict, 3 million men were regionally in theater at the height of the Vietnam War when Charles Talley was there, 1968. And yet, in every American census, 30 million men claim themselves to be Vietnam veterans from that very draft year of 1968. And that based on that dichotomy alone, 90% of American men who claim to be Vietnam veterans are lying out of their fucking cracked ass. But because of what I know about records manipulation and destruction, I might be generous myself and say about 75% of these sons of bitches are lying. How can you tell who are the real ones? Well, demographically, statistically, more than likely, they'd be fucking homeless. Because of the separation program number, the SPN, which I myself exposed to the American public. Now bear in mind that when you first heard of me on Coast to Coast AM, and those of you who can get to SPN and, Coast to Coast AM, look into their records and hear my talks with John B. Wells, you'll be hearing me talk about the Vietnam War and the SPN, the slanderous discharge code that was engineered to prevent Americans from ever reintegrating in the hopes that they could not ever reintegrate into society and therefore would rejoin the military. And so there were slanderous secret codes on effectively all discharge papers. When you're discharged from the U.S. military, your personnel file contains a form DD-214, a report of separation. It summarizes your service and shows what type of discharge you received. Now, for decades, it secretly slandered a majority of homecoming servicemen. Starting in 1947, contemporaneous to the Roswell fiasco, the very year the United States Air Force was established as a separate branch of service, all based on claiming that the Roswell atrocity was your U.S. Army Air Forces fighting off aliens. And while the U.S. military was frantically attempting to stem the tide of permanent severances instigated by Japan's demands for rapid American demobilization, the Americans called it demobbing, the largest demobilization of the largest military force ever fielded in the history of all humanity. Then, the Department of War was ordered dismantled by the Japanese, and the Americans had to establish in its place the Department of Defense. And that newly formed departmental organization, hastily organized to replace the United States' Department of War, which was dismantled at Japan's insistence, put a separation program number in SPN, typically 3 or 4 digits, letters, or a combination thereof, on this final piece of paperwork, the DD-214. And unbeknownst to the veterans, this cryptic code was intended to encourage their re-enlistment by sabotaging any potential reintegration into the civilian world. And the 5,000 plus codes were overwhelmingly indicative of negative traits or behaviors that would render anyone described by such terms unemployable in civilian life. Now, all employers in the United States at that time were well aware of what each code meant. Job applicants who were vets were required to make their DD-214s available to potential employers, who would then ask the Pentagon or look up the codes in lists that had been published in obscure, unclassified military documents. Unclassified, mind you, for the open public to peruse, intended for just such public appraisal. And the service member's commanding officer had free hand over everyone's record, especially honorable and general discharges, as well as dishonorable and other than honorable discharges. In effect, they were affixed to everyone's records. And the COs, the commanding officers, decided which code to assign that would act as a scarlet letter which would follow a veteran for the rest of his or her life, based solely on capricious whim, but almost always with intent to force that individual's return to service. Because with the draft going on, you had people who were gaining experience over a year of service and then going back home, never to come back again. The overwhelming majority never would. And therefore, you're losing all your veterans. You're losing all that experience. If you kept them in service, then you'd have combat veterans serving regularly for a career on the field of battle, and that gives your odds ever the better chance, and they can help train the newbies on the field of battle with their experience to make the war machine operate effectively. It cannot otherwise operate, and did not otherwise operate effectively, because these people would not come back. Now, once the existence and purpose of separation program numbers were officially admitted circa 1973, when serious efforts commenced to inevitably abandon Vietnam, pressure from Democratic congressmen, Democrats, vanquished them by 1974. But veterans discharged during the SPN period still have this marker on their DD-214 today. Now, but a fraction, a few of the meanings of literally just a minor tip of the iceberg of these SPN codes, these separation program numbers would be, this series of numbers would be admission of homosexuality or bisexuality, even if the individual never admitted such. One would be alcoholism. Another would be antisocial, and who would want to hire that? Another would be AWOL, absent without leave, or desertion. One would be bedwetter. Another would simply mean criminality. Another would mean discreditable incidents, either civilian or military, it would imply. Another would be drug use. Failure of selection for promotion would be another. Financial irresponsibility, indebtedness, obesity, pregnancy. If you were a female, that was a favorite, meaning you were a slut and got pregnant while in service, spreading your legs to all and sundry. Another would be disloyalty or subversion. Disloyalty/subversion, meaning that you were trying to convert others to your disloyalty. You were a traitor. Another would represent schizoid personality. Still another, security risk. Another, separation for concealment of serious arrest record. One of the most damning would be sexual deviant. And yet there was still another letter combination which implied sexual perversion. Then you'd have another, shirking. Another, fitness, or rather questionable fitness, which we mean rendered unfitness for duty. And yet, despite the one that already indicated admission of homosexuality or bisexuality, there was still a separate number for homosexual acts, implying this one's caught in the act. And then there would be another for unsanitary habits. Who would want to hire somebody who never bathed? There would be even one for withdrawal of ecclesiastical endorsement, which meant your religious chaplain said you were a sinner. And there is still another category for irreligious, that this man's an atheist, etc., etc., etc. So, your average Vietnam veteran could not find a job when they came home, and they were rendered homeless the rest of their lives. This is why there's so many homeless veterans. So if you want to know who a real Vietnam veteran is, unless you're hanging with the homeless, you may never meet one. That's the reality. And I exposed it. And when I brought this up on Coast to Coast AM, the response was positive until Aquino's network kicked in. And then his phony veterans started claiming, oh, I'm not a real veteran. Then all the veterans attacked me because they don't think. They could see all the documents that were printed and put online were forged. A felony. A felony that requires serious jail time. This is one of the reasons, aside his pedophilia, U.S. Army Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier of the Special Forces Green Berets was headed towards prison when he killed himself. the boyfriend of the Marine Corps faggot Richard K. Cole, who got out of the Marine Corps early and didn't serve a full hitch because he had a taste for children. And his sexual preference got him disability the rest of his life. Well, not full 100%, mind you, but 70%. Whereas John Victor Lillier had 100% and was illegally double-dipping with collecting his military pension at the same time. He was considered $1 million a hit character assassin, paid by the likes of Stephen Outram, the multimillionaire, to destroy the reputations of veterans Stephen Outram didn't like because he could never go into service. So his big trip in life, as a Satanist, is attacking and destroying real veterans who have served in combat. Well, he had done this all his life, made himself quite the sum of money, really didn't kill himself because his pension and disability were being taken away, killed himself because he was headed towards jail the rest of his life, and was unable to spend any of the millions that he had anymore. John Victor Lillier, of course, met his match, and overmatch by far, when he attacked the character of Douglas Dietrich and my late and sainted father, the man who raised me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the man who raised and guided myself, not my biological sire. And there we have that. So I have contempt for the overwhelming majority of veterans, but as you can see, the exceptions are made for the real ones, like Charles Talley, and of course his son Derek. Now, definitely checking into the chat room, and glad to see it's still active. Daniel Arola's in there, hello to him. Says, no one's tried to fuck with this Filipino here in Texas. Some of them even call me sir. This ongoing anti-Asian trend won't last long because lots of white men love Asian women, basically. Yes, well, there you go. JMO says, could resistance just really be a much lower population of O, smaller sample population? And Daniel Rolla says, I got blood type O also. Yeah, great. He's giving it to people by injection. And, all right. I do hope people become more active in the chat room. And, of course, glad to see more people have gathered inside. I know many people come here to listen to myself as a source of news, so I'm going to, surrender to that and provide more of that now that I know that to be the case. And, I'm glad to see Strange Tales Weekly has got one of my videos up, The Process Church, Anti-Gods, and Metaphysical. That's got about 1,200 views approximately. And we got more after that. And good. I'm going to dive into the news and current events as best as I can. Selena provides myself a heart. God bless her. And love her too. And serves as our ping right there in terms of all she does. It helps me know that I'm online and as my late and sainted father, the man who raised me, would have said, cooking with gas. All right, then. In terms of COVID-19, we've discovered or discussed civil rights. We've discovered an element of civil rights most of you probably weren't aware of, which was my half-sister's contribution to your architectural heritage. And now we can talk about the other problematic outbreak. And as the coronavirus spreads across the globe, so too does racism. Indeed, coronavirus has made more people racist than sick. When the news of a novel coronavirus began to trickle out of the Chinese city of Wuhan in early January, there was a young lady who I am acquainted with, named Eunice, who began wearing a face mask. And though she lives more than 7,000 miles away in New York City, she reasoned it would nevertheless be an ideal way to protect herself, especially on public transport. Now, she's 7,000 miles away, not from San Francisco, but I believe that's the distance from Hong Kong, if I remember correctly. Because she's a Hong Kong native, who I knew through my gang initiate brother Beaver, who lived through the 2003 SARS outbreak, and she understood wearing the mask to be more than a simple precaution. It's required by law in communist China. So we'll get into the great mask debate, if not in this episode, then the next. But when you wear a mask in Asian culture. It's a symbol of solidarity to other people. And it's a way of saying, I understand that things are scary, but here is the thing that I'm going to do to protect myself and to protect all of you. It implies that even if you have contracted the illness, you're doing your best not to share and doing your best to prevent yourself from becoming a spreader. But not everyone around her here in the States has ever shared this understanding. And in the weeks that followed, Eunice described that she began experiencing multiple forms of xenophobia, such as people overtly distancing themselves from her on public transport or outright attacking her with racist comments, including a death threat. So she told myself that every time something like this happens to me, I always have a fleeting thought of, like, should I not go out in a mask anymore? I should not have to choose my safety over my health. So she asked myself not to provide her last name for reasons that should be obvious, but should be indicative of the fact that wherever a pandemic goes, xenophobia is never far behind. As a matter of fact, the dark god, the anti-god said, the Satan, from whom the very identity of Satan be derived, that anti-god who fought the god Horus, the god of war, for domination of mankind, on the battleground that became known as Cairo, which itself by its very name means place of battle. He was the god of, among other disasters, pestilential foreigners. So, since the outbreak of coronavirus, we've had this literally satanic response. The phobic response of the Sethian tradition, the satanic tradition of the fear of the foreigners as carriers of pestilence. And since coronavirus and the disease that causes COVID-19 began, reports of racism towards East Asian communities has grown apace. More recently, this has expanded beyond East Asian populations. Thailand's public health minister, but recently appeared to lash out at white foreigners, who he said were dirty in spreading the virus in country, adding that people should be more afraid of Westerners than of Asians. Now, personally, I would agree, but beyond that, the denigration of certain populations is a familiar symptom in and of itself of viral outbreaks. Now, disease, after all, fosters fear, which in turn fosters discrimination. During the 1853 yellow fever epidemic in these United States, European immigrants, who were perceived to be more vulnerable to the disease, were the primary targets of stigmatization. During the SARS outbreak, which originated in communist China, East Asians bore the brunt. When the Ebola outbreak emerged circa 2014, black Africans were targeted. For this reason, the World Health Organization, which has overseen the global response to the coronavirus outbreak, opted against denoting a geographic location when officially naming the new virus, as it did with Ebola, which was named after the river in the Congo where it was first detected, and the 2012 MERS, or Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, which became known simply as MERS via its acronym. All of these denoted a geographical region of origin, which then stigmatized the population that was identified with that source point. So Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the World Health Organizational Director General, went on record recently to state, stigma, to be honest, is more dangerous than the virus itself. And still, some media outlets and American leaders, if we could dignify them with that term, continue to refer to this disease as the Wuhan virus. That the coronavirus has spread far beyond China hasn't diminished the spate of East Asian prejudice. Brian Wong, a Rhodes Scholar from Hong Kong, who is studying in Britain, has also experienced stigmatization on public transport. Jonathan Mock, a student from Singapore, was the victim of a violent attack on the streets of London. Restaurateurs in San Francisco's Chinatown report that business has dropped since the start of the outbreak, and a Vietnamese artist was disinvited from a London art fair because of fears she would be perceived as a carrier. And so Wong, the Rhodes Scholar from Hong Kong studying in Britain, has said that if you're seen to be Asian, even if you're not coughing or displaying any symptoms whatsoever, people naturally walk away from you. And as the coronavirus spreads, the xenophobia it foments quickly intertwines with the political conditions in the countries it touches, coloring the responses of populations and their governments. Right-wing parties in Europe, for example, have latched onto the outbreak to reiterate their calls for tougher immigration restrictions. Italy's far-right leader, Matteo Salvini, was among the first to exploit the virus for his own kind of pandemic populism, erroneously linking the outbreak to African asylum seekers and urging border closures. Similar calls to suspend Europe's open border system, known as the Schengen area, have been made by far-right politicians in Germany, France, and Spain. In these United States, President Donald Trump pointed to the outbreak as further reason to construct a wall at the Mexico border. Now in Hong Kong, where the virus first appeared in January, the territory's chief executrix, Carrie Lam, resisted calls to fully close the border with the mainland, arguing that such a discriminatory approach, as she put it, would only stigmatize mainland residents, though the number of border crossings between the twain has drastically reduced since. And even without travel bans, intolerance persists. Distrust and suspicion towards mainlanders in China, in Hong Kong specifically, of course, already deepened by months of pro-democracy protests sparked by fears of Beijing overreach, have grown ever since. The Society for Community Organization, a local human rights group, said but a few weeks ago that it identified more than 100 restaurants where owners refused to serve Mandarin speakers, which is the language of mainland China, and non-locals. Remember, Hong Kong's native language is Cantonese, the language of all my gangster brethren. Now, Minnie Lee, a sociology lecturer at the Education University of Hong Kong, who was born in Shanghai, reached out to the owner of Kwong Wing Catering, a popular restaurant chain that has aligned itself with the pro-democracy movement and said it will not serve Mandarin speakers. She reached out to try to discuss the company's position. And though she was unable to secure a meeting with the chain's owner, she and a small group of Mandarin-speaking friends visited 12 of its restaurants and brought along face masks to denote, as well as a collection of articles written by Mandarin speakers who support the pro-democracy movement. But the outreach efforts were largely a disappointment. Kwong Wing Catering did not respond to any request for comment on my part. The chain's position was rebuked by the government's Equal Opportunities Commission. And so, in a series of Facebook posts about her experiences, Minnie Lee wrote that to associate a disease with a group of people and believe that banishing, quarantining, and segregating members of this group would be a sound protective measure will only distract us from the real threat. The lived experiences of those who be scorned, feared, driven away, and unfairly labeled as infected may show us how the climate of fear we have created could in fact cause far more serious damage to society than the epidemic itself. Now, her writings have garnered widespread attention, but the negative comments have outweighed the positive ones, as she herself has testified. People disagreed with her tactics, saying she was trying to start trouble. Others accused her of being a colonist from China. The comments were particularly pointed given that Lee is an active and well-known participant of the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong itself. And during protests last summer, she took part in a hunger strike, eventually collapsing and being rushed to the hospital because she starved herself nigh to death in the name of freedom. Even people who participated in the strike alongside her chastised her for confronting the restaurant. And Roger Chung, Lee's husband and an assistant public health professor at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, described that chain as taking a consequentialist approach that ignored important, difficult questions. He himself stating that in public health we talk about the ethics behind the measure. It's not enough just to talk about the measure itself. What about the rights of people? Are you upholding any virtues and values? There are other things we need to think about. Now, the latest effort to curb the virus's spread has come from these United States, of course, where President Trump announced a month-long ban on travelers from more than 12 European countries, excluding the United Kingdom, and later I believe he extended it to them as well, in an effort to keep new cases from entering our shores. That's his words, not mine. The problems with these measures, aside from social cost, is that they don't totally work. In previous outbreaks, Claire Winham, an assistant professoress of global health policy at the London School of Economics, went on record to say that things like travel bans have not materially stopped a disease getting into a country. They've simply delayed it. Viruses don't respect borders, and no efforts to fortify them be foolproof. A person from an affected country could arrive via a location that is not on the banned list, for example. Transmission could also be occurring in unrestricted places. Efforts to contain the disease are likely to prove even more futile in places where it already be spreading. In the case of the American travel ban, there is nothing to suggest that restricting European visitors will prevent new cases from emerging. After all, the disease is already here. The fallibility of these measures has been on full display in Italy, where, despite being the first European country to suspend all flights to and from communist China after the virus first appeared, became the outbreak's epicenter on the European continent. Now Italy is under lockdown, and other countries are banning Italian visitors. These United States, which was also among the first to restrict entry for Chinese travelers, is facing a substantial outbreak of its own in Washington state, the original epicenter, now since all transferred and manifest on the East Coast Atlantic seaboard. So if travel bans and border closures aren't always effective, then why do countries resort to them? Well, Professor Wenham has said that while governments primarily impose these limitations to slow the spread of the virus, they also do so to reduce panic among the population. The more people worry, the more you want to see your government doing something like that because it makes you feel safer as an individual. And governments, to prove their capacity to handle the outbreak, oblige. There's a term for it in social engineering that I learned from Michael Aquino himself. It's called security theater. Still, the World Health Organization hasn't necessarily advised countries against enacting these measures. David Nabarro, World Health Organizational Special Envoy for the Global COVID-19 Response and a co-director of the Imperial College Institute of Global Health Innovation, has gone on record to say that it's a judgment call, and it will, of course, be influenced by political context. He's so saying, I'm aware of that, and I don't propose to make any comment on whether that be good or bad. It's just reality. But reactionaries are trying to rebrand the coronavirus. The term Wuhan virus treats COVID-19 as a Chinese scourge specifically, and ignores an ugly history. Until recently, Representative Paul Gosar, a Republican from Arizona, was most famous for tweeting a lie, a faked photograph of President Barack Obama shaking hands with Hassan Rouhani, the president of Iran. The first full weekend of this month, Gosar made news with another tweet. In response to the report that he had been in contact with a man confirmed to have contracted the novel coronavirus, he announced that he was placing himself in self-quarantine from what he called the Wuhan virus. Now, scientists are using the internationally accepted name COVID-19 to describe the disease caused by the novel coronavirus that was discovered late last year. But a number of prominent reactionaries, including Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, are going with Wuhan virus, as if the deadly new pathogen were one more scourge to be blamed on the Chinese people. As many of the responses to Gosar on Twitter pointed out, This kind of rhetoric invites the public to see a global epidemic in racial, or at best, geopolitical terms. Now, defenders of this term countered both that the virus did first appear in a real place called Wuhan, and that many diseases are named after the site of a first or famous outbreak. That's true of the viral hemorrhagic infections Ebola and Marburg, tick-borne Lyme disease, and others, but the geographic defense has to be weighed against the rhetoric that sayest out loud what locating the current threat to Wuhan only implies. And in the past half-decade, a full 5 fucking years, Donald Trump has explicitly promoted the notion that foreigners carry contagion, a literally satanic doctrine, that of the anti-God Seth, the protector of pestilential foreigners. And in 2015, Trump so satanically claimed that Mexicans were to blame for tremendous infectious disease pouring across the border, a charge he has repeated as president. Meanwhile, the deliberate cultivation of fears of infectious disease from China has a long and nasty history in these United States, one that even today's bitter partisans should be willing to acknowledge. Hawaii, the Aloha state in which the Grandma Dame, Judith Agard, resides, had been in turmoil through much of the 1890s, especially after 1893, when white immigrants from these United States overthrew the last Hawaiian monarchess, Queen Liliuokalani. Her efforts to regain power failed, and the United States annexed the islands by force circa 1898. The next year, in November, a ship outbound from Hong Kong made port in Honolulu. At least one passenger made his or her way to the city's Chinatown. On December 12th, the disease that unidentified traveler had carried announced itself in the death of a 22-year-old Chinese bookkeeper named Yu Chong, the first victim on American territory of what is now known as the third global pandemic of bubonic plague. 4 more Chinatown residents became sick and died soon after. Local officials reacted swiftly and decisively. Chinatown was cordoned off, locking about 10,000 people in place, and the local Board of Health acted on its theory of the infection that the bubonic plague was caused by the dirt, the word used was filth, and packed conditions in which Honolulu's Chinese residents so were deemed to have lived. And if the muck the white authorities saw bred into the lives and habits of the Chinese really was the cauldron in which disease did brew, then the solution was obvious. As the historian Nyan Shah so writes, the head of the Board of Health, Henry Cooper, ordered the creation of a literal fire break between the supposed reservoir of disease in Hawaii Chinatown and the rest of the city. And on the 20th day in January, officials set what was supposed to be a controlled burn, a strategic disinfection. And just as the first fires ignited, the wind picked up. Embers flipped to neighboring roofs, and within a day, all of Chinatown was in flames. The fire burned for a total of a fortune knit, 14 nights and 14 days, 12 weeks. 45,000 homes were destroyed, and 10,000 people died, burned alive, while white people stoked the flames and made jokes that this was real Chinese cooking. A similar sequence of malign ignorance, combined with a depressingly contemporary money-motivated blindness, would play out over the next few years as the disease moved on. The pandemic was already more than a century old when it reached Honolulu. It had started in China's Yunnan province in the 1770s, but had remained a mostly local outbreak until the 1850s, when a combination of civil war and the globalization created as European powers extended their empires sped the disease upon its way. The plague reached China's coast in the 1870s, and from there, the ships that bore imperial trade carried that plague across the globe. Infection in Hawaii 20 years later delivered a clear message. The disease was still on the move. There was little to no doubt about its next destination, the American West Coast, and most certainly its busiest port, mine own Golden Gated San Francisco. Its journey didn't take long. The first documented victim, a Chinese laborer named Wong Chut-king, died in San Francisco's Chinatown on the 6th day in March of 1900. The outbreak that followed lasted until 1904, killing more than 100 people, most of them Chinese. The established racial mythology of the day, that the Chinese were alien threats, vectors of social contagion, molded the city's response. And on March 7th, the day after young Mr. Wong did die, a rope barrier appeared round San Francisco Chinatown, and police forced every ethnic Chinese person to remain confined in area while allowing all white people to leave. For my account of these events, I've relied on Gunther Ries's work, his surname spelled R-I-S-S-E. His book being entitled Plague, Fear, and Politics in San Francisco's Chinatown. Another source I've referenced is Nyan Shah's work, and Shah is spelled like the Persian emperor, S-H-A-H, and the first name is Nyan, N-A-Y-A-N. Nyan Shah wrote a book entitled Contagious Divides, subtitled Epidemics and Race in San Francisco's Chinatown. Again, the title is Contagious Divides, subtitled Epidemics and Race in San Francisco's Chinatown. I also recommend David K. Randall, and his surname is spelled R-A-N-D-A-L-L. His work is entitled Black Death at the Golden Gate. So do review that. The quarantine didn't hold, but in its place came proposals for a much more radical solution. If the packed and impenetrable Chinese neighborhood was the source of a dread disease, why not simply eradicate it? To achieve by design what Honolulu's firebrands had accomplished by accident. As the historian Gunther Ries so reports, again his surname spelled R-I-S-S-E, first name Gunther, he writes that a newspaper said the quiet part aloud, actually screamed it via its headlines. Chinatown was a foul spot, and the only way to get rid of that menace is to eradicate Chinatown from the city itself, to give the debris to the flames. In other words, burn it down, burn everyone within it alive. Start again, not coincidentally, on a patch of prime real estate. And as for those who live there, those that may survive or escape, a member of the San Francisco Board of Health knew what to do. He went on record to state official policy. Every Chinese in Chinatown ought to be removed to a detention camp somewhere in the hills prior execution. San Francisco's Chinatown survived that threat, of course, and it's still there today. Its residents were not marched to the hills. California's Asian concentration camps would not appear until 1942, with the internment of residents of Japanese origin. Or rather, they didn't need to be of origin, but rather ethnic derivation. Most of them had grown up in the United States over multiple generations. But in a wholly depressing anticipation of our present-day predicament, the focus on an alleged ethnic link to the emergence and spread of the disease both fueled ongoing discrimination and made a terrifying epidemic even worse. Then, as now, leaders at first tried to minimize the sense of danger. Just as Trump and other political leaders initially downplayed the threat from COVID-19, and state officials in California in the early 1900s tried to deny that the Chinatown deaths were due to the plague. Hoping to limit the economic damage that news of an epidemic would cause, they belittled the scientists, and ignored their brand new understanding that plague was caused by a bacterium carried by fleas, riding upon the rats. Once the reality of the outbreak was undeniable, the characterization of the plague as a disease born of a specifically Chinese squalor within the Chinatown ghetto delayed the response that the handful of trained public health experts in place knew was necessary. Eradicating the rats! What could carry the disease beyond any quarantine line San Francisco city fathers might choose to draw? As a result, the disease gained time and space in which to spread. First, crossed the bay in an almost all-white population, 3 years after San Francisco's last case, circa 1904, and then into rodent populations that spread across the American West, where plague remains endemic to this very day. That's why you catch it from squirrels and armadillos in the Four Corners region. That's the epidemiological price we're still paying for allowing racist tropes to drive disease response more than a century agone. And that provides the context in which to judge Gozar, Pompeo, Cotton, and all the other white trash pieces of shit of the male gender who seek to rebrand COVID-19 as a Chinese problem and blame one more of our afflictions on a malign outside entity. As in 1900, to insist on a geographic definition of disease today is to locate responsibility somewhere other than here. This is a cowardly evasion. But that's not the worst of it, at least in pragmatic terms. Now, as then, emphasizing place rather than the clinical details of how a disease works and spreads means that epidemics get a head start. What's in a name? Life and death. And that's why names be so important. The Chinese virus, as a name, is a test. Don't fail it. You should be more offended by Trump's incompetence than by his attempt to racialize the pandemic. Tests for COVID-19 are not even yet widely available in this country. But a test for gullibility is now available on Twitter in the form of Donald Trump's feed. Midweek morning, as dated the 18th of this month, on Wednesday of the week before last, he referred to COVID-19 as the Chinese virus. And in doing so, he was retreating, like a child to his blanket, to the kind of degenerate culture war squabble in which he feels most secure and his supporters most aggrieved. Here's the gullibility test. When you read or hear those words, the Chinese virus, are you most offended by Trump's insistence on racializing the pandemic or by the administration's cowardice and incompetence, which will kill hundreds of thousands of Americans and has already decimated our economy and that of the world several times over? Before you even answer, remember one more thing about the gullibility test. Its results can be read only by someone else. It be a truism in the world of sleight of hand that anyone who claims that she wasn't fooled by a trick, but says so after the illusion be long finished, not only was fooled by it, but be a perfect mark for the next effect. Watch that same person during the trick, and you'll see how she be utterly taken in. The same is true of the gullibility test. You need the emotional equivalent of an instant replay to see how the furnaces of your rage may have burned at the sight of that phrase, or the sound of it, and how your reaction recalibrated only after you realized you were being tested. The so-called Spanish flu was so named, even though the first outbreaks most definitively happened where the virus was being weaponized, in Haskell County, Kansas. The virus was then militarily transported to Europe as vectored by American soldiers deployed in the First World War. It eventually spread all across the surface of the earth and killed 200 million people. But because Spain was neutral and its press relatively free, the reports of mass death started there, and the name did stick. Obviously, 'twas not coincidental that the swarthiest of European nations, the darkest of Europeans, got its name appended to the worst modern plague. But then again, syphilis was the so-called French disease to English speakers, the Italian disease to the French, and the Christian disease to the Arabs. There'd be nothing new or particularly interesting about the urge to name a disease as if it were a visitor from a foreign land. It'd simply be satanic. The god Set nods his head and laughs. The anti-god that Horus fought. Still less novel be the exploitation of such nomenclature to manipulate a political culture, both of the left and of the right, that be as defenseless against distraction as a baby presented with a jangling keychain. I can hear the keys a-jangling, and the coos of curiosity, every time I log on to the internet. You know where they come from. On the left, from people aghast that Trump would insist on a name that would needlessly stigmatize people who come from a certain place or who look a certain way. And on the right, from people who hear the Chinese virus and think the virus came from Wuhan, dognabbit. He's right to call it by its name. Well, neither side is entirely wrong. Chinese virus does needlessly and harmfully stigmatize people, and the virus did start in Wuhan. But these reactions, on either side of the political spectrum, be for suckers. Controversies like these are a perfect example of why Steve Bannon, Trump's former campaign manager, called flooding the zone with shit, distracting us all from what matters with copious flushes of what doesn't. And raw sewage is this president's natural habitat, the medium in which he fights most effectively. His opponents are willingly lured into the sewers, and they drown in the shit. One difference this time is the particular racial minority that Trump has chosen to target. Anti-Asian racism, like all racism, be a phenomenon increasingly owned by the elderly and the cretinous. 30 years agone, it was possible to absorb anti-Asian sentiment ambiently. At the time, my half-sister built your goddamn memorial wall. Thinking of all Asians then as intrinsically foreign was an attitude you could just stumble into. But today you'd have to work a bit to fail to notice that Chinese, Japanese, and Taiwanese Americans, like myself, are firmly established in these United States, and, insofar as they be a political bloc, consider our success the best form of revenge. Good luck pitying us. As the writer Wesley Yang once reflected when the underdog Democratic candidate Andrew Yang, a half-brother of his own, confronted stereotypes about Asian prowess at mathematics, he said, "Why should I be on the defensive about this?" One of the upshots of the history of Asian Americans, differentiating us from other minorities, is that it be easier for us to ask this question. And it be easier, for the same reason, to avoid the elementary trap of getting bogged down in the septic slop of Trump's latest tweets. Try to recover quickly and focus on what matters. The government of these United States has had months to prepare for a catastrophe that will, unmanaged as it be, kill millions of Americans alone, let alone people on Earth. Instead, the United States frittered away our head start and doomed us all to panic and desperation. Our failure, our governmental failure to equip us, its citizens, with tests, ventilators, and protective equipment will kill our parents and grandparents in the greatest of numbers, wiping out generations. Our heroic doctors and nurses will die fighting, unarmored, against this virus. And America's society and economy will halt until the battle is over. All of this was, once we saw that the virus escaped containment in January, preordained, a mathematical certainty, if you will. And it didn't take an Andrew Yang to see that. The coronavirus called America's bluff. Like the Empire of Japan in the mid-1800s, The United States now faces a crisis that disproves everything the country believes about itself. On the 8th of July, in the 1853rd year of our Lord, Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States Navy sailed into Tokyo Bay with 2 enormous steamships, the largest and most well-armed in the entire world, and 2 sailing vessels, also the most well-armed of its day, under his command. He landed a squadron of heavily armed sailors and marines. He moved one of the ships ostentatiously up the harbor so that the more people could see it. He delivered a letter from President Millard Fillmore demanding that the Japanese open up their ports to American trade. As they left, Perry's fleets fired their guns into the aether. In the port, people were terrified. A contemporary diarist at that time wrote, "It sounded like distant thunder, and the mountains echoed back the noise of the shots. This was so formidable that the people of Yedo, which be modern Tokyo, were fearful." But the noise was not the only thing that frightened the Japanese. The Perry expedition famously convinced them that their political system was incapable of coping with new kinds of threats. Secure in their island homeland, the rulers of Japan had been convinced for decades of their cultural superiority. The Japanese Empire was unique, special, the homeland of the gods. The nationalist thinker Aizawa Sei Shisai, or in the more proper surname first pronunciation, Seishisai Eizawa, wrote nearly 30 decades before Perry's arrival, that Japan's position at the vertex of the earth makest it the standard for the nations of the world. But the steamships, painted all a black because they were a pirate fleet in the eyes of the rest of the world, and their guns changed all of that. Suddenly, the Japanese realized that their culture, their political system, and their technology were out of date. Their samurai warrior leaders and culture based in highest honor were not able to compete in a world dominated by pure raw evil and rampant technology, rationalized by science. The coronavirus pandemic is still, believe it or no, in its early days. But the scale and force of the economic and medical crisis, what be about to hit these United States, will turn out to be as formidable as Perry's famous voyage was. But a fortune knit, a fortnight, 14 nights agone, but 12 weeks ago. It already seems like infinity. Through my gang brothers, I was contacting some of the underworld elements, smuggling necessary products, medicines, and food to people in Italy. And even then, you can consider this the first signs of the virus as it would appear in all of Europe. And these epidemics, I knew even then, have a way of revealing the underlying truths about the societies they impact. This one has already done so, and with terrifying speed. What it reveals about these United States, not just this misadministration, but also our healthcare system, our bureaucracy, our political system itself, should make us Americans as fearful as the Japanese who heard the distant thunder of Perry's guns as they fired from his black ships and declared, "Japan is ours," under a false flag that when the Japanese finally won World War II and closed that circle, forced the Americans under Douglas MacArthur to bring back and place upon the bulkhead of the ship on which the Americans claimed the Japanese surrendered. Not everybody has yet realized this, and indeed it will take some time. Look how long it took to close the ring of violation from Perry's invasion of Tokyo Bay to the Americans effectively surrendering in that same bay. And it may take our telescoped version of that phenomenon from Perry's invasion to the cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities in World War II. The telescope version of that amount of time it may take for the nature of this virus to sink in, meaning a far lesser time by modern standards in our postmodern world. Still, at the moment, many Americans are still convinced that, even in this crisis, our society be more capable than others. Quite a lot was writ about the terrifying and reckless behavior of the authorities in Wuhan, China, and rightly so, for they initially threatened doctors who began posting information about the new virus, forcing them into silence. On the very day that one of those doctors, Li Wenliang, contracted the virus, the Wuhan Municipal Health Commission issued a statement declaring, "So far, no infection has been found among medical staff. No proof of human-to-human transmission." Only 3 weeks after the initial reports were posted, did authorities begin to take the spread of the disease even seriously, confirming that human-to-human transmission had in fact occurred. And only 3 days later did the lockdown of the city, and eventually the entire province, actually begin. This story has been told repeatedly, and correctly, as an illustration of what's wrong with the Red Chinese system. The secrecy and mania for total control inside the Communist Party lost their government many days during which they could have put a better plan into place. But many of those recounting Red China's missteps have become just a little bit too smug. These United States also had an early warning of this new virus, but it too suppressed that information. In late January, just as instances of COVID-19, the disease caused by the coronavirus, began to appear in these United States, an infectious disease specialist in Seattle, of Chinese extraction, named Helen Y. Chu, surname spelled C-H-U, realized that she had a way to monitor its presence. She had been collecting nasal swabs from people in and around Seattle as part of an influenza study, and proposed checking them for the new virus, the novel coronavirus. The state and federal officials rejected that idea, flatly and outrightly, citing privacy concerns and throwing up bureaucratic obstacles related to lab licenses. Finally, at the end of February, Madame Chu could stand the intransigence no longer. Her lab performed some tests and found the coronavirus in a local teenager who had not traveled overseas. That meant the disease was already spreading in the Seattle region among people who had never been abroad. If Madame Chu had found this information a month earlier, lives would have been saved, and the spread of the disease might have been stopped. But even after the urgency of her work became evident, her lab was instructed to stop testing. Madame Chu was not threatened by our government, like Dr. Li in Wuhan, but she was just as effectively silenced by a rule-bound bureaucracy that was insufficiently worried about the pandemic, and by officials at the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, and even at the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, who may even have felt political pressure not to take this disease as seriously as they should have. For Dr. Chu was never alone. We all now know that COVID-19 diagnostic tests be in such scarce supply as to be almost non-existent. Yet the Republic of South Korea, which has had exactly the same amount of time as these United States to prepare, is capable of administering 10,000 tests every single day. The United States, with a population far more than 6 times larger then South Korea, which be but half a fucking peninsula, has only tested about 10,000 people in total throughout these United States as of Friday. Communist Vietnam, a poor country, has tested more people than these United States. Once again, beating America. They must get tired of winning. During congressional testimony on Thursday, Anthony Fauci, the most distinguished infectious disease doctor in this nation, described the American testing system as a complete and total failure, saying the idea of anybody getting tested easily the way people in other countries are doing it, we're simply not set up for any of that. Do I think we should be? Yes. But we are not. And why not? Once again, no officials from the Chinese Communist Party instructed anyone in these United States not to carry out any testing. Nobody prevented American public officials from ordering the immediate production of massive numbers of tests. Nevertheless, they did not. We don't know all the details yet. But one element of this situation cannot be denied. The president himself did not want the disease talked of at all. Did not want the knowledge of it to spread at all. And above all, did not want the numbers of those infected to ever appear in public. He said so himself. While explaining why he didn't want a cruise ship full of infected Americans to dock in mine own golden state of California, Trump said, "I like the numbers being where they are. I don't need to have the numbers double because of one ship that wasn't our fault." Donald Trump, just like the officials in communist Wuhan, was concerned about the numbers, the optics of how a pandemic looks. And everybody around him knew it. There are all indications that Alex Azar, the former pharmaceutical industrial executive and lobbyist who heads the Department of Health and Human Services, was not keen on telling the president things he did not want to hear. Well, Dan Diamond, a Politico reporter who writes about health policy, delicately described the problem in a radio interview, of which I am now citing from transcript. His quote, Dan Diamond said, "My understanding is that Alex Azar did not push to do aggressive additional testing in recent weeks, and that's partly because more testing might have led to more cases being discovered of coronavirus outbreak, and the president had given direct orders. The lower the numbers on the coronavirus, the better for the president, the better for his potential re-election this fall." Once again, nobody threatened Azar, but fear of offending our president directly led him to hesitate to push for aggressive testing nevertheless. All to humor a madman who be a traitor to the American empire and a Russian asset. Without the threats, or even sans all threats and violence of the Chinese system, in other words, we have the same results. Scientists not allowed to do their job. Public health officials not pushing for aggressive testing. Preparedness delayed, all because too many people feared that it might damage the political prospects of a treasonous leader hacked into the office of the executive. I am not reciting this in order to praise Chinese communism. Far from it. I am reciting this so that Americans understand that our government is producing the same outcomes as Chinese communism. This means that our political system is in far, far worse shape than we have hitherto understood. So, what if it turns out, as I know it most certainly will, that other nations are far better than we are at coping with this kind of catastrophe? Look at Singapore, which immediately created an app that could physically track everyone who was quarantined, and that energetically tracked down all the contacts of everyone identified to have the disease. Look at South Korea, with its proven testing ability. Look at Dein Vereinigtes Deutschland, Vereinigtes Deutschland, the new United Germany, where Chancellor Angela Merkel managed to speak honestly and openly about the disease. She predicted that 70% of Germans will get it, and yet she did not crash the markets. Because the truth is more precious than gold. These United States, long accustomed to thinking of itself as the best, most efficient, and most technologically advanced society in the world, is about to be proved an unclothed emperor. When human life itself be in peril, Americans are not, and never have been, as good as Singapore, as South Korea, as Vereinigtes Deutschland, the new United Germany. And the problem is not that we be behind technologically, as the Japanese were circa 1853. The problem is that American bureaucracies and the antiquated, hidebound, unloved federal government of which they be a part are no longer up to the job of coping with the kinds of challenges that face us in the 21st century. Global pandemics, cyber warfare, information warfare. What hacked Donald Trump into power be a combination of all three. These are threats that require highly motivated, highly educated bureaucrats. A national healthcare system that covers the entire population. Public schools that train students to think both deeply and flexibly. And ever so much more. The failures of the moment can be partly ascribed to the loyalty culture that Trump himself has spent 3 years building in Washington. Only a fortnight, 12 weeks ago, he named his 29-year-old former bodyguard, a man who was previously fired from the White House for financial corruption. In other words, a criminal, to head up a new personnel vetting team. Its role is to ensure that only people certifiably loyal are allowed to work for this president. Trump also fired, quite ostentatiously, the officials who testified honestly during the impeachment hearings, an action that sends a signal unto others about the danger of telling the truth. Which has gotten me naught but the accusation that I be a liar. These are only the most recent manifestations of an autocratic style that has been described over and over again by many people. And now we see why exactly that style is so dangerous, and why previous American presidents of both political parties have operated so much differently. Within a loyalty cult, no one will tell the president that starting widespread emergency testing would be prudent, because anyone who does so be at risk of losing the president's favor, even of being fired. Not that it matters, because Trump has very few truth-tellers around him anymore. The kinds of people who would dare make us the president angry have left the upper ranks of the cabinet and the bureaucracy already. But some of what we be seeing is unrelated to Donald Trump. American dysfunction is also the result of our bifurcated healthcare system, which is both the best in the world and the worst in the world, and is simply not geared up for any kind of collective national response, because it's privatized. The present crisis is the result of decades of underinvestment in civil service, of undervaluing bureaucracy in public health and other areas, and above all, of underrating the value of long-term planning. Back from 2001 through 2003, I was being educated at UCSF in my attendance of the so-called mini med school, basically auditing courses in medical journalism, all sponsored by the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, which allowed myself, as someone under half 100 years of age, to attend because I was a care provider and a senior advocate, and therefore a representative of my parents as my patients. that I was exposed to the postmodern lessons of biological warfare and pandemic preparedness, issues that were at the top of everyone's agenda in the wake of 9/11 and the brief anthrax scare, in which, as I said before, I saved the economy of the United States by getting the man arrested who was actually prepared to disperse the anthrax at a level that would wipe out the American cattle industry. Lionel Allen Curtis, former U.S. Army Ranger sniper who will be spending the rest of his life in jail. I never received the reward promised by the FBI. They instead awarded someone who set up a scientist at Fort Dietrich who made an easy mark so they could give the award to a white American. At the time, some very big investments were made into precisely those issues that I was so personally involved with in the thick of, especially into scientific research. We will now benefit from these lessons and that research as you are benefiting from my training from UCSF. But in recent years, all those subjects which I'm referencing fell out of the news. Senators, among them the vaunted Republican moderate Susan Collins of Maine, they derided pandemic preparedness out of spending bills. New flu epidemics didn't scare people enough. More recently, Trump himself eliminated the officials responsible for international health from the National Security Council because this kind of subject just didn't interest him, or very many other people in Washington at all either, really. As an empire, Americans are not good at long-term planning, and no wonder. Our political system insists that every president be allowed to appoint thousands of new officials, including the kinds of officials who think about pandemics. Why is that necessary? Why can't expertise be allowed to accumulate at the highest levels of agencies, such as the CDC? I've spracketh before on the problem of discontinuity in foreign policy. New presidents arrive and think they can have a reset with other nations, as if other nations are going to forget everything that happened before their arrival, as if we can cheerfully start all relationships from scratch. But the same be true on health, the environment, and other policy issues. Of course, there should be new cabinet members every 4 or even 8 years. But should all their deputies change? And their deputies' deputies? And their deputies' deputies' deputies? Because that's oftentimes how it works right now. All of this happens on top of all the other familiar American pathologies. The profound polarization, the merger of politics and entertainment, the loss of faith in democratic institutions, the blind eyes turned to corruption, white-collar crime, and money laundering, the growth of inequality, the conversion of social media and a part of the news media into for-profit vectors of disinformation, foreign contracted disinformation at that. These are all part of the deep background to this crisis as well. The question, of course, is whether this crisis will shock us enough to change our ways. The Japanese did eventually react to Commodore Perry's squadron of ships with something more than fear. They stopped talking about themselves as the vertex of the earth. They overhauled their educational system. They adopted Western scientific methods, reorganized their state, and created a modern bureaucracy. This massive change, known as the Meiji Restoration, is what brought the Japanese Empire, for all its betterment, in all your worse, into the modern world. Naturally, the old samurai warrior class fought back against it bitterly and angrily and violently, to point of civil war. But by then the new threat was so obvious that enough people got it. enough people understood that a national mobilization was necessary. Enough people understood that things could not go on that way indefinitely. Could such happen here as well? I alone, with my experience at every level of governance, federal, state, and municipal, could ever serve as your American Meiji. And that be why they suppress all knowledge of my existence. And it's only you who can break that barrier. It's your war. You have to fight it. And make the name of Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler, known to all the world. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baronestenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour, which you can find out more about at theunfinishedman.com. There you can find excisions from his book, which is yet to be published, or clips from film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's Tucson spelled Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, or call Baron Ben to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, because of all I've just described, the epicenter, worldwide, of coronaviral impact is now these United States. These United States has surpassed Italy and China in having the most confirmed coronavirus cases, according to a global case tracker run by Johns Hopkins University. More than 85,900 as of Friday morning, last time I checked. And that's, we know that because they're doubling exponentially in New York, that's got to be more than that by now. Italy tops the list of countries with the most coronavirus deaths, reporting more than 8,200 versus more than 1,200 in these United States thus far. Regardless of whether you think Communist China has suppressed its numbers or not, the American figures show disturbing growth. While New York has been the hardest hit, mine own Golden, California saw our number of cases surge past 4,000 as of Thursday evening. California's death toll from the virus hit 83. In Los Angeles County, the number of confirmed coronavirus cases and deaths rose by more than a half in a single day. Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti agrees that these are not numbers, these are neighbors. There is no projection in which a couple of weeks from now we're doing fine. This will be tough. Experts warn that such a growth rate will overwhelm hospitals in the coming days. According to projections presented at a San Jose Council meeting, Silicon Valley will see a coronavirus-related death toll of 16,000 at the least by the end of May, depending on how seriously people take its orders to stay at home. And you would think that the cybernauts, the virtual reality bugs, could telecommute. Why they keep showing up for work on campus is beyond myself. Yet, It could also force doctors, our situational crisis, into making decisions they never thought they'd have to make. Who lives and who dies. Across these United States, there could be as many as 31 patients requiring ventilation for every ventilator machine available, according to an article published this week in the New England Journal of Medicine, the most prestigious medical journal, one of the most in all the world. The shortage could be just as severe in my state nation of California, because we are dealing with the unprecedented. Even in the darkest hours of 2008, when the nation teetered on the edge of a second Great Depression, Congress never passed anything close to the roughly $2 trillion United States dollar economic stimulus plan that has received final approval as far as I knowest. The Senate plans, well, that Senate approved plan, stands out not only for its record amount, which be almost 10% of the United States GDP or gross domestic product, but also in giving employers unprecedented and untested financial incentives to keep people on their payrolls. In addition to providing payments to many American adults. Now, you might have to check into how much you can get on your own. But these payments also provide direct help to those who are losing their jobs and livelihoods due to global pandemic. Altogether, this bill includes ideas designed to encourage employers and avoid layoffs, including offering loans that could turn into grants if companies maintain enough workers, payroll mandates for large firms, and expanded government help for state unemployment insurance programs. The Labor Department said that in just the 7-day period ending March 21st, about 3.3 million people filed for the first-time unemployment claims, a number that points to what many expect will be a dramatic increase in the jobless rate, possibly even into double digits later this spring. In California, Governor Gavin Newsom said that more than 1 million people have applied for unemployment benefits just this month. And in D.C., we've got business as fucking usual. What does sunscreen have to do with the coronavirus crisis? Nothing, except that a year-long effort to speed up the Food and Drug Administration's review of over-the-counter drugs and sunscreen products is part of the unprecedented stimulus bill. Within this bill's more than 880 pages that I've scanned are plenty of examples of provisions plucked from the wish lists of hotels, restaurants, retailers, and over-the-counter drug manufacturers. Some of these measures are temporary and remain in effect only as long as the coronavirus crisis and its economic fallout last. Others are permanent. Why? Because it has been concluded, indeed proven, that the viral pandemic would have killed 40 million people thus far, sans global response that we have been able to enforce. The COVID-19 pandemic would have infected 90% of the world's population and killed 40.6 million people if no mitigation measures had been put in place at all to combat it. To this point, according to estimates from the influential modeling group at Imperial College London. The report from the Imperial College COVID-19 response team, published but 72 hours agone, on the 26th of March, highlights the importance of acting early to suppress outbreak. The analysis concludes that introducing social distancing, testing, and isolating infecting people would cut worldwide deaths to 2 million if carried out within when each country's fatality rate is about 0.2 per 100,000 people per week. Implementing these measures only when the death rate reaches 1.6 per 100,000 people per week leads to 10.5 million lives lost globally, as concluded by the model. According to Nature's analysis of death rates, Nature being a science magazine, from a source that's called Our World in Data. Our World in Data. Counting each day at the center of a rolling weekly window of deaths, Italy hit the 0.2 threshold on the second into the third days of March, the United Kingdom on March 17th, and these United States on March 22nd. The report did not quantify the social and economic impact of such policies. The analysis was published on the same day that the United Kingdom's own Prime Minister Boris Johnson, alias Bojo the Clown, and the nation's health minister, Matt Hancock, both tested positive for the coronavirus, because they were switching spit in the back. And in a video address to the nation, or should I say the empire, Bojo, Prime Minister Johnson, said he had only mild symptoms and would continue to work remotely while isolating for 14 days. Actually, he could, isolate himself completely and go completely out of contact, and no one would even fucking notice. Or rather, they would notice only because the government worked better. Now, the coronavirus, based on all these calculations, may be deadlier than even the 1918 influenza when we stack it up to other pandemics. 3 months after the coronavirus emerged in communist China, it has quickly spread to nearly 500,000 people across the globe, killing more than 22,000 people and bringing the world economy to a near grinding halt. Now scientists confirm that millions will ultimately die before COVID-19 runs its course. There's a lot that infectious disease specialists and scientists still don't know about this virus. Exactly how deadly and contagious COVID-19 be still a matter of debate. To break this down, what I know about this virus and how it compares with some of history's deadliest pandemics and diseases, you'll first have to bone up on a bit of epidemiology. But that's what I'm here for. In a sense, because of my education in over a decade of medical journalism, I'm in my element. So let me introduce you first to the mortality rate. The mortality rate is an important metric for epidemiologists because it helps determine just how many people will likely die from a particular disease and its potential impact on health systems. Now, the person that I've cited most recently per this information is Isaac Bogach, a University of Toronto infectious disease specialist. The mortality rate is basically the number of deaths divided by the number of infections. It's also called the death rate, or case fatality rate. At the beginning of an outbreak, it can be a moving target as more people are tested, and any illness like COVID-19, well, there's no illness like COVID-19, but, an illness travels to different parts of the world where the mortality rate can vary widely, based on environmental factors, development, available resources, etc. Looking at just the number of deaths over the number of cases reported is only a snapshot. And that's pretty much what Maria van Kerkhove, the head of the World Health Organization's Emerging Diseases and Zoonosis, of course, being the transmission of diseases from animals to humanity. And the man running that Emerging Diseases and Zoonosis unit, or the lady, Maria van Kerkhove, was telling reporters, of course, about this kind of snapshot, the number of deaths over the number of cases reported. It still, however, is a snapshot that gives us visual reference, or the reference by which to visualize what's happening to us. And the variety of factors that affect the mortality rate, such as geography, the quality of healthcare available to the general public, as opposed to the elites, the age of the population, the lifestyle, the underlying conditions. In communist China, the mortality rate for COVID-19 has been 4%. In Italy, it's about 10%. In Iran, it's about 7.6%. In Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, it's less than 1%, of course. And in these United States, where the outbreak is really just getting underway, it's still, right now, about 1.5%. The mortality rate generally drops as testing rises and more patients are identified. But epidemiologists caution that the reverse can be true as American hospitals get inundated and run out of necessary equipment, like ventilators, to treat patients who might have otherwise been saved. They also say it takes weeks for the virus to infiltrate a community and several more before people get sick enough to die. So it will be several months before the true mortality rate can be quantified in these United States or elsewhere. Scientists still don't know the true extent of this outbreak, so we don't know the precise number of those who will die out of those who be infected. The first estimate of the mortality rate for COVID-19 was roughly 2.3% according to the World Health Organization. As the death tally rose across the globe, so did the mortality rate, which the WHO, the World Health Organization, revised on March to 3.4%, meaning 3.4% of the population with confirmed infections died. Many scientists think, or at least be hopeful, that the mortality rate will fall as more people are tested and mild cases that have previously gone undetected be identified. President Donald Trump is in that camp, calling the World Health Organization's revised estimate of 3.4% a quote-unquote false number, and that he had a hunch the true mortality rate was well under 1%. You know, his being a holder of a medical degree and all. That hasn't panned out so far. Even as much of Europe, parts of Asia, and these United States dramatically ramp up testing. Most cases, or rather, more cases are being identified, far from most, the least, to be sure, but people have been dying at a faster rate. The current global mortality rate now stands at 4.5%, which is astronomical. That's deadly. And this be calculated by dividing the 22,295 deaths by the 495,086 confirmed cases as of Thursday afternoon, the day before yesterday, according to Johns Hopkins University data I've been citing. Most scientists agree the mortality rate will fall by the time the disease runs its course, but when will that be? And that brings us to the R0 number, not being spelled N-A-U-G-H-T, like zero, R0, or the R nothing. Scientists also assess the so-called R0 of the disease, a mathematical equation that shows how many people will get sick from each infected person. Just like the mortality rate, the R0 will fluctuate over time as scientists gather more data, and it can vary depending on where someone lives. Estimates of the R0 for COVID-19 have ranged from 1.4 to about 5. The World Health Organization has estimated the R0 of COVID-19 to be around 1.95, and other estimates from researchers following the outbreak put it around 2.2, meaning about 2 people will catch the virus from every person who already has it. That means it doubles. The R0 can also be heavily reduced depending on what a nation does to contain the virus, which is why state and local officials are scrambling across these United States to close businesses and keep people indoors. Red China, but Septimania, last week, reported its first day with 0 new cases after placing much of the nation under lockdown for nearly 12 months. The R0 can be, it can also dramatically increase if a country does nothing. Yanzhong Wang, a public health researcher at the Council on Foreign Relations and director of the Center for Global Health Studies at Seton Hall University, was on a telephonic interview with CNBC yestermenses last month when he said that if the R naught is higher than 1, it will spread and it will be contagious. Without any containment measures, technically it can spread to the whole population. The number of CV-19 cases and deaths changes by the hour. Some scientists predict half the world's population will inescapably contract this disease. So let me now try to stack up COVID-19 against other pandemics and serious outbreaks. The R naught and mortality rates figures that I'm citing sourced from a March 9th report on deadly outbreaks put together by financial research firm Morningstar. Well, most of them. I'll try and tell you where they're not. Now, all of this sounds vaguely Luciferin, of course. Morningstar, Seton University, spelled C-S-E-T-O-N. All of this is something that, don't let that put you off. I'll tell you what's truly satanic. I would know. Let's check in first with the seasonal flu. The regular influenza that keeps on coming is got an R naught of 1.3. It's got a mortality rate of 0.1%. Many have compared the COVID-19 outbreak to influenza, which it is not. Influenza is also known as the common flu. It's another respiratory illness that has symptoms similar to CV-19, which would be another way to refer to COVID-19. Well, CV-19 or COVID-19 is not the goddamn flu. I can go in depth about that another time. But so far, COVID-19 is proving to be more infectious than influenza, with an R naught of around 2 than the seasonal flu, which has an R naught of 1.3 and infects up to 49 million Americans each and every year. Now, based on the World Health Organization's most recent mortality rate of 3.4%, the COVID-19 outbreak is shaping up to be at least 34 times deadlier than the flu, which has a mortality rate of about 0.1% and kills 650,000 people every year across the globe. If the current mortality for CV-19 rate holds at 4.5%, this will make this coronavirus 45 times deadlier than the flu. So no, COVID-19 is not the goddamn flu. Then we've got the 2009 H1N1, hemagglutinin 1, neuraminidase 1, the avian swine flu, which swept the world circa 2009. It's got an R naught of 1.5, 1.5, a mortality rate of 0.02%. The world population circa 2009 was 6.79 billion people on Earth. H1N1 strain of the swine flu virus emerged in Mexico in April of 2009, infecting 60.8 million people in these United States alone and at least 700 million worldwide. An estimated 151,700 to 575,400 people died from this virus across the globe, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Epidemiologists estimate it had an R naught of 1.5, making it less infectious, far less than COVID-19. And 500,000 people died. It was ultimately, when they tabulated all the numbers, 575,400 as far as they understand it, and 151,700 of those in Mexico alone. The mortality rate is estimated at around 0.02%, and H1N1 out of Mexico ended up being a lot milder overall than we once feared, but it hit certain subgroups pretty hard. And that was concluded by the former FDA, the Food and Drug Administration Commissioner, Scott Gottlieb, at the time, was that it was bad, but it was really hard on Mexicans, and with everyone else, it just kind of blew on over, while taking lives with it, like the angel of death always does. Well, let's stack this up in turn, COVID-19 again, against the 1957 flu pandemic, which had an R naught of 1.7, a mortality rate of 0.6%, at a time, 1957, when the world population was only 2.87 billion people. Can you believe that shit? We've really been fucking way too much and squeezing out puppies like we were an assembly line. Now, the H2N2 virus pandemic, as it was known, hemagglutinin 2 neuromodase 2, was first reported in Singapore in February of 1957. It killed an estimated 1.1 million people worldwide, and 116,000 of those people in these United States. COVID-19's R naught of around 2 is in line with the H2N2 virus, but the current virus evidently has a far deadlier potential. And that brings us to the mother of them all, the weaponized 1918 flu pandemic, which had an R naught, believe it or not, of only 1.8, far less than CV-19. It had a mortality rate of 2.5%, at a time when the world's population was far less than even in 1957. We're going back in time to a point when my daddy was about to be born, and the world he would be born into had only 1.8 billion people cross the surface of the world, as estimated, because we really don't know the numbers in nations of the world that had no census available. The 1918 flu was the most horrific pandemic of the 20th century, bar none, hitting those ages 20 through 40 especially hard, militarized to kill combat age personnel, according to the World Health Organization. Yet COVID-19's R naught of 2 is slightly more infectious than the 1918 flu. The 1918 influenza, which was propagandized as the Spanish flu, of course, did not ever originate in Spain. And yet it had a mortality rate of 2.5%, thereby killing 20 times more people, 200 million, than the 20 million who died fighting World War I. If the 4.5% mortality rate of COVID-19 drops, it won't be as bad as the 1918 flu. If it continues on its current trajectory, it will be nigh twice as deadly. See if you can wrap your mind around that. And then there was SARS, with an R naught of 2 to 5 and a mortality rate of 10%. The world population at the time, circa 2003, was 6.38 billion. SARS, of course, is acronymous for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, SARS being but an acronym, and it be a coronavirus that emerged in the Guangdong province of southern China circa November of 2002, but didn't spread wide enough to become pandemic. Unlike COVID-19, SARS was generally transmitted only after people started showing symptoms, which helped, of course, to contain the outbreak. The SARS, which infected 8,098 people worldwide by July of 2003, is concluded to have had an R naught of 2 to 5. The mortality rate for SARS, which killed nearly 800 people, is estimated at 10%, according to the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. Thereafter, we manifested MERS, M-E-R-S, all uppercase, with an R naught of half, literally 0.5. and a mortality rate of 35%. In a world population circa 2012 that was 7.13 billion people on the surface of the world. MERS, of course, acronymus for Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, emerged in Saudi Arabia circa 2012 and infected at least 2,494 people across 27 countries, including 858 deaths, according to the World Health Organization. But with an R0 of 0.5, but half a percentile, MERS is much less infectious than COVID-19's R0 of 2. It would literally be, a quarter of that. It's much deadlier, however, with a mortality rate of 35%. So, yeah, you don't ever want to contract it. Now, measles, which is got an R0 of 12 to 18, the most infectious disease in all the species, and a mortality rate that simply be unclear. Measles is one of the most contagious viruses in the world, with an R0 of 12 to 18 ratio. And that's according to a paper published circa 2017 in the peer-reviewed journal The Lancet. Determining the mortality rate is difficult. Before a vaccine was developed in the early 1960s, most cases went unreported, and the CDC estimates up to 4 million people in these United States actually caught measles every year, killing 500,000 people annually. Circa 2009, worldwide measles vaccination coverage reached 82%. And from 2000 through to 2008, the number of deaths from measles dropped from 733,000 to only 164,000, according to the World Health Organization. Measles is, of course, a seasonal disease, meaning it comes back every year. And then, there was Ebola, with an R0 of about 2, and a mortality rate exceeding 50%. You're more than half a coin toss, the chances are higher than the flip of a coin that you're going to die. The Ebola virus disease, formerly known as Ebola hemorrhagic fever, was identified circa 1976 in the Democratic Republic of Congo near the Ebola River. It doesn't come back every year, thank God, but it has periodically recurred over the last 44 years. Like the current coronavirus, the virus has an R0 of 2, according to a report I sourced published around 2014. But Ebola is far deadlier, killing more than half the number of people who be infected. Ebola has spread to more than 31,000 people, mostly in Black Africa, not including the current outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, according to World Health Organizational data which I've sourced. It has killed more than 12,900 people, also excluding the current outbreak. We don't have the numbers in from that. Now, in terms of containing the outbreak of COVID-19 itself, when we go back to the big CV19, the R0, the mathematical term that indicates how contagious an infectious disease be, is 2. The mortality rate, 4.5%. Yet this number is in flux and dependent on environmental circumstance, such as suppression, etc., whether in terms of numbers or the physical. The world population at this point in history is 7.8 billion people. The death and infection rates for COVID-19 are not set in stone. Global health officials reminding the public and world leaders that a coordinated response can lower both. The World Health Organizational Director General, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, on the 11th of March, was quoted as saying that day when the agency finally declared the COVID-19 pandemic after the Chinese communists could no longer give him enough money to suppress that fact that I knew from the very beginning and was open about saying. He said on that day that he finally succumbed to reality and gave up on his greed, that we cannot say this loudly enough or clearly enough or often enough. All countries can still change the course of this pandemic. In some countries, such as Italy, where there be far more than 74,000 cases at least, the country has been under lockdown. In these United States, Trump has imposed travel bans for much of Europe and Asia. Roughly half of the nation is under some sort of quarantine for the foreseeable future. Take note of that. The United States, or the American outbreak, is accelerating with hotspots in my own California, Washington State, but mostly the Empire State of New York, which has more than half of the 69,000 United States cases. Trump's coronavirus task force is advising anyone who travels through New York to self-isolate for 12 weeks, a fortnight, and monitor their symptoms if they leave area. Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, whom I spoke of at great length in past transmissions, maybe 12 transmissions ago or so, is also asking healthy young individuals to stay indoors, saying that slowing the outbreak will not work without them. Now, at a White House briefing on March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, Fauci went on record to say, "When I was young, I thought I was invulnerable. We are asking young people to help with the mitigation strategy by staying out of the bars, staying out of the restaurants. We can't do this without the young people cooperating." Well, they've closed all the fucking bars and they've closed all the fucking restaurants, so I guess the young are gonna fucking cooperate, right? Now, while governments and the public attempt to slow the spread, health officials and pharmaceutical companies are quickly working to produce a vaccine, with the first human clinical trial beginning last week. Hopes of getting a vaccine to market are high, but doctors are setting expectations low for how quickly it can really happen. U.S. officials confess it will take a minimum of 18 months for a vaccine to make it to the market. In the meantime, they are fast-tracking clinical trials on drugs that show promise in treating the virus, telling people to stay indoors, keep their distance, and wash their hands most often. At the most, in terms of speed, we'll be lucky if we get a vaccine by miracle in a year. The COVID-19 vaccines are coming, but they're not what you think. And the novel approaches that I know of could fail in many ways. All new drugs that come into development are long shots, but some are longer than others. The vaccines most imminently starting trials for COVID-19 range from the promising but speculative to the highly promising but ethically fraught. Now, on Monday, as dated the 16th day of this month, my own hospital in San Francisco, which, thank God, I'm a part of, and I found it so far to be an excellent system, despite the negative stuff I heard about it all my fucking life, Kaiser Permanente began soliciting volunteers to be injected with a mystery substance that will, if it works and does not cause unintended harm, release us all from quarantine purgatory when it becometh widely available in a reported 12 to 18 months. The trial is a partnership between Moderna, a Boston biotech company, and the National Institutes of Health, the NIH, and it would not be an exaggeration to say us that no pharmaceutical trials results have ever been awaited as breathlessly, if you'll pardon the respiratory simile, as this one's. Moderna did not reply to any request for comment from myself. The type of vaccine it is pursuing has never been approved by regulators, and like all experimental drugs, it could fail in many different ways. Nearly every vaccine currently approved by the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, introduces foreign proteins into a healthy but non-immune individual. The body's immunosystem finds those proteins, which are oftentimes part of a pathogen, the measles virus, say, and then quickly learns to recognize them. When the actual virus arrives, your immunosystem has already been introduced to the offending proteins and knows how to annihilate any living thing that bears them. The measles never stands a chance. Moderna works on RNA vaccines, ribonucleic acid, single-strand DNA, injecting not proteins, but the molecules of nucleic acid that encode the instructions for building the proteins. Your cells use RNA to instruct their builders to make its proteins all the time. The RNA is like the blueprints or schematics that tell the workers on the factory floor what to build. An RNA vaccine injects instructions to your cells and hopes that your cells receive these instructions and follow them, and build the proteins that will teach your immune system to fight a virus. It's a bit like wadding up plans for a Cessna, throwing them through the ventilation shaft of a Ford factory, and hoping that someone inside finds them, and that the factory starts rolling airplanes out its doors instead of pickups. Despite successes in animals, this strategy has never yielded a vaccine approved for human use. Moderna is a leader in this approach, and you can be sure the scientists there have considered all the ways to make it more likely to work. They throw the plans down the shaft nearest the factory manager's office. They attach official-looking paperwork and bribes. But their approach is ambitious. If it works in humans, it will represent a huge advance in immunology and clinical medicine. The RNA vaccine approach has one great advantage: speed. Scientists merely need to know the virus's genetic sequence, and they can synthesize and scale up production of an RNA vaccine in a matter of weeks. RNA is fragile. In a lab, you have to shield your face to work with it, not because it is dangerous, but because you are dangerous to it. Even a gust of saliva is likely to contain enzymes that would rip RNA apart, rendering it worthless. It's but a single strand, after all. As long as it's formulated properly, RNA is considered nearly harmless to inject into humans, and a phase 1 trial like this is easy to begin. Success is hardly assured, but we at least know that RNA won't hurt the people in the trial who are being paid $1,100 each to have it injected into themselves. It's a clever approach. But don't eat through your boxes of stockpiled wholesale ramen too quickly, because no one can or should guarantee that an RNA vaccine will stop the pandemic anytime soon. There be another option, less ambitious, but more likely to work, and with the calendar for deployment perhaps as short as 3 to 4 weeks, with results 4 weeks later after that. I, myself, have been given no scientific name for this procedure. It's been hidden till now as top fucking secret, not by your government, but by the elite of Silicon Valley. It's only through my surrogate son's husband, who shall forever be anonymously referenced only as Sugar Daddy, that I was brought in to see the works. Because, of course, in a sense, I've been part of this my entire life, and witnessed to others who have been such as well. There's a word on the street for the young men who are adopted by the Silicon Valley elite's most wealthy. They're officially referred to, of course, as transfusion associates and the like. On the street, they're called human blood bags. If you survive COVID-19, and to date, 86,025 people have done so, that we know of, it's because your body wised up to the attack and learned to fight it off. No pharmaceutical therapy seems to do much good, so for now your body is on its own, immunologically speaking. And so, immunologically, congratulations! You now produce antibodies to the coronavirus. And if you're willing to share them, you're now someone's new best friend. The process is simple. Surrender some of your blood, and a lab will filter out the cells and keep only the amber-colored serum, with the antibodies to the virus still in there, alive and active. This serum, further refined, to get those antibodies kicking, is called hyperimmune globulin. All that remains is to infuse the serum into a healthy person, or in much greater quantities, into a sick one. The antibodies won't last forever, but they could last weeks or even months, and either help a sick recipient heal or keep a healthy recipient from ever getting the virus at all, which for the older, among the multi-billionaires, many of them into their 80s, need to save their lives. And so, but yesterday, a team at Johns Hopkins University, led by Arturo Casadevall, finally received FDA Food and Drug Administrative approval to employ this technique. I've spracketh on him before, and he himself be quoted as saying this has a high probability of working based on 100 years of experience in medicine. Indeed, it was used successfully to treat Ebola throughout 2014. The approach does carry risks. Antibodies to a virus can make a viral infection worse in some cases, such as with dengue fever. We don't know if COVID-19 will react that way. Most viruses do not. Despite this, Casadevall says he has already had volunteers who wish to donate their antibodies or receive the serum from others. So, of course, he emphasizes this is real. In 8 weeks, we may have something that's useful. Now, during World War II, Unit 731 produced the world's first artificial blood. The legacy of that survives today in Takeda Pharmaceuticals, a Japanese company that has developed and sold hyperimmune globulin for other conditions since 2005, keeping it only within the realm of empire and imperial secrecy till that year, and has already started collecting plasma from convalescent COVID-19 patients, according to Julie Kim, an executrix there who answered my call and responded. She confirmed that she hopes that Takeda's product will become available to the world in 9 to 18 months. Then all you assholes out there can stop bitching about Unit 731. But of course their World War II research has saved so many lives since World War II. A balance has by now been struck. There be catch, of course. Each COVID-19 survivor can support the immunity of at most a few others. And to do so, the survivor will have to be bled regularly. Well, at regular intervals. Becoming, of course, a transfusion associate to those recipients, or, in the street terminology, a human blood bag. Casadevall suggests that the ratio of convalescent COVID-19 patients to serum recipients might be as low as 1 to 2 or as large as 1 to 10. In other words, 10 immunized recipients for every survivor who opens his veins. The next 8 weeks will be devoted, among other things, to figuring out how many people a single blood bag can support, or should I say, donor. They'll also have to figure out which convalescent patients are best endowed with antibodies, and wring as much blood plasma out of them as possible, while they're strapped down and screaming. And if the project works, it will create ethical dilemmas. Who will be among the lucky 10 for every survivor? Will you be able to donate your antibodies to your loved ones? They're your antibodies, after all, ones you yourself worked hard to produce, and perhaps you should have the right to choose where they should go. In free countries, we be reluctant to take away citizens' precious bodily fluids, bleeding one another dry, sans permission. But something feels wrong to the average baseline human about a world in which the rich can immunize themselves by buying the blood of the poor as they stagger out of the hospital. As a matter of public health, people in need should have dibs on those antibodies. But healthcare workers first in line, as suggested by Dr. Casadoval himself, and those who care for sick relatives at home, should be on the top of the list. One option would be to nationalize COVID-19 antibodies. You can keep them in your own body and enjoy them all you like. But once they get sucked out of your body, they belong to humanity, and might even get pooled into a massive stockpile of blood plasma, on tap, for those who need it most. Another option, less restrictive, would be to treat the plasma like kidneys. You can donate your kidney to anyone, but sell it to no one. This approach, it must be said, leaves us with a shortfall of 21,000 kidneys every goddamn year, and 13 people die every day on that waiting list. Let survivors sell their antibodies, and more antibodies will be available. Or we could prioritize the health of the altruistic. Want a hospital bed and a top-of-the-line ventilator? Sign a note promising that your first stop after the hospital will be your local serum bank, and you can cut to the front of the line and get intubated today. Sign a pledge even before you get sick, and you can get a human blood bag t-shirt or wristband to prove to your friends that you be civic-minded, or at least not a complete schmuck that everyone knows you be. We could develop plasma clubs, in which you and your friends, or thousands of strangers for that matter, all pledge to donate your hyperimmune globulin if you recover, and in return, you get access to everyone else's if you ever need it. If at some point enough members return to good health, the surplus goes to doctors and nurses. Ideally, we'd have a vaccine yesterday, one that we can mass produce and jab into the arms and glutes of everyone on Earth. In reality, because of the corruption of all governments on the surface world, from the communist Chinese empire to that of the Americans, it will take a longest while, and short-term solutions, including social distancing, be all we know we can count on. But in the blood, that which rejuvenates myself, there be the hope. We can beat the coronavirus. Now, what I've just described is a world I've always been a part of. And the young blood bags, the young men who ran away from home almost universally because their parents disowned them because they were openly gay. Many of these young men become adopted in what are essentially blood harems of many of the Silicon Valley elite. In return for donating my nanoplasma on a regular basis, I'm allowed free feeding rights. to their blood, which I must say has proven itself to be sweet. Whether that's something to do with being gay or not, I don't know myself, but I don't question my good fortune. The end result has been my rejuvenation in appearance and in health by what apparently is at least a decade. But that's because I'm genetically capable of processing human blood orally. None of you can do that. You would only get sick and vomit. Don't ever try it. But it's one reason why it fascinates me to normalize this process among the herds on which I prey. And in order to maintain those herds, yourselves, as an apex predator, myself, I try to encourage you by informing you of the fact that mitigation can buy us time, but only suppression can get us to where we need to be. That's why in times like these, only in America Fiore, or the leadership I could provide that on, in terms of hurting you, as in Herding, not hurting, but hurting, would ensure your survival in the mass. And while many watched the coronavirus spread across the globe with disinterest for months, in the past week, most of us, most of you, have finally realized it will disrupt our way of life. A recent analysis from Imperial College is now making Americans, including many experts, panic. The report projects that at least 2.2 million people will die in these United States. But the analysis also provides us reason for hope, suggesting a path forward to avoid the worst of outcomes. We can make things better, for yourself as well as mine. It's not too late, but we have to be willing to act. Both yourself as prey and myself as the apex predator. So let's start with the bad news. The Imperial College Response Team's report looks at the impact of measures we might take to flatten the curve or reduce the rate at which people are becoming sick with COVID-19. If we do nothing and just let the virus run its course, the team predicts that we will see 3 times as many deaths as we see from cardiovascular disease each and every year. Further, it estimates that infections will peak mid-June. We must expect to see about 55,000 deaths in just a single day, every single day. Of course, we are doing something, so this outcome is, hopefully, unlikely to occur. We're closing schools and businesses and committing to social, really physical distancing. That's really what social distancing is 6 feet, motherfucker. But as the sobering charts from the analysis that I'm citing do show, this is not nearly enough. Even after we do these things, the report predicts that a significant number of infections will still occur, that more people will need care than we can possibly provide in our hospitals, and that far more than merely 1 million will die. Why does the Imperial College team predict this for the West when things seem to be improving in Asia, at least through communist propaganda? Because we are taking different approaches. Totalitarian countries have engaged in full suppression. We are only engaging in mitigation. Suppression refers to a campaign to reduce the infectivity of a pandemic. What experts call the R0, that is spraketh of as R0, to less than 1. Unchecked, the R0 of COVID-19 is averaging out to being between 2 and 3, meaning that every infected person infects, on average, at least 2 to 3 others. An R0 less than 1 indicates that each infected person results in fewer than 1 new infection. When this happens, the outbreak will slowly grind to a halt. To achieve this, we need to test many, many people, even those without symptoms. Testing will allow us to isolate the infected so they cannot infect others. We need to be vigilant and willing to quarantine people with absolute diligence. Because we failed to set up a testing infrastructure at all, we cannot check that many people. At the moment, we cannot even test everyone who is sick. Therefore, we're attempting mitigation, accepting that the epidemic will advance by trying to reduce R0 as much as possible. Our primary approach is social distancing, asking people to stay the fuck away from one another. 6 feet away, 3 feet away when you're working with them. This has meant closing schools, restaurants, and bars. It's meant asking people to work from home and not meet in groups of 10 or more. Our efforts are good temporizing measures. Impeding the growth of the infection improves the chance that our healthcare system will be able to keep up. But these efforts won't save those who are already infected. It will take up to a fortnight, 14 nights, 12 weeks, for those infected today to show any symptoms at all, and some people won't show symptoms at all. Social distancing cannot prevent these infections because they've already fucking happened. Therefore, things will appear to get worse for quite some time, even if what we're doing is making things better in the longer run. The outbreak will continue to progress. But buried in the Imperial College report is reason for optimism. The analysis finds that in the do-nothing scenario, many people die and die quickly. With serious mitigation, however, many of the measures we're taking now slow us things down. By the summertide, this report so calculates, the number of people who become sick will eventually reduce to a trickle. On this path, however, the real horror show will begin in the fall and crush us next winter, when COVID-19 comes back with a vengeance. This is what happened with the American Army weaponized influenza circa 1918, in the year before my father entered this vale of tears through his own mother's womb. The spring was bad. Over the summer, the numbers of sick dwindled and created a false sense of security. Then all hell broke loose. In late 1918, tens of millions of people died, to the point where worldwide 200 million people perished. If a similar pattern holds for COVID-19, then while things be bad now, it will be nothing compared to what we face at the end of the year. Just in time for Trump to run for re-election, among piles of bodies that block the roads. Because of this, some are now declaring that we might be on lockdown for the next 18 months. They see no alternative. If we go back to normal, they so argue, the virus will run unchecked and tear through Americans in the fall and winter, infecting 70% of us, killing many millions, and sending tens of millions more to the hospitals. To prevent that, they suggest we keep the world shut down, which will, of course, destroy the economy and the fabric of society itself. But all of that assumes that we cannot change, that the only two choices are millions of deaths or the very fabric of society itself in ruination, torn asunder, civilization ruined. That's not true. We can create a third path. We can decide to meet this challenge head on. as the apex predator of your kind. I can tell you that it is absolutely within our capacity to do so. We could develop tests that be fast, reliable, and ubiquitous. If we screen everyone, and do so regularly, we can let most people return to a more normal life. We can reopen schools and places where people gather, and I can return to prowl. If we can be assured that the people who congregate aren't infectious, they can socialize. We can build healthcare facilities that do rapid screening and care for people who are infected apart from those who are not. This will prevent transmission from one sick person to another in hospitals and other healthcare facilities. We can even commit to housing infected people apart from their family members, their healthy family members, to prevent transmission in households themselves. And these steps alone still won't be enough. We will need to massively strengthen our medical infrastructure. We will need to build ventilators and add hospital beds. We will need to train and redistribute physicians, nurses, and respiratory therapists to where they be needed the most. We will need to focus our factories on turning out the protective equipment, masks, gloves, gowns, and so forth to ensure we keep our healthcare workforce safe. And most important, we need to pour vast sums of intellectual and financial resources into developing a vaccine that would finally bring this nightmare to a close. An effective vaccine would end the pandemic and protect billions of people around the world. All of the difficult actions we be taking now to flatten the curve aren't just intended to slow the rate of infection to levels the healthcare system can manage. They're also meant to buy us time. They give us the space to create what we need to make a real difference. Of course, it all depends on what we do with that time. The mood of the country has shifted in the past few weeks from dismissal to one of fear and concern. That's appropriate. This is a serious pandemic, and it's still very likely that the rate of infection will overwhelm the surge capacity in some areas of these United States. There will likely be more seriously ill people than we have resources to care for, meaning that providers will have to make decisions about whom to treat and whom not to, who will live and who will die. They may explicitly or implicitly have to decide the fate of someone you love or even yourself. If we commit to social distancing, however, at some point in the next few months, the rate of spread will slow. We'll be able to catch our breath. We'll be able to ease restrictions, as some early hit countries are doing. We can move toward some semblance of normalcy. The temptation then will be to think we have made it past the worst. We cannot give in to that temptation. That will be the time to redouble our efforts. We'll need to prepare for the coming storm. We'll need to build our stockpiles, create strategies, and get readied. If we choose this third course I be articulating as an apex predator upon your kind, when fall arrives, we will be ahead of a resurgence of the infection. We can keep the number of those who be exposed to a minimum, refocusing our attention on those who be infected, and enacting more stringent physical distancing only when and in locations where that fails. We can keep schools and businesses open as much as possible, closing them quickly when suppression fails, then opening them back up again once the infected be identified and isolated. Instead of playing defense, we could play more offense, which suits a predator like myself. We need to keep time on the clock, time to find a treatment or vaccine. The last time we faced a pandemic with this level of infectivity that was this dangerous, for which we had no therapy or vaccine, was 120 years agone, and it led to 200 million deaths. The coronavirus pandemic is not unprecedented, but it's not anything anyone alive has experienced before. We are, however, much more knowledgeable. much more coordinated, and much more capable today. Some Americans be in denial, and others be feeling despair. Both sentiments are understandable. We all have a choice to make. We can look at the coming fire and let it burn. We can hunker down and hope to wait it out. Or we can work together, predator and prey, to get through it with as little damage as possible. This country has faced massive threats before and risen to the challenge. We can do it again. We just need to decide to make it happen. And that's what brings us to the inevitable question that all of you have in mind: how this pandemic will end. These United States may end up with the worst COVID-19 outbreak in the industrialized world. But only I can tell you how it's going to play out. 3 months ago, not a single one of you aside myself knew that SARS-CoV-2, severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus, speciation number 2, existed. Now the virus has spread to almost every country on Earth, infecting at least 446,000 people, hell, 500,000 by now, whom we know about, and many more whom we do not. It has crashed economies and broken entire healthcare systems, filled hospitals and emptied public spaces. It has separated people from their workplaces and their friends. It has disrupted modern society on a scale that most living people have never witnessed. Soon, most everyone in these United States will know someone who has been infected. Like World War II or the 9/11 attacks, this pandemic has already imprinted itself upon the nation's psyche. It will result in a memorial or commemorative day, at least honored and mourned in places like New York City, where already more people have died than in the 9/11 attacks themselves, or will soon do so. A global pandemic of this scale was inevitable, and I warned of it for years. With baseline humanity as my own food source, I like to keep it clean. In recent years, hundreds of health experts joined my prognoses, having themselves written books, white papers, and op-eds or opinion editorials warning of the inevitability. Hell, Bill Gates has been telling anyone who would listen, including the 18 million viewers of his TED Talk. Of course, the TED acronym that I always fucking forget what that stands for and have to look it up over and over again, was originally conceived, I think, as in, what was it, telecommunications or talks of, hell, I don't even remember by now. But if you look up TED in the all caps, the all uppercase, and look up TED Talks by Bill Gates, of course I don't like him myself as a person. Then his Technology, Entertainment, and Design Talk. That's what the TED is for. The acronym for Technology, Entertainment, and Design describes the mission of these semi-annual conferences that bring together what are considered the world's best movers, shakers, and thinkers. And when you got that much money to shake around, I guess you can pay to have yourself thought of as the best. Well, 18 million people have reviewed his TED Talk, and, like it or not, I have to acquiesce, you should too. Hell, circa 2018, I think I was still involved with Revolution Radio at the time, or maybe I had pulled out. Around that time, I argued that America was not ready for a pandemic, the pandemic that would eventually come, the one we're in now. And in October, the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security actually wargamed, took Department of Defense consultants like I had wanted to grow up to be, ran think tankers, and they wargamed what might happen if a new coronavirus swept the globe. And then one did. hypotheticals became reality. What if became now what? So, what now? In the late hours of last Wednesday, which now feels like the distant past, I was talking about the pandemic with a pregnant friend who was days away from her due date. This was, of course, on the estate of Sugar Daddy, and her identity must be maintained in all secrecy. We realized that her child might be one of the first of a new cohort who are born into a society profoundly altered by COVID-19. We decided to call them Generation C. And as we'll see, Generation C's lives will be shaped by the choices made in the coming weeks, and by the losses we suffer as a result. But first, a brief reckoning. On the Global Health Security Index, a report card that grades every country on its pandemic preparedness, the United States has a score of 83.5, the world's highest, believe it or not. Rich, strong, developed America is supposed to be the readiest of nations. That illusion has been shattered. Despite months of advance warning, as the virus spread in countries across the globe, when America was finally tested by COVID-19, it failed. Spectacularly. Nahid Badalia, an infectious diseases physician at the Boston University of Medicine, went on record to say that no matter what, a virus like SARS-CoV-2 was going to test the resilience of even the most well-equipped health systems. More transmissible and fatal than seasonal influenza, the new coronavirus is also stealthier, spreading from one host to another for several days before even beginning to trigger obvious symptoms, if ever. To contain such a pathogen, nations must develop a test and use it to identify infected people, isolate them, and trace those they've had contact with. That is what South Korea, Singapore, and Hong Kong did to tremendous effect. It is what these United States did not. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention developed and distributed a faulty test in February. Independent labs created alternatives, but were mired in bureaucracy from the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. In a crucial month when the American caseload shot into the tens of thousands, only hundreds of people were tested. That a biomedical powerhouse like the American empire should so thoroughly fail to create a very simple diagnostic test was quite literally unimaginable, even to a cynic such as I, who views the majority of you as a form of cattle. Your stupidity impressed even myself. And Alexandra Phelan of Georgetown University, who works on legal and policy issues related to infectious diseases, concluded, "I'm not aware of any simulations that I or others have run where we ever even factored in other words, they never even considered, literally could not imagine, a failure of fucking testing. The testing fiasco was the original sin of America's pandemic failure. The single flaw that undermined every other countermeasure. If the American empire could have accurately tracked the spread of the virus, hospitals could have executed their pandemic plans, girding themselves by allocating treatment rooms, ordering extra supplies, tagging in personnel, or assigning specific facilities to deal with COVID-19 cases. None of that happened. Instead, a healthcare system that already runs close to full capacity, and that was already challenged by a severe flu season, was suddenly faced with a virus that had been left to spread untracked through communities around the American empire. Overstretched hospitals became overwhelmed overnight. Basic protective equipment such as masks, gowns, and gloves began to run out. Beds will soon follow, as will the ventilators that provide the very oxygen to patients whose lungs are besieged by the virus. With little room to surge during a crisis, America's healthcare system operates on the assumption that unaffected states can help beleaguered ones in an emergency. That ethic works for localized disasters such as hurricanes or wildfires, but not for a pandemic that is now in all 100 states. Cooperation has given way to competition. Some worried hospitals have bought out large quantities of supplies in the way that panicked consumers have bought out toilet paper. Partly that's because the White House is a ghost town of scientific expertise. A pandemic preparedness office that was part of the National Security Council was dissolved in 2018, one of the first acts of President Trump as a puppet of Vladimir Putin, in order to ensure more Americans would die when the Russians unleashed their weaponized coronavirus. On January 28th, Luciana Borio, who was part of that team, dismantled by Putinista puppet Donald Trump, urged the government to act now to prevent an American epidemic, and specifically to work with the private sector to develop fast, easy diagnostic tests. But with the office shuttered, those warnings were published in the Wall Street Journal rather than spoken into the president's empty ear. Instead of springing into action, America sat idle under the rollicking orange Buddha that rolls over America today, Orange Trump. The Pumpkinhead, the spirit of death. Rudderless, blindsided, lethargic, and uncoordinated, America has mishandled the COVID-19 crisis to a substantially worse degree than what every health expert I've ever spoken with had ever feared. Ron Klain, who coordinated the American response to the West African Ebola outbreak circa 2014, took what I've just said and said no. He said much worse than anything I've expressed. Lauren Sauer, who works on disaster preparedness at Johns Hopkins Medicine, said, beyond any expectations we ever had in terms of failure, corruption, and incompetence. Seth Berkley, who heads Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, be quoted as saying, as an American, I'm horrified. The United States may end up with the worst outbreak in the industrialized world. That's what brings us to the next months. Having fallen so far behind, it will be difficult, but not impossible, for these United States to catch up. To an extent, the near-term future is set because COVID-19 is a slow and long illness. People who were infected several days agone, I may have been one of them, when I had to venture forth from my crypt twice in a row, 2 days in a row. More on that in the near future, if not this transmission, then the next. But whether I myself or anyone else, anyone infected several days agone will only start showing symptoms now, even if they isolated themselves in meantime. Some of those people will enter intensive care units in early April. As of last weekend, the nation had 17,000 confirmed cases, but the actual number was most definitively somewhere between 60,000 and, realistically, most certainly, 245,000. Numbers are now starting to rise exponentially. As of midweek morning of my last transmission on Wednesday, the one before this one, the official case count was 54,000, and the actual case count be completely unknown. Healthcare workers are already seeing the signs of collapse, total systemic collapse, dwindling equipment, growing numbers of patients, and doctors and nurses who are themselves becoming infected, many of whom will die. Italy and Spain offer grim warnings about the future. Hospitals are out of room, supplies, and staff. Unable to treat or save everyone, doctors have been forced into the unthinkable, rationing care to patients who be the most likely to survive while letting others die. The United States has fewer hospital beds per capita than Italy, A study released by the team at Imperial College London concluded that if this pandemic be left unchecked by the kind of measures I now articulate to you, those beds will all be full by late April. By the end of June, for every available critical care bed, there will be roughly 15 COVID-19 patients in need of one. By the end of the summer, the pandemic will have directly killed 2.2 million Americans, notwithstanding those who will indirectly die, as hospitals are unable to care for the usual slew of heart attacks, strokes, and car accidents. This is the most likely scenario. But to avert it, 4 things need to happen immediately. The first and most important is to rapidly produce masks, gloves, and other PPE, which be acronyms for personal protective equipment. If healthcare workers cannot stay healthy, the rest of the response will collapse. In some places, stockpiles are already so low that doctors are reusing masks between patients, calling for donations from the public, are sewing their own homemade alternatives. These shortages are happening because medical supplies are made to order and depend on Byzantine international supply chains that are currently straining and snapping from Trump's trade war with the Communist Chinese Empire. Hubei province in Red China, the epicenter of the pandemic, was also a manufacturing center for the entire world of medical masks. In these United States, the Strategic National Stockpile, a national larder of medical equipment, is already empty. Deployed to the hardest hit states, the stockpile proved itself exhaustible, but it has purchased us some time. Donald Trump could use that time to invoke the DPA, the Defense Production Act, launching a wartime effort in which American manufacturers switch to making medical equipment the way we would weapons and ammo in time of war. But he refuses to do so. After being informed to the point of actually invoking the act, last Wednesday, midweek, at time of my latest transmission prior to this one, Trump has refused to actually use this power, reportedly due to lobbying from the United States Chamber of Commerce and heads of major corporations, who refuse to have themselves mobilized. Some manufacturers are already rising to the challenge, but their efforts be piecemeal and unevenly distributed. Ali Khan, the Dean of Public Health at the University of Nebraska Medical Center, has gone on record to say one day we'll wake up to a story of doctors in City X who are operating with bandanas and a closet in City Y with masks piled into it. A massive logistics and supply chain operation is needed across this country now. Thomas Inglesby of Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health confirmed to myself that cannot be managed by small and inexperienced teams scattered throughout the White House. The solution, he said unto me, is to tag in the Defense Logistics Agency, the DLA, a 26,000 person group that prepares the United States military for overseas operations and that has assisted in past public health crises, including the 2014 Ebola outbreak, when it was mobilized by Barack Obama. This agency can also coordinate the second pressing need. As a former Department of Defense librarian myself, I can confirm to you that a massive rollout of COVID-19 tests could be done via this department. Those tests have been slow to arrive because of 5 separate shortages: of masks to protect people administering the tests, of nasal pharyngeal swabs for collecting viral samples, of extraction kits for pulling the virus's genetic material out of the samples, of chemical reagents that are part of those kits, and of trained people who can administer the tests. Many of these shortages are, again, due to strained supply chains, as almost broken by Trump's trade war with the Communist Chinese Empire that was to weaken us and leave us vulnerable for this biocidal assault in terms of Russia's ongoing operation to depopulate America. The American empire relies on 3 manufacturers for extraction reagents, providing redundancy in case any of them fails. But all of them failed in the face of unprecedented global demand. Meanwhile, Lombardy, Italy, the hardest hit place in all Europe, houses one of the largest manufacturers of nasopharyngeal swabs in the world. Some shortages are being addressed. The FDA is finally now moving quickly to approve tests developed by private labs. At least one can deliver results in less than an hour, potentially allowing doctors to know if the patient in front of them has COVID-19. Kelly Wroblewski of the Association of Public Health Laboratories confirms that the country is adding capacity on a daily basis. On the 6th day of this month, Trump claimed that anyone who wants a test can get a test. That was, and still is, a complete and total lie. And his own officials were quick to correct him. Regardless, anxious people still flooded into hospitals seeking tests that simply did not even exist. Saskia Popescu of George Mason University, who works to prepare hospitals for pandemics, confirmed that people wanted to be tested even if they were not symptomatic or if they sat next to someone with a cough. Others just had colds, but doctors still had to use masks to examine them, burning through their already dwindling supplies. Popescu confirmed that it really stressed the healthcare system. Trump caused this. And even now, as capacity expands, tests must be administered carefully. The first priority, as articulated by Mark Lipich of Harvard University, is to test healthcare workers and hospitalized patients, allowing hospitals to quell any ongoing fires. Only later, once the immediate crisis be slowing, should tests be deployed in a more widespread manner. Inglesby himself saying, "This isn't just going to be. Let's get the tests out there." These measures will take us time, during which the pandemic will either accelerate beyond the capacity of the health system or slow to containable levels. Its course, and the nation's fate, now depends on the third need, which be social distancing. Think of it this way. There are now only 2 groups of Americans. Group A includes everyone involved in the medical response, whether that's treating patients, running tests, or manufacturing supplies. Group B includes everybody else, and their job is to buy Group A more time. Group B must now flatten the curve by physically isolating themselves from other people to cut off chains of transmission. Given the slow fuse of COVID-19, to forestall the future collapse of the healthcare system, these seemingly drastic steps must be taken immediately, before they feel proportionate, and they must continue for, at minimum, several weeks beyond now. Persuading a country, nay, an empire, to voluntarily stay at home is not easy, and sans clear guidelines from the White House, from which we be provided none, nor any from the mayors, governors, and business owners that have had to deal with the problem directly. They, at the mayoral, gubernatorial, and executive level, have been forced to take their own steps. Some states have banned large gatherings or closed schools and restaurants. At least 21 states and union have now instituted some form of mandatory quarantine, compelling people to stay at home. And yet many citizens continue to crowd into public spaces. If this doesn't lead you to at least comprehend why I consider you the munching herds, I can't imagine what would. In these moments, when the good of all hinges on the sacrifices of many, clear coordination matters. The fourth urgent need. The importance of social distancing must be impressed upon a public who must also be reassured and informed. Instead, Trump has repeatedly played down the problem, telling America that we have it very well under control when we do not, and that cases were going to be down to close to zero when they were rising exponentially. In some cases, as with his claims about ubiquitous testing, his misleading gaffes have deepened the crisis. He has even touted unproven medications, like a snake oil salesman, with a stake in the profits, at the cost of the life of yourself or your loved ones. Away from the White House press room, Trump has, in all evidence, been listening to Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Fauci has advised every president since Ronald Reagan on new epidemics, and now sits on the COVID-19 task force that meets with Trump roughly every other goddamn day. And Fauci himself has gone offline to privately tell those known to Sugar Daddy that Trump's got his own style, let's leave it at that, but any kind of recommendation that I have made thus far, the substance of it, he has listened to everything. But he doesn't understand any of it. Because Trump is at all times wavering, and evidently so. In other words, by all evidence that people can see. And in recent days, Trump has signaled that he is prepared to backtrack on social distancing policies in a bid to protect the economy. Pundits and business leaders have employed similar rhetoric, arguing that high-risk people, such as the elderly, could be protected while lower-risk people be allowed to go back to work. Such thinking be seductive, but beyond flawed. It overestimates our ability to assess a person's risk and to somehow wall off the high-risk people from the rest of society. It underestimates how badly the virus can hit low-risk groups and how thoroughly hospitals will be overwhelmed if even just younger demographics are falling sick. A recent analysis from the University of Pennsylvania concluded that even if social distancing measures can reduce infection rates by 95%, 960,000 Americans will still need intensive care. There are only about 180,000 ventilators in these United States, and more pertinently, only enough respiratory therapists and critical care staff to safely look after 100,000 ventilated patients. Abandoning social distancing would be a crime against humanity. It would be mass murder, and could only be viewed as intentionally so. But that's what Trump wants. Trump wants you fucking dead. He wants to kill all the Americans he possibly can so that the Russians can repopulate North America. Abandoning physical distancing now, which be what social distancing is, when tests and protective equipment are still so scarce, will be genocidal. Trump might as well order the United States military to open fire on its citizens and deploy its most destructive weapons against America's cities. But if Trump be forced to stay the course against his own will, If Americans continue to adhere to physical distancing, if testing can be rolled out, and if enough masks can be produced, there be a chance that the country can still avert the worst predictions per COVID-19, and at least temporarily bring the pandemic under control. No one knows how long that will take, but it will not be quick. Fauci himself saying that it could be anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to up to 3 months. But, as he said himself, I don't have confidence in that range. Meaning, he knows that millions of us are going to die. And millions more collaterally so. Because all those people I mentioned that would normally be treated in hospitals will unable to be treated at all. That's what brings us to the end game. Even a perfect response that we enforced yesterday, if we could go back in time, would not end this pandemic. As long as the virus persists somewhere, there be chance that one infected traveler will reignite fresh sparks in countries that have already extinguished their fires. This is already happening in Red China, Singapore, and other Asian countries that briefly seem to have the virus under control. Under these conditions, there be 3 possible endgames. One that's very unlikely, one that's very dangerous, and one that's very long. The first is that every nation manages to simultaneously bring the virus to heel, as with the original SARS, circa 2003. Given how widespread the coronavirus pandemic be, and how badly many countries are faring, the odds of worldwide synchronous control are vanishingly small, I would say non-existent. The second is that the virus does what past flu pandemics have done. It burns throughout the world and leaves behind enough immune survivors that it eventually struggles to find viable hosts. This herd immunity scenario would be quick and thus tempting, but it would also come at terrible cost. SARS-CoV-2 is more transmissible and fatal than the flu, and it would likely leave behind many, many millions of corpses, and a trail of completely devastated, indeed deactivated health systems. The United Kingdom initially seemed to consider this herd immunity strategy under the madman Boris Johnson, until he caught it himself and backtracked, because at that point he became factored himself into the models, revealing the dire consequences. And the United States now seems to be considering this most dangerous of options, the inevitable scenario, to realize. Under President Donald Trump, had he his own way in service of his master Vladimir Putin, pulling his puppet strings, this is how he would have it pan out. The wild burn scorched earth method. The third scenario is that the world plays a protracted game of whack-a-mole with COVID-19, stamping out outbreaks here and there until a vaccine can finally be produced. This is the best option, but also the longest and most complicated. It depends, for a start, on making a vaccine. If this were a flu pandemic, that would be easier. The world is experienced at making flu vaccines and does so every year, but there be no existing vaccines for any extant coronavirus, any of the coronaviruses. Until now, these viruses seem to cause diseases that were mild or rare, so researchers must start completely from scratch. The first steps have been impressively quick. Why, last Monday, a possible vaccine created by Moderna and the National Institutes of Health, the RNA vaccine, went into early clinical testing. That marks a 63-day gap between scientists sequencing the virus's genes for the first time and doctors injecting a vaccine candidate into a person's arm. Fauci himself declared, "It's overwhelmingly the world record." But it's also the fastest step among many subsequent slow ones. The initial trial will simply tell researchers that if the vaccine seems safe, and then they must decide if it can actually mobilize the immunosystem. Researchers will then need to check that it actually prevents infection from SARS-CoV-2, the technical name for COVID-19, the scientific name. And they'll need to do animal tests and large-scale trials to ensure that the vaccine doesn't cause severe side effects. They'll need to work out what dose be required, how many shots people need, if the vaccine works in elderly people, and if it requires other chemicals to boost its effectiveness. And so Seth Berkley of Gavi has concluded that even if it works, they don't have an easy way to manufacture it at a massive scale. That's because Moderna is using a new approach to vaccination, basically genetic engineering. Existing vaccines work by providing the body with inactivated or fragmented viruses, allowing the immunosystem to prep its defenses ahead of time. By contrast, Moderna's vaccine comprises a sliver of SARS-CoV-2's genetic material, its RNA. The idea being that the body can use this sliver to build its own viral fragments, which would then form the basis of the immunosystem's preparations. This approach works in animals, but be completely unproven in humans. By contrast, French scientists are trying to modify the existing measles vaccine using fragments of the new coronavirus. Berkeley confirmed to myself that the advantage of that is that if we needed hundreds of doses tomorrow, a lot of patients in the world, well, a lot of plants rather, know how to produce it. Now, no matter which strategy be faster, Berkeley and others estimate that it will take 18 months, or at the absolute minimum 12 if we're lucky, to develop a proven vaccine, and then, longer still, to make it, mass produce it from these plants capable of such mass production, ship it, and then at the final end of the supply chain inject it into people's arms. It's likely then that the new coronavirus will be a lingering part of American life for at least a year, if not much longer. The current round of social distancing measures works, or rather if it does, the pandemic may ebb enough for things to return to a semblance of normalcy. Offices could fill and bars could bustle. Schools could reopen and friends could reunite. But as the status quo returns, so too will the virus. This doesn't mean that society must be on continuous lockdown until 2022. But Stephen Kisler of Harvard assures us that we need to be prepared to do multiple periods of social distancing. Much about the coming years, including the frequency, duration, and timing of social upheavals, depends on trois properties of the virus itself, both of which be currently completely unknown. First, seasonality. Coronaviruses tend to be winter infections that wane or disappear in the summer. That may be also true for SARS-CoV-2. But seasonal variations might not sufficiently slow the virus when it has so many immunologically naive hosts to infect. In other words, the biomass be so wide open a frontier of immunological naivete that the virus can corrupt so many more available. Maya Mahumder of Harvard Medical School and Boston Children's Hospital has confirmed that much of the world is waiting anxiously to see what, if anything, the summer does to transmission in the Northern Hemisphere. The second property of the coronavirus of which we know nothing be its duration of immunity. When people be infected by the milder human coronaviruses that cause cold-like symptoms, they remain immune for less than a year. By contrast, the few who were infected by the original SARS virus which was far more severe, stayed immune for much longer. Assuming that SARS-CoV-2 lies somewhere in the middle, people who recover from their encounters might be protected for a couple of years. To confirm that, scientists will need to develop accurate serological tests, which look for the antibodies that confer immunity. They'll also need to confirm that such antibodies actually stop people from catching or even spreading the virus. If so, immune citizens can return to work, care for the vulnerable, and anchor the economy during bouts of social distancing. Scientists can use the periods between those bouts to develop antiviral drugs, although such drugs are rarely panaceas and comest with possible side effects and the risk of resistance. Hospitals can stockpile the necessary supplies. Testing kits can be widely distributed to catch the virus's return as quickly as possible. There's no reason that the American empire should let SARS-CoV-2 catch it unawares again, and thus no reason that social distancing measures need to be deployed as broadly and heavy-handedly as they now must be. As Aaron E. Carroll and Ashish Jha recently co-wrote, and I read from their work directly, they say, we can keep schools and businesses open as much as possible, closing them quickly when suppression fails, then opening them back up again once the infected are identified and isolated. Instead of playing defense, we could play more offense. So my ideas are already a spread. It's up to you to spread the word. Now, whether through accumulating herd immunity or the long-awaited arrival of a vaccine, the virus will find spreading explosively, as it does today, more and more difficult. It's unlikely to perhaps ever disappear entirely. The vaccine may need to be updated as the virus mutates and continues to do so into eternity. And people may need to get revaccinated on a regular basis, as they currently do for the flu. Models suggest that the virus might simmer around the world, triggering epidemics every few years or so. Kisler himself concludes that, in his own words, he says, but my hope and expectation is that the severity would decline and there would be less societal upheaval. Now in this hoped-for future, COVID-19 may become like the influenza is today, a recurring scourge of winter. Perhaps it will eventually become so mundane that even though a vaccine exists, large swaths of Generation C won't, the coronial generation, won't even bother getting it, forgetting how dramatically their world was molded by its very absence. That's what brings us to the aftermath. The aftermath of what be ongoing now. And happy to see people are active in the chat room. Dirk Talley saying, trying to get back to sleep. And Daniel telling him, you got a cool dad, Big D. And JMO saying, dude, I distance myself from everyone out here. Nothing on two legs gets within 6 feet. And of course, George Knight saying, just came on, Douglas. Can't wait to listen to the entire transmission today. Please take care of yourself. Thank you, sir. And of course, got some other folks in chat. Glad we're holding steady with the people who arrived. Hope none of them were knocked out by the big C. Now, in terms of the world after Corona, the post-coronal world, the cost of reaching that point with as few deaths as possible will be enormous. The economy is already, as I speak unto thee tonight, experiencing a shock more sudden and severe than anyone alive has ever experienced. About 1 in 5 people in these United States have lost working hours or jobs. Hotels are empty. Airlines are grounding flights. Restaurants and other small businesses are closing forever, never to reopen. Inequalities will widen. People with low incomes will be hardest hit by social distancing measures and most likely to have the chronic health conditions that increase their risk of severe infections. Diseases have destabilized cities and societies many times over. Elena Conis, a historian of medicine at UC Berkeley, whom I consulted with right across the bay, herself says that it hasn't happened in this country in a very long time, or to quite the extent that we're seeing now. We're far more urban and metropolitan than we've ever been before. We have more people traveling great distances and living far from family and work. So after infections begin ebbing, a secondary pandemic of mental health problems will follow. Guaranteed, inescapable, collateral damage. At a moment of profound dread and uncertainty, people are being cut off from soothing human contact. Hugs, handshakes, and other social rituals are now tinged with danger. People with anxiety or obsessive-compulsive disorder are struggling. Elderly people who are already excluded from much of public life are being asked to distance themselves even further, deepening their loneliness and sinking them into despair. Asian people are suffering racist insults, fueled by a maniacal president who insists on labeling the new coronavirus the Chinese virus. Incidents of domestic violence and child abuse are likely to spike as people are forced to stay in unsafe homes. Children whose bodies are mostly spared by the virus must endure mental trauma that stays with them into adulthood. Now, I'm getting a message from my darling Selena. It's a ping, ensures that we're transmitting. God bless her. And returning to narrative. After the pandemic, people who recover from COVID-19 might well be shunned and stigmatized, as were survivors of Ebola, SARS, and even HIV, the human immunodeficiency virus, the precursor to AIDS, were it allowed to spiral that far, in any case. And healthcare workers will have to take its time to heal. 1 to 12 years after SARS hit Toronto, people who dealt with the outbreak were still less productive and more likely to be experiencing burnout and post-traumatic stress. People who went through long bouts of quarantine will carry the scars of their experience. Why, Stephen Taylor of the University of British Columbia, who wrote a work entitled The Psychology of Pandemics, himself wrote that my colleagues in Wuhan note that some people there now refuse to leave their homes and have developed agoraphobia, the fear of open space. Richard Danzig of the Center for a New American Security has put forth his testimony that there is also the potential for a much better world after we get through this trauma. Already, communities are finding new ways of coming together, even as they must stay apart. Attitudes to health may also change for the better. The rise of HIV and AIDS, the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome that can develop therefrom, well, according to Conis, an individual that I was sourcing, who wanted me to keep him as anonymous as possible, so I'll stick with that name. He works in the same medical community that has helped with the blood transfusions. Has conferred that completely the rise of HIV and AIDS, because we deal with so many of the young runaway gays who get adopted into these situations where they serve as transfusion associates, that 'twas the rise of HIV and AIDS that he be most aware of and has studied the most because of the danger of any diseases coming from young men cavorting with each other, etc. He confirmed that these two, the disease and its precursor, are completely changed sexual behavior among young people who were coming into sexual maturity at the height of the epidemic. The use of condoms became normalized. Testing for STDs, or sexually transmitted diseases, became mainstream. So similarly, washing your hands for 20 seconds, a habit that has historically been hard to enshrine even in hospitals, may be one of those behaviors that we can become so accustomed to in the course of this outbreak that we don't think about them. Now, granted, there are some OCD, or obsessive compulsive disorder athletes, who are scrubbing their hands down to the goddamn upper layer of muscle tissue. Don't be like that. Nevertheless, the rest of you who wash your hands less compulsively, keep doing what you're doing. Because pandemics can also catalyze social change beyond habits of hygiene. People, businesses, institutions have been remarkably quick to adopt or call for practices that they might once have dragged their heels on, including working from home, conference calling to accommodate people with disabilities, proper sick leave, and flexible childcare arrangements. Adia Benton, an anthropologist at Northwestern University, confirmed that, by her own words, this is the first time in my lifetime that I've heard someone say, "Oh, if you're sick, stay at home. Stay the fuck home." Now, perhaps the nation will learn that preparedness isn't just about masks, vaccines, and tests, but also about fair labor policies and a stable and public, well, how about a stable and equal healthcare system? A public healthcare system, in other words, rather than privatized. Perhaps we will appreciate that healthcare workers and public health specialists compose America's social immunosystem. A social immunosystem, and that this system has been suppressed by greed, corruption, and incompetence. Aspects of the American identity will need complete rethinking after COVID-19. Many of the American empire's values have seemed to work against it during this pandemic. Its individualism, sense of exceptionalism, and tendency to equate doing whatever you want with an act of resistance meant that when it came time to save lives and stay indoors, some people flocked to bars and clubs. Having internalized years of anti-terrorism messaging following 9/11, Americans resolved not to live in fear. But SARS-CoV-2 has no interest in their terror, only in their cells. Years of isolationist rhetoric has had its consequences too. Why, citizens who saw Red China as a distant, different place, where bats be edible and authoritarianism be acceptable, failed to consider that they would be next, or that they wouldn't be ready. Red China's response to this crisis had its own problems, but that's for another time. Maybe later in this arc of narrative, maybe next transmission. Because it keeps coming back to haunt us. Wendy Parme, who studies law and public health at Northeastern University, has said that people believe the rhetoric that containment would work. We keep them out, and we'll be okay. When you have a body politic that buys into these lunatic ideas of isolationism and ethno-nationalism, you're especially vulnerable when pandemic hits. Veterans of past epidemics have long warned that American society is trapped in a cycle of panic and neglect. After every crisis, anthrax, SARS, influenza, Ebola, attention is paid and investments be made. But after short periods of peacetime, memories fade and budgets dwindle. This trend transcends red and blue administrations. When a new normal sets in, the abnormal once again becomes unimaginable. But there be reason to think that COVID-19 might be a disaster that leads to more radical and lasting change. The other major epidemics of recent decades either barely affected these United States, those being SARS, MERS, and Ebola, or they were milder than expected, such as the H1N1 flu circa 2009, or were mostly limited to specific groups of people, like Zika or HIV. The COVID-19 pandemic, by contrast, is affecting everyone directly, changing the very nature of their everyday life. That distinguishes it not only from other diseases, but also from the other systemic challenges of our time. When an administration prevaricates on climate change, the effects won't be felt for years, and even then will be hard to parse, because the frog that boils slowly doesn't know at which point it began to die. But it's different when a president says that everyone can get a test, and one day later, nah, everyone cannot. Pandemics are democratizing experiences. People whose privilege and power would normally shield them from a crisis are facing quarantines, testing positive, and losing loved ones. Senators are falling sick. The consequences of defunding public health agencies, losing expertise, and stretching hospitals are no longer manifesting as angry opinion pieces, but faltering lungs. After 9/11, the world focused on counterterrorism. After COVID-19, attention may shift to public health. Expect to see a spike in funding for virology and vaccinology, a surge in students applying to public health programs, and more domestic production of medical supplies. Expect pandemics to top the agenda at the United Nations General Assembly. Anthony Fauci is now a household name, and you thought he only directed spaghetti zombie films. And Monica Shoxpania, a medical anthropologist at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, says that regular people who think easily about what a policewoman or a firefighter does finally get what an epidemiologist does. Now, such changes in themselves might protect the world from the next inevitable disease. The countries that had lived through SARS had a public consciousness about this that allowed them to leap into action. Ron Klain, the former Ebola czar, went on record to say that the most commonly uttered sentence in America at the moment is, "I've never seen nothing like this before." That wasn't a sentence anyone in Hong Kong uttered. For the United States and for the world, it's abundantly, viscerally clear what a pandemic can do. The lessons that America draws from this experience are hard to predict, especially at a time when online algorithms and partisan broadcasters only serve news that aligns with their audience's preconceptions. Such dynamics will be pivotal in the coming months. And Elon Goldenberg, a foreign policy expert at the Center for a New American Security, has gone to say that the transitions after World War II or 9/11 were not about a bunch of new ideas, The ideas are out there, but the debates will be more acute over the next few months because of the fluidity of the moment and willingness of the American public to accept big, massive changes. One could easily conceive of a world in which most of the nation believes that America defeated COVID-19. Despite his all too many lapses, all of which be unforgivable, Trump's approval rating has surged. Imagine that he succeeds in diverting blame for the crisis to communist China, casting it as the villain and America the resilient hero. During the second term of his presidency, the American empire turns even further inward and pulls out of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and all other international alliances, builds actual and figurative walls, and disinvests in all other nations on Earth. And as Gen Z, the coronial generation, grows up, foreign plagues replace communists and terrorists as the new generational threat. One could also envisage a future in which America learns a different lesson. A communal spirit, should Trump lose this election, ironically born through social distancing, causes people to turn outward, to neighbors both foreign and domestic. The election of November 2020 becomes a repudiation of all America First politics, as the elderly bigots, the white trash pieces of shit, dying without their intubation, gasping for air, and still choking out their obscenities and their lies, go into the earth and into the ash with the best of riddance and not a single regret of the survivors. The nation pivots, as it did after World War II, from isolationism to international cooperation, buoyed by steady investments and an influx of the brightest minds. The healthcare workforce surges. Gen Z kids, the coronial generation, write school essays about growing up to be epidemiologists. Public health becomes the centerpiece of foreign policy. The United States leads a new global partnership focused on solving challenges like pandemics and climate change. And circa the 2030th year in our Lord, SARS-CoV mutation 3 emerges from nowhere and is brought to heel within a single month. That's the world that we can have. But you've got to be prepared for the long haul. This crisis will last 18 months. Be prepared. The shutdowns happened remarkably quickly. But the process of ever resuming our lives will be far more muddled. Get your battle rhythm, I keep telling myself, as I put on my oversized sweatpants every day, staying inside, away from offices, routines, and community. It feels jarring even for those who, on a rational level, understand the need for extreme social distancing. The good side is having more time to myself where I'm not narcotizing to the gills in nefarious partying. But everything seems upended. Even to someone like myself, who could have been considered, in his day, a Homeland Security professional, who myself has argued for upending everything to slow the spread of COVID-19. And just as seasickness abates once you see the shore, the disruptions that the country is now experiencing would be easier to manage if we knew they would end sometime soon. The community isolation effort happened remarkably fast, within days. Whole communities all but closed down. And earlier this week, the federal government finally recommended the same. Too little, too late, but on Thursday, as dated the 19th of this month, Governor Gavin Newsom ordered the entire state of California to stay home until further notice. No deadline, no end date. But the way the crisis ends will be far more muddled than even that. There is never going to be one single all-clear signal, and certainly not one anytime soon. And as the days and weeks in isolation go us by, and the shock of what just happened turns to family time is overrated, people will become more insistent on knowing twa things. When will the pandemic end? And when can we ever go back to normal? Those questions have different answers. And the answer to the latter, far from being a purely scientific decision, will be guided by ice-cold moral and political calculations that nobody wants to discuss out loud. Nobody wants to be the first person who said it on record. But from a public health standard, the pandemic will not end for another 18 months. The only complete resolution, a vaccine, be at least that far away. The development of a successful vaccine is both difficult and insufficient. It must also be manufactured, distributed, and administered to an empire's citizens. Until that happens, as recent reports from the United States government itself and from scientists at London's Imperial College point out, we will be vulnerable to subsequent waves of the new coronavirus, even if the current wave happens to ever ebb. None of which means that people now hunkered down at home will keep doing so through late 2021. The economic consequences of an indefinite lockdown simply be completely unsustainable. Society, civilization itself would collapse. And so, at a certain point, the emotional tensions that staying home imposes upon families, as spouses grate upon each other and children get bored and fall behind in their schoolwork, become a danger to domestic harmony and maybe even to everyone's very sanity. As I said, this is no exaggeration. This is no funning around. People will literally lose their minds. I've seen examples of this already. People are already going mad. At the moment, we're just playing for time. Whether social distancing is even working will be clearer in a month than it is now. But even then, we will not know to a moral certainty when adults can safely go back to the office and children can go back to school. Which be partly why employers, university officials, and others have given such widely varying time frames for how long they are shutting things down. 12 weeks, until the end of April, until the end of the academic year, until maybe sometime later. 12 weeks, for what it's worth, is just a way of breaking the bad news easily. If anything, we are likely to see more draconian distancing measures if the data start to show success. The goal of social distancing, as everyone now knowest, is to flatten the curve to keep the number of COVID-19 cases from spiking faster than the medical system can mobilize to handle them. But a flatter curve is a longer curve. A failure of social distancing would mean the peak comes sooner, at a horrifying cost of lives, but also that Americans are back outside sooner. If entirely suppressing the coronavirus is a public health ideal, crisis management is the Homeland Security standard. The goal is to minimize risk, maximize defenses, and maintain social cohesion simultaneously. In a society that must start moving again at some point. Emergency management planners looking at the metrics may seem heartless. In the military, commanders must make calculations about acceptable losses. The benefits of a mission have to be weighed against the certainty that some service personnel will be lost. We don't have such language in the Homeland Security world. But trade-offs are still inevitable. The wrenching decision to open up again, to accept more exposures to the coronavirus as the price of an earlier economic revival, is simply a judgment call. It is too late to prevent tragedy in its entirety. Our goal now is simply to manage it within the limits of scientific progress and public tolerance. By the way, I use the term Homeland Security. Back in my day, the Department of Defense would refer to what we're discussing now as civil defense. Civil defense was back in the day when we were planning for nuclear strikes and acceptable losses of 100 million lives in these United States in an all-out exchange with the motherfucking Russians who are now taking us apart in a manner that doesn't even require a nuclear launch or fear of a counterstrike. So what I'm talking is not simply Homeland Security. In the end, that's a meaningless word. Let's call it what it is. Civil defense. This is war. This is a bioweapon. It is weaponized. There is no other way a survival of this virus could ever be so robust as to exist on surfaces outside the human body for 72 hours at a time, 3 whole fucking days. This is scientifically impossible, sans weaponization. We are at war. It's the goddamn Russians that have done this to you. Remember that when we recover. What your enemy has done. And why they must be fought. Till the Putinista, revanchist, revisionist, and expansionist Russian Empire be destroyed. That is the ultimate objective. But in the weeks to come, we will be seeing on the defensive a surge not only of patients, but also of supplies. A kind of wartime influx. The federal government itself has 2 main jobs right now: to get testing kits distributed nationwide, and to quicken the flow of money and expertise to support state and local efforts and expand the capacity of the healthcare system. Go big or go home. The classic warning against half measures is an old emergency management maxim, and current circumstances give it an ironic twist, because Americans are at home, and the federal government still needs to go big. Managing the pandemic well does not mean eradication. It means that our ability to mitigate how many people die, our ability to isolate those sick, test their contacts, care for them in available intensive care beds with available respirators, is working. Physical distancing, currently our primary tool to manage the burdens on our healthcare system, will eventually give us way to efforts to quickly identify those infected before they can expose others, and also to treat those already exposed. Even before a vaccine is available, the United States will fall into a steady state suppression effort, which is to say, life will go on, even as public health officials play whack-a-mole with individual outbreaks. So that's the plan. Sometime between now and when a vaccine becomes available, restaurants and schools and offices will reopen. It won't happen all at once, as if by official decree, but as individual households and workplaces conclude one by one that they've had enough, and that the surge in testing kits, intensive care beds, and other resources is finally sufficient to meet the need. That won't take a year and a half. But I expect to be in these sweats, the comfortable ones, 3 times my size, for at least another month. And I'm planning for 2. Now, if you're ever feeling alone in all of this, you can take heart in the fact that 3 billion people across the surface of the world are now under lockdown, as the United Nations warns that this virus threatens the human species. More than 3 billion people are living under lockdown measures as I speak unto you who gather around me tonight, as soaring death tolls in Europe and these United States on Wednesday, the 25th of March, underlined the United Nations warning that the coronavirus pandemic threatens all the human species. As the global death toll soared past 20,800, Spain joined Italy in seeing its number of fatalities overtake Red China, where the virus first emerged just 3 months ago. And of course we know the Chinese have been fucking lying about all their goddamn numbers, and this isn't really the case. That the Chinese bodies are still piling up, but as officially acknowledged, Spain and Italy are beating them out. And so the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has launched an appeal for $2 billion United States dollars to help the world's poor, saying that COVID-19 is threatening the whole of humanity, and the whole of humanity must fight back. Global action and solidarity be crucial. Individual country responses are not going to be enough. And so the markets rebounded after Washington vowed to spend $2 trillion United States dollars to fend off a United States economic collapse, while governments elsewhere were taking ever more dramatic steps to contain the disease. India's stay-at-home order for its 1.3 billion people is now the biggest, taking the total number of people facing restrictions on their daily lives to more than 3 billion altogether. Motherless Russia, the source of this weaponized scourge on humanity, which announced the death of 12 patients who tested positive for coronavirus midweek this last Wednesday while I was transmitting, is expected to follow suit. President Vladimir Putin declared next week a public holiday and postponed a public vote, of course, on controversial constitutional reforms, urging people to follow instructions given by authorities. Remember, there's always blowbacks to biological warfare. 20 million Americans died at a time when there weren't all that many fucking Americans to go around in World War I on the basis of weaponizing the American Army flu and unleashing it upon the world. Now, in Britannia, heir to the throne... Excuse me. I use the turmeric in the tea provided by the lovely Selena Khan, and when I get to the bottom... When I get to the bottom, it kills my voice. Give me just a second here to grab some water. And the turmeric is wonderful. As a matter of fact, I don't drink tea without it anymore. But let me reach over for the water here. You're going to hear various noises as I reach over beyond the capacity of my frame to stretch. Copper cup, Selena. Using the copper cup that she gave me for the water. And therefore get my voice back somewhat. Actually pour some of the water inside of the tea bowl here. Suck up, quaff what's left of the turmeric at the bottom. See if I can do that without knocking my throat out again. With the particulate stuff. It's the particulate matter that gets in the throat. What kills the voice? And it's interesting effect, to put it mildly. But there we have that. it's balanced now. And so, in Britannia, heir to the throne, Prince Charles has become the latest high-profile figure that I know of to become infected, although he himself has suffered only the mildest of symptoms that I be aware of. And probably some, Rh negative blood there that's helping him out, I would say, or hope. Because I would hope that would do the same for me. And all the G20 major economies will hold an emergency video conference on Thursday of this coming week to discuss a global response to the worldwide crisis, as will the 27 leaders of the European Union, which be the outbreak's new epicenter, aside the United States. So, on either side of the Atlantic, we're burning up with fever and unable to breathe, whereas the Communist Chinese Empire has begun to relax its own draconian restrictions on free movement in the province of Hubei, the original epicenter of outbreak, after the Communist Chinese Empire reported no new cases to the rest of the world. In other words, have covered up anything that's ongoing. And crowds actually jammed trains and buses in that province as people took their first opportunity to travel. And that's almost encouraging. It's actually heartening to see, to tell you the truth. Because, honestly, it's like seeing the storming of the Bastille or something. It's like seeing a spontaneous party take place in the streets. And so, at least there's something to be said for propaganda producing reality, or at least mutating it to the point where the fantastical becomes real. In other words, imagining the normalization makes it so. But Spain saw the number of deaths surge to 3,434 after 738 people died in the past 24 hours. And the government announced a 432 million euro deal to buy medical supplies from Beijing. The Communist Chinese Empire is making a killing off of first humanitarian aid to make it known that they are here to help the people in Italy, therefore making it look like Italy was abandoned by Europa. And now they've used that as the foundation for building up a clientele in southern Europe in this great north-south divide between the dying zones of southern Europe and the sustainable zones of the north. China has taken advantage of that to try and dominate the Mediterranean. We will probably see global implications of China's stay in Mediterranean Europe that will be permanent. And that's fine by me, because the communists won't be around forever. But at the meantime, at the present moment, people are dying alone. At La Paz University Hospital in Madrid, accident and emergency nurse Willen Del Barrio was sounding bereft when I was watching her on Asian television, relating what happened overnight. The 30-year-old telling the Associated Free Press that it is really hard. We had feverish people for many hours in the waiting room. Many of my colleagues were crying because there were people who are dying alone without seeing their family for the last time. Spain and Italy were joined by France and 6 more EU countries in urging United Germany and the Netherlands to allow the issue of joint European bonds to cut borrowing costs and stabilize the Eurozone economy. The call is likely to fall on deaf ears when EU leaders talk on Thursday, with northern members wary of pooling debt with big spenders. But they will sign off on an unprecedented recovery plan. The death toll in Italy jumped in 24 hours by 683 to 7,503, by far the highest of any country. The number of French deaths went up by 231 on Wednesday midweek during my last transmission, the latest one preceding tonight's, to 1,331, and metro and rail services in Paris were cut to minimum. Coronavirus cases are also spreading in the Middle East, where Iran's death toll topped 2,000, and in Africa, where Mali declared its first case and several nations announced states of emergency. And in the Japanese Empire, which has postponed this year's Olympic Games, Tokyo's governor, remember Tokyo is such a large city, one of the largest on planet Earth, so large it doesn't even have a mayor, it's got a goddamn governor. He urged residents to stay home this weekend, warning of a possible explosion of the coronavirus. Now, Japan's gotten off easy so far, very easily comparative to all other Asian neighbors aside Taiwan. We'll go into that probably next transmission, not tonight. Jerusalem's Church of the Holy Sepulchre, believed by Christians to house Christ's tomb, his tomb, was shut as Israel tightened movement restrictions. A blow to the faithful there in terms of a pilgrimage in this time of crisis. And the impact of the pandemic is also hitting European football, with leagues and tournaments canceled, while the fate of the Wimbledon tennis tournament could be decided next week. All of this during a wartime level of investment. And the economic damage of the virus and all the lockdowns will also be devastating, with fears of a worldwide recession worse than the financial meltdown more than a decade ago. And yet, financial markets rose after United States leaders agreed a stimulus package worth roughly 10% of their economy, an injection Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said represented a wartime level of investment, was signed into being. Meanwhile, more than half of all Americans have been urged to stay at home, including in the largest state in the union, my golden California. The American empire has at least 62,000 cases and 869 people have died. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo said the Empire State had 285 deaths and that cases were projected to only peak in 21 days with 30,000 ventilators needed by then. And yet the weekend in which I'm speaking to you now, will last. Thursday of this last week, the day after my transmission, should have marked a quintessentially American observance. Opening day of baseball season. I think it's of Robert Lacey, the man who had a heart attack or twa, I don't know. I don't even know if he's alive. He helped me by providing the computer that I use while speaking to you. The personal computer. I can't run the program off it to produce, but I use it so that I can maintain a visual reference of the streaming. And he would have known Thursday as something that would ring into his new year, the baseball season year, a new generation of players. But American stadiums, like everything else, are quiet. Maybe he didn't live to see this. I don't know. No one knows when they'll root for the home team again. The disappearance of sports around the world is a reminder of how trivial and vital they are to modern life. Almost everything matters more than who's going to win the NBA, the National Basketball Association Championship, or the Premier League. Even the Olympics couldn't beat coronavirus. As Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp wrote to fans ready to celebrate their first title in 30 years, If it's a choice between football and the good of wider society, it's no contest. Really, it isn't. Still, sports fans from Sydney to Senegal would give anything right now for a game. Any game, to distract them from harrowing news of sickness, death, and massive job losses. The tribalism of supporting a team bridges generations, social classes, and races. Did you see the game last night? Is an icebreaker everywhere. Nations like Brazil and Canada define themselves through their favorite sport. Games can offer consolation to the sick and a sense of community to the lonely. Cinema and arts aficionados missing their fix feel the same way. The NFL, the National Football League, has long since superseded baseball as America's game. But the crack of a bat on ball is so ingrained in life here in the States that its absence be emblematic of normal life overturned. Completely. Even trois world wars could never cancel the World Series. Even if you think baseball is boring, as many, including myself, will always do, it's a soundtrack of an American summer. My late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was a baseball fan. If he could admit Robert Lacey, it would have been one of the factors to have made his life. Teams play 162 games after all. Go to a bar and there's a game on. Radio commentary wafts through open car windows on the evening commute. Like long-form cricket, baseball is just there. You tune in when you want. You don't if you don't. But its absence deepens the global silence. Modern sports often seem absurd to such as myself. Even my father thought that they had become bloated by money and the arrogance of grotesquely rich athletes. Dad would call them prima donnas. Current events make the tragic analogies used often when a team loses a final seem especially absurd. It's at a time like this that sports seems meaningless. But paradoxically, that's what makes them mean so much. So I'm glad that George Dietrich was not around to suffer their absence at a time like this. Now, communist China itself is closing its borders to most foreigners. India's biggest online retailers are closing or limiting sales amid lockdown nationwide. And Benny Gantz may have blinked in the standoff over Israel's leadership, which I've neglected to follow amid all the crises, both personal and international, that I've been contending with. Meanwhile, America itself now has more confirmed coronavirus cases than any other country on Earth. The Dow is back, so they tell us, but unemployment is record high. And Americans who deliberately spread the virus can now be charged with terrorism, and rightly so. Because, of course, they're part of a larger network, the cult of the kings of Edom. And their subcult. There are cults within the cult of Pyamayas. And the anti-god. What I have instructed or warned you of before. Talley, the great old one of the plagues. And yet the weekend will last. in motherless Russia, the weekend is however long it fucking takes. Because on Wednesday, while I was transmitting the transmission before tonight's, Vladimir, or shall I call him President Vladimir Putin, announced an abrupt and dramatic measure to contain coronavirus outbreak. He said, "It is now crucial to prevent the rapid spread of the disease. Therefore, I declare the next week non-working with continued pay. That is, the weekend will last from Saturday, March 28th to Sunday, April 5th. Well, there you have it. The virus makes the timeline. U.S. President Donald Trump is rosily predicting that his economy could be raring to go by Easter. If that were true, it would happen at about the same time that China's coronavirus epicenter, the city of Wuhan in Hubei province, is due to emerge from months of strictest quarantine. But, as has been charted by those in the know, the trajectory of known coronavirus-related deaths in New York State, America's canary in the coal mine, according to Empire State Governor Andrew Cuomo, is much steeper than it ever was in Hubei province. Circumstances differ in the twa places, and there be debate about the authenticity of China's figures, of course, but the trend line be obvious. The notion that the United States could see its restrictions loosened at about the same time as Wuhan is simply illogical. America's outbreak is just beginning. As Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti told CNN, Iran was the new China, Italy was the new Iran, Spain was the new Italy, China warned Italy, Italy warned the United States. Now it's time for the United States to listen to New York. New York was the new Spain, and Los Angeles may become the new New York. That is the Garcetti quote, verbatim. On Thursday, the United States overtook the Communist Chinese Empire as the nation with the most confirmed cases on Earth. And Trump, understandably anguished by the worst jobs data in American history, still insists that America's economic life can resume sometime soon. But surely even this puppet president, a master at concocting his own reality and cold-shouldering science, will eventually have to follow the advice of his talismanic immunologist, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who himself be quoted as saying, and I in turn quote his tea verbatim, "You don't make the timeline. The virus makes the timeline." And yet there be no dark corner or side street left. Never let a crisis go to waste. It's a cynical maxim in politics, but one the Trump misadministration appears to be following now as it maintains pressure on Iran and Venezuela, refused to relax economic stress amid the destabilizing effect of the coronavirus pandemic in hopes of splintering enemy regimes. Humanitarian supplies are technically exempt from American sanctions and other measures meant to throttle governments. But sanctions combined with oil price collapse, the closure of the global economy, and the cratering of economic life in both nations, of Iran and Venezuela, can impair their capacity to equip for and finance the fight against the virus. Iranian President Hassan Rouhani has pleaded directly with the American people to ask American President Donald Trump to ease sanctions. Difficulties obtaining supplies are hurting relief efforts in Iran, where someone dies every 10 minutes now from COVID-19, according to the Iranian Health Ministry. For them to have admitted that, things must be desperate indeed. Keeping the pressure up means genocide, mass murder of civilian lives, the pandemic's high toll in Iran, and fears of a nightmare to come in Venezuela have already sparked calls here for the United States to relieve sanctions as a humanitarian gesture. But the misadministration is standing firm, rejecting the idea that American relief could convince beleaguered populations that America is on their side. In both states, these rogue regimes, American pressure coincides with intricate internal political calculations, state-ordered lockdowns that could bottle up political dissent and tragically run down public health systems. Septimania, last week, the American empire picked its moment to hit Nicolás Maduro, whom it does not recognize as Venezuela's legitimate president, with narco-trafficking charges and a $15 million United States dollar reward for his arrest. Honestly, I don't know why they just don't say, dead or alive. Washington is, of course, taking a risk. Hardliners here argue that letting up pressure now would only reward tyrannical governments for creating impoverished societies vulnerable to pandemic. But Trump's misadministration has already shown that its capacity to read and influence politics in either Iran or Venezuela is far more limited than it purports. When civilian lives be on the line, what is the moral calculus of accelerating a so far failed maximum pressure campaign on Iran and a regime change push in Venezuela and is hardball geopolitics, even in the midst of pandemic, just the way the game is played in an America First world? Or should I say, American first? Whatever the case may be, know it's this. Just as, no matter where you are on the surface of the world, you're directly above the center of the earth, no matter where you are, in times like this, grocery stores are the tipping point. And grocery stores are the coronavirus tipping point. Even one of the last bastions of normal American life could never escape the outbreak. For a couple of weeks now, grocery stores have been one of the only respites from cabin fever. Despite all the lockdowns and social distancing measures across America, people still need food. In the most restrictive states, the grocery store has become about the last place you can go where life is lived more or less as it previously was. Except now, not even grocery stores can keep up the facade of normalcy. As many health experts have feared, Septimania, last week, reports began to trickle in of grocery store workers coming down with COVID-19, the disease caused by the coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2. A Trader Joe's employee in Seattle tested positive. So did a King Soopers employee in Denver, along with 2 Fred Meyer employees, one in Monroe, Washington, and one in Portland, Oregon. A worker at the Columbus Circle and Bryant Park Whole Foods locations in New York, through which thousands of people filter every day, tested positive as well. So far, the virus does not appear to be extremely widespread among grocery workers. Nationally, the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union, which represents the employees of some grocery stores, told myself that only 6 of its members are known to have tested positive for coronavirus. But many more might have the virus and have not been tested. In fact, that's guaranteed. Until this past week, it was possible to at least wishfully imagine that grocery stores were somehow immune to the virus. Now the risk has become even more apparent. Yes, people can get COVID-19 at the grocery store. The primary concern for shoppers is other people, not food. Though shoppers might worry about infecting themselves by handling the same Apple or Cheerios box as someone else, health experts confirm that transmission through food or its wrapping is largely avoidable. Research suggests that the virus can exist on cardboard food packaging for a day and on plastic for several days, but it becomes less infectious over these periods. So Angela Rasmussen, a virologist at Columbia University, advises that, well, to quote her directly, she said, "My recommendation is just to wash your hands after you handle external packaging. High-touch objects, such as shopping cart handles, are a bigger concern, but many stores have provided sanitizing wipes for those. Coughing humans, meanwhile, can be harder to escape." This is a manageable risk for shoppers who can go to the store at odd hours and use the self-checkout. But at a high risk of infection are the cashiers themselves, who stand just a few feet from hundreds of customers a day. They might pick up the virus through food and money the customer touches. And if the customer coughs or sneezes near an employee while in line, the likelihood of transmitting the virus through respiratory droplets is also high. Now, Brandon Brown, a professor at UC Riverside who has studied infectious diseases, observes that in this way the pandemic has put grocery store stockers and cashiers in an impossible situation. The country cannot simply shut down grocery stores. Along with pharmacies, they're an important lifeline for homebound Americans. But even essential shopping can endanger low-paid workers who are not trained in pandemic preparedness and have little choice but to show up for work. To try to mitigate this threat, workers at various grocery stores have asked for face masks. And Hilary Tesmar of the Food Industry Association, acronymous as the FMI, a trade group of grocery stores, has been trying to advocate for just such, to be supplied freely and universally to these frontliners in the civil defense of our nation by the U.S. government. The FMI has requested masks for grocery workers, particularly cashiers, from the federal government. This is what Hilary Tesmar told myself, but it hasn't been able to procure them because there's a national shortage and the priority is healthcare workers. Now, Mark Perron, the president of the UFCW, the workers' union dude, he says the union is pushing for the government to consider grocery store workers on par with first responders, which might then finally give them access to the gloves and masks they need to serve us all. Now, even then, wearing masks and gloves might, how would I say it? It might violate a store's rules. A Trader Joe's employee in New York who requested anonymity confirmed that workers at their store have been told that they are not allowed to wear gloves at the registers. Now, this is just fucking insane. And at the Trader Joe's in San Francisco, they're allowed to wear gloves and masks, as well they should be. But apparently in the Empire State, the Trader Joe's Workers Collective went online anonymously to say that Trader Joe's in New York doesn't want to alter the appearance of normalcy. Now, a spokesperson for Trader Joe's denied this to me. He was asserting that while the CDC does not recommend use of gloves in a retail setting, our crew members may choose to wear them. Now, I think he's talking shit. Because if that were the case, they'd be wearing them like they do in San Francisco. Now, in general, other than what I know about Trader Joe's in the Empire State of New York, grocery stores have been ramping up their efforts at disease control. In San Francisco, they've been extraordinarily responsible. Everyone's forced to stand 6 feet apart in line, and when they come in, they have to use the hand sanitizer before they're allowed to enter. Only half 100 are allowed in-store at a time. And once you're inside, there's no line whatsoever when you leave. it does make for a much pleasanter shopping experience once you're in. Getting in. Now that's something that may literally have killed me. I may have contracted coronavirus trying to get in, just standing in line for hours in the frigid winds of San Francisco. If I didn't get coronavirus that way, probably not that way, really, in all truthfulness, because the wind, along with the sun, photovoltaic light, the coronavirus hates the sun. It hates solar light. It wasn't very sunny. It was, of course, inclement, as it always is in San Francisco, and the wind would go right through the fucking bones. If I didn't catch coronavirus, I can't believe I didn't at least catch a cold. But with all of these efforts at disease control, such as forcing me to experience what I did, along with many others, confessedly, grocery stores have had workers wash their hands more frequently, use hand sanitizer. In San Francisco, they're making the clients use it as well, and clean surfaces more aggressively, which I saw them doing with my own eyes. A few have even added sneeze guards at registers, which doesn't do fucking much, unless, of course, somebody positions themselves to sneeze on the sneeze guard, but hey, anything helps. And some have also offered workers who get the coronavirus paid sick leave, at least through April. Now, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Kroger, Stop and Shop, and Target, they all offer a fortnight or 12 weeks of paid time off for workers who test positive for COVID-19 or are placed in quarantine. However, some employees say these policies fall short of the protections workers truly need. And I agree with them. At the same time, Whole Foods Market announced it would provide paid sick leave. The company also made headlines for suggesting that hourly employees donate their paid time off to one another. Like some other stores, Whole Foods granted hourly employees an extra $2 an hour through April, but some told me this was too small of a pay bump for risking their health. And it can be difficult seeing reports of white-collar employees having the luxury of staying home with pay indefinitely. I mean, if you're worried about your health, I'd never go back to work. But of course I'd take the pay. So, when I called around a bit to follow up on this, and spracketh with one Whole Foods employee in Atlanta, who is in quarantine after coming down with a sore throat and fever. He also requested anonymity, of course, to avoid retaliation for speaking. He thinks he will get paid for all 14 days that doctors have advised him to stay home, and yet he still feels guilty for not being able to help out. He told me that the culture of retail is such that if you feel good enough to work, you need to work. We all know what it feels like when there's not enough people there. And he confirmed that his store has been so busy and understaffed that it's been hard to make time to clean and sanitize at all. The last day he worked, about a week ago, he was able to wash his hands only a few times during shift. Now, in a response to these employees' accounts, Whole Foods has officially stated, and I will repeat what they have said, that we have implemented enhanced daily cleanliness and sanitation protocols across all stores and facilities, and we are operating under social distancing guidelines in our stores and facilities, ensuring that interaction among team members and between team members and customers can happen at a safe distance. And the company also pointed out to myself that it is doubling workers' overtime pay through May 3rd. Now, I can attest, having gone to Whole Foods myself and standing in line to get in there, they're doing everything that they told me and more. What I saw in San Francisco was exemplary and should serve as example to the rest of the fucking country. Though grocery stores might be able to do more to protect staffers, they are never going to be 100% safe from the coronavirus. People can transmit the virus while they're largely asymptomatic. There simply isn't 6 feet of space between everyone in the average crowded market. and the infections popping up in grocery stores prove just that. But grocery shopping is so comforting and instinctual. People don't always realize just how much they're exposing the grocery workers they rely upon. Before he went into quarantine, the Atlanta Whole Foods worker I interviewed, had a quick word with, overheard a customer walk into the store and say into his phone, "I'm pretty sure I have it. I'm going to the doctor now. I just have to stop at Whole Foods first." So, there you have it. Epidemics reveal the truth of the societies they hit. We speak of little else. Before I go back into speaking of such, I'm going to... Oh, hey, Lena Crane. Hey, honey, let me know how my voice sounds, because I'm speaking without a microphone tonight. I'm going in through the speaker that's on the laptop. You know, maybe our man Brendan, our technical consultant, can help me later. But, you know, tonight was what I would call a clusterfuck. So my manageress has to be reported to, and she'll give me a performance report on this episode tonight in due time. We've got 250 people watching now, which is like half as much as I can have on some nights. 25 at the moment. Oh, our man George Knight says, "You sound great, Douglas, speaking very clear." And Lena Crane lets me know that I'm sounding like honey, pouring golden. Thank you, darling. And hugs to our noble knight. And I'm so glad of that, honestly. Maybe I don't need the microphone from this point forward. Maybe I can just say, fuck it. Now, as I said, I'm speaking of nothing else tonight, it might seem, other than coronavirus. To extent that's true. I covered earlier the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Day. And exactly the funny-ass name they've developed for it, the Vietnam War Veterans bullshit something. I went over that. And we're in war again. And again, it's a low-intensity conflict. Nothing low-intensity about it any more than you felt like you were in low-intensity conflict when you were on the fire zone in Vietnam. And, like Vietnam, when you're there, you speak of nothing but the war. Well, here, we're on the front. This is the American front of the Russian war against the world using bioweapons that have been engineered to survive on surfaces and carry asymptomatically to spread to enough of the population to effectively, if not kill us all, kill our society. And therefore, quite understandably, we speak of little else. And perhaps this is because we don't know what to think. Most of us have never grappled with a swift-moving, incurable disease, even one which is not, comparatively speaking, as lethal as, say, hemorrhagic fever, Marburg, or Ebola. We aren't old enough to remember the American Army-engineered Spanish influenza. We have become used to the idea that there are always vaccines or medicines that have been tested. And now we be told, on train announcements, on signs, and even in emails, to wash our hands, a precaution that feels neither sufficient nor reassuring. Meanwhile, the University of Bologna, the oldest academic institution in all the European continent, has been shut. Museums are closed. Soccer matches and conferences are canceled. Even the northern Italian city of Bologna, but 2 hours' drive from the Lombardian towns that have been quarantined, the medieval streets, witness to plenty of past epidemics, Black Death killed half the city circa 1348, are again strangely empty as people heed warnings and stay at home. And still, these measures don't go anywhere near far enough. We know that by the death toll. Part of the problem is that the danger cannot be seen. Albert Camus, the great French author and philosopher, wrote in his novel entitled Le Peste, The Plague, that A pestilence does not have human dimensions, so people tell themselves that it is unreal, that it is a bad dream that will end. This is, of course, what very much describes the current situation. Many people cannot bear the idea that something invisible can change their plans. Now, the novel, entitled La Peste, transliterally, The Plague, was published circa 1947 and has oftentimes been read as an allegory, a book that is really about the German occupation of France, say, or the human condition in general. It was logically writ as near-future science fiction or contemporary fiction because after every major war, there follows plague. The Spanish flu is what ended World War I. And that plague did not follow in the wake of World War II to the extent that people feared. Be miraculous until you realize the war never ended until 1953. In Asia, most specifically with the cessation on the ceasefire line of the demilitarized zone of the Korean conflict, the Northeast Asian theater of operations for World War II in the Pacific. And, of course, World War II has never ended with the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. But that 1947 published book, Le Peste, is also a very good book about plagues and about how people react to them in general, aside from any allegorical or conditional interpretation. It references, outlines, articulates an entire category of human behavior that we have all but forgotten. In the novel, a part of the quarantine town continued with business, with making arrangements for travel and holding opinions. Why should they have thought about the plague, which negates the future, negates journeys and debates? Their modern equivalents in the city of Milan, on the Italian peninsula, have already launched a hashtag Milan non's inferma, Milan doesn't stop, hashtag campaign. Other cities in Italy have followed. Social media is full of Italian business owners and hotel managers denouncing the government for the unnecessary precautions. But invisibility also creates uncertainty, and uncertainty can be manipulated so that it serves other ends. One of Camus' characters is a priest, for example, who exploits the plague to increase his flock. He tells his congregation that the epidemic is God's way of punishing unbelievers. In modern Italy, the first person to seek to manipulate the anxiety created by coronavirus was Matteo Salvini, the Italian far-right leader who immediately called for the government to shut the country's borders, stop all public meetings, and keep the people home. Salvini would no doubt have pressed this point further had it not begun, almost immediately, to backfire. The virus first appeared in Lombardy and Veneto, two Italian provinces where his party, the Northern League, be strongest. When Salvini realized that a shutdown would inflict the worst economic damage there, he switched to a different argument, a call on the government to defend Italy and Italians from black African refugees. There be no evidence that black African refugees are carrying the virus at all, but still, the link between foreigners, impurity, and disease be a very old one. Marine Le Pen, the French far-right leader, has also called on France to shut the border with Italy, even though that too be completely nonsensical, since the first French cases seem mostly to come from elsewhere as well. Now, just for a moment here, going to check on something around me in the computer environment. Regardless of how these right-wing reactionaries behave, not everyone will always behave badly. Camus' novel also has its heroes, though these aren't the sort of heroes found in most other novels. Instead, the heroes are the doctors, the volunteers who help them, and even a civil servant, Monsieur Grand, who seeks to deal with the plague by recording it, measuring it, and keeping track of what has happened. To read from the book itself before me, this insignificant and self-effacing hero, who had nothing to recommend him but a little goodness in his heart and apparently a ridiculous ideal. This would be to give the truth its due, to give the sum of trois and trois as four. Now, this bureaucrat, the one described as having but nothing to recommend him but a little goodness in his heart and apparently a ridiculous ideal, this individual, who is given the name of Grand because it's so antithetical to what he is, which is so small and insignificant in terms of his presence. His name Grand means great. In German it would be gross. And Dr. Rius, spelled R-I-E-U-X, Rius, and a few others, try to employ science, transparency, and accuracy to contain and control the disease and save as many people as possible, without giving in to hysteria or despair. To quote from the book again, "It may seem a ridiculous idea, but the only way to fight the plague is with decency." Now these are the kinds of people who will be the heroes in our era as well. The scientists and public health, well, I'll call them scholars. Any academics who immediately put out information about numbers and cases. The research teams that immediately began to work on vaccines. The nurses and doctors who immediately decide to remain inside quarantine regions, as many did in Italy as well as in Wuhan, China. Not all of their judgments will be correct, and they will not always agree with one another. There is no precise way to determine which quarantines and cancellations are prudent and which be unreasonable, given the potential economic effects on the one hand and the real desire to slow the spread of the epidemic on the other. In Italy, there have already been a few public squabbles between virologists who have different estimates of how bad the disease will be in the long run compared to all that's already happened. But at least they have the public's interest at heart. And here be a rule of thumb to use in the coming weeks. Judge politicians by how much and how clearly they defer to the people who give the sum of trois and trois is four. What you want is accurate information, not politicized information. And the more accurate and the less politicized, the better. After 4 years of hearing that, in the words of a British politician, Bojo the Clown, aka or alias Boris Johnson, "We've had enough of experts." This is the moment when the value of expertise has suddenly become crystal clear. Suddenly, facts matter. Epidemics, like disasters, have a way of revealing underlying truths about the societies they impact. The Chinese communists have already paid a high price for the secretiveness of their system, and for the top-down bureaucratic culture that led many initially to conceal the disease. By contrast, one of the reasons that Italians aren't panicking more is that they have confidence in the public health system, and indeed the system in the broader sense of the word, despite Salvini and his disinformation campaigns. Italy has already tested many thousands of people for the virus. Testing is free, of course. On the Italian peninsula, that is. Which is one of the reasons why the numbers are so much higher there than everywhere else. People know this and repeat it to one another, sometimes joking about it. We Italians are too honest. But it is a source of pride. Few others in Europe so far are testing that widely. And of course, these United States is not doing anything of the sort. In these United States, I am afraid we might learn that neither our public health system nor our system, period, more broadly understood, build feelings of trust. Even though we have the highest technology healthcare system in all the world, even though we have the best surgeons and the best equipment, we have not created a public health culture that induces any sense of confidence. The hospital system has been pared down to the bloody bone. There is no extra capacity whatsoever, and everyone knows it. If people have to pay to be tested, then many will refuse. If people have to be quarantined, they will escape. Worse, instead of seeking to halt conspiracy theories, it is probable that our government will create them. The president has already called coronavirus a hoax and indulged in different kinds of magical thinking. There'll be no other descriptive. In one single speech about coronavirus, Trump has stated that it's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear. That, it could get worse before it gets better. That, we'll see what happens. Nobody knows. If people heed him, we will be able to count the cost of that dishonesty and that magical thinking and measure it in numbers of deaths, in the spread of disease, in the numbers of people who ignore quarantines or all precautions. Though this is not necessarily the worst kind of epidemic imaginable, it's not the zombie apocalypse that serves for such clickbait, like Justin White was promoting for some bizarro reason when he came on my program last. For probably the last time. It's good that we are learning these things now, because coronavirus may turn out to be just a dry run. Wildfires seem more lethal now because more people live in areas that are close to forests that frequently burn. Many new diseases are the result of human expansion all over the planet. Like SARS or Ebola, coronavirus seems to be another disease that has jumped from the animal kingdom to the human and then traveled quickly because of trains, cars, aeroplanes, and people clustering in public places. As Dave Quammen wrote in his work entitled Spillover, subtitled Animal Infections and the Next Human Pandemic, these diseases reminded us of the old Darwinian truth, to use his words, the darkest of his truths, well known and persistently forgotten, that humanity be but a kind of animal, inextricably connected with other animals, in origin and in descent, in sickness and in health. Even when these kinds of viruses recede or disappear, they never necessarily go away. They mutate. They harbor themselves in other animals. And then they reemerge. That too was predicted by the novelist Camus, the philosopher Camus' Dr. Ruse. To read from the book again, he knew that the plague bacillus never dies or disappears for good, that it can lie dormant for years and years in furniture and linen chests, that it bides its time in bedrooms, cellars, trunks, and bookshelves, and that perhaps the day would come when, for the bane and the enlightening of men, it would rouse up its rats again and send them forth to die in a happy city. We might get lucky this time, but we should use the opportunity to prepare ourselves, mentally as well as medically, for the epidemic that comes next, and for the one after that, because the apocalypse is always with us, and the world is always ending. And as usual, Americans in particular must go it all alone. Our political system is not set up to move quickly and boldly. The novel coronavirus is forcing Americans to go it alone. As a population, we have never been more atomized. This is happening in a shockingly literal way as families scatter and freeze and shelter in place. And it is happening in a structural way as well. When calamity hits, Americans tend to face the shock individually, alone, and by themselves. Americans are no less susceptible to disease, joblessness, and family changes than their peers in rich nations, but they are made more fragile by these crises. The country has a thinner safety net. Well, indeed, it has none whatsoever. Fewer public goods, and less social insurance than, well, hell, almost any other country on earth. The United States spends roughly what other OECD, our Organization for Economic Cooperation and Developmental Nations, do on pensions, or Social Security, and more on health care for less coverage and worse outcomes. The American empire spends less than a third of what the average OECD country does on helping the jobless, about a third supporting families with kids, and 50% less on incapacity, meaning disability, sickness, or injury, that might keep a person from accessing the labor market. Perhaps our country's most pressing problem is our high uninsured rate. Our high rate of the uninsured. Every other country as wealthy as the American empire has figured out how to cover its entire population, generally at much lower cost as well. But roughly 1 in 10 Americans lacks any form of health insurance coverage, which may lead them to delay seeking out medical help when they most need it. In fact, it always does. For many of those with coverage, healthcare is still unaffordable and inaccessible. The average American family with private coverage pays $6,015 United States dollars a year for insurance on top of what their employer pays. On top of that, the average individual has a deductible of $1,573 United States dollars, meaning they need to spend that much out of pocket every year before their coverage even kicks in. On top of that, many plans come with required co-insurance payments that are applied even after a person hits their deductible. These costs discourage 6 individuals with insurance from even seeking care. They also saddle American families with tens of billions of United States dollars of debt a year. 2/3 of American bankruptcies are related to medical bills. What does this mean now, this place at this time? That Americans will avoid getting tested for the coronavirus and will avoid getting treated for COVID-19. That some untold number will go into debt, lose their homes, and declare bankruptcy because of the global pandemic, strains that will in turn do measurable damage to public health. Although the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has promised that coronavirus testing will be free, it has not promised that the cost of care will be, leaving open the possibility that the uninsured will choose not to receive treatment, imperiling their own health and the health of hundreds of others around them, ultimately thousands, as the disease explodes exponentially with themselves as the vector. The government also fails to protect its people by not guaranteeing paid family leave and paid sick leave. These are benefits mostly granted by large employers. Just a handful of states and cities operate mandatory paid leave programs. 1 in 3 workers in the private sector has had paid sick leave. Well, 1 in 3, if I remember correctly, in the private sector has had no paid sick days at all. 2 in 3 do not have a short-term disability plan. And 4 in 5 do not have paid family leave. Congress recently expanded paid leave in response to the crisis, but not to all workers and not in any comprehensive manner. That means that workers need to quit their jobs to attend to their dying parents. It means that a frightening share of workers in customer service positions go to work no matter how sick they are, because they cannot afford to miss a paycheck. It means that the coronavirus pandemic will spread ever more easily and ever more effectively and cause ever more harm while Putin sits back in Russia and laughs because no one in Russia is fucking working because there's no jobs to be had. Everybody's at home all the time anyway. There's no work to go to. Never has been. In America, we had something to lose. Putin will make sure with his bioweapon that we lose it all. Vicky Chabot, a paid leave expert at New America, told myself that from a worker perspective, there's so much precarity related to what you might have access to and who controls it. From an employer perspective, most employer policies aren't set up with the idea that a pandemic might substantially change operations for an extended period of time. Indeed, one period of time that is literally unforeseeable in terms of its extension. It shows that a lack of a public infrastructure to deal with a situation like this affects both employers and employees in a manner that destroys them both. The American empire does have an unemployment insurance system that kicks in automatically to help people when the economy tanks, but it hardly be as robust as the coronavirus itself. Since the 2008 financial crisis, several states have slashed the number of UI, or unemployment insurance payments, people get after losing their job. They have tightened eligibility requirements, and they have reduced all payments. Similarly, the Trump misadministration and many states have made it harder to get payments from the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, the SNAP, our version of food stamps. That, of course, my version is Selena Khan sending me Whole Foods debit cards. Honestly, she doesn't need to send them with that envelope helped that it came so quickly this time. It was used the very day I went. And, of course, a lifesaver, Selena. God bless you. And keep you. Now, during a coronavirus-induced downturn, families will be at greater risk for food insecurity, eviction, and job loss. Kids will go hungry. Food pantries and social service organizations will come under even more strain than they are now. All of this means Congress must act to provide families with sufficient benefits when recession hits. But Congress is sclerotic, putting the country at extraordinary risk. Indavar Duttagupta, the co-executive director of Georgetown Center on Poverty and Inequality, told myself that we have very little reason to assume that we'll have the elected officials in place to take this necessary action. He himself said, I constantly hear people say that when there's enough of a crisis, Congress will take action and turn something on. There's nothing in our experience that suggests that is correct at all. The federal government is not, of course, toothless during disaster. The administration's decision to declare the virus a formal emergency has allowed faster access to a bigger pool of federal funds, but the country's emergency response programs are not big enough, fast enough, or fair enough. Renters lose everything in wildfires. Families go sans shelter and food after floods. The government is more responsive to wealthy communities than poor communities, and to wealthy people than the poor. And no specific governmental program is designed to combat pandemic. The United States is also crucially underinvests in its children, with less public spending on preschool, childcare, and family allowances than nearly every other OECD or Office of Economic Cooperation and Developmental country. That means American children are far more likely to live in poverty than children in any other rich nation on earth. This is already catastrophic. It stands to become inconceivably worse with the coronavirus pandemic. Millions of low-income families will see a breadwinner become sick or lose work or even die. Millions of kids will lose what little safety they may have. Americans want to change this state of affairs. Paid leave, better unemployment insurance programs, more affordable insurance, getting kids out of poverty. These are uncontroversial, bipartisan priorities. or one would dream they were. And yet our political system is not set up to move quickly and boldly. This crisis cannot go to waste, although it most certainly will. And when the next pandemic or financial crisis or downturn hits, millions of families will face it alone. America is acting as unto a failed state along the lines of the rogue regimes of mulocratic Iran, or more closely and even more parallel, Venezuela. Many businesses, local governments, and individuals are doing what be necessary to beat back the coronavirus with little help, indeed none whatsoever, from the White House. A global pandemic is a mandatory exam in national competence. Like war, it is the moment of truth for a people. It is a test of individuals who have to change their life and withdraw from public events to slow the spread of a disease through crowds and social networks. It be a test for companies, which must change their protocols to protect their employees, sometimes by banishing them from the office completely. It be a test for institutions, which must decide whether to uphold traditions and festivals for the sake of public morale, or to cancel events, tournaments, conferences, and concerts. And it is, above all, a test of the state. Only the national government can oversee the response to a national outbreak by coordinating research on the nature of the disease. Only the state can ensure the national regulation and accuracy of testing, and use its fiscal and monetary might to stimulate the economy if the pandemic threatens people's income and employment. Throughout the world, the most effective responses to the historic threat of the coronavirus have come from state governments. Communist China imposed a lockdown of tens of millions of people in Wuhan and other cities. In Singapore, the government built an app to inform citizens how to contain the virus and what public services, or rather what public spaces, to avoid. South Korea opened a number of drive-through centers to accelerate diagnostic testing. But in these United States, the pandemic has devolved into a kind of grotesque caricature of American federalism. The private sector has taken on quasi-state functions at a time when the executive branch of the government, drained of all scientific expertise, starved of moral vision, has taken on the qualities of a failed state. In a country where many individuals, companies, institutions, and local governments are making hard decisions for the good of the nation, the most important actor of them all, the Trump misadministration, has been a shambolic bonanza of incompetence. This isn't mulocratic Iran or even communist Venezuela. This is warlord Somalia. It might seem hyperbolic to compare the United States government to a failed state of anarchy that Somalia descended unto, that cannot project its authority or adequately ensure the safety of its population within its own borders. But for much of the past month, the White House has shown a complete inability to do either. The Trump misadministration has failed to perform the most basic function of a state during pandemic, which is to accurately assess the threat. While South Korea is reportedly conducting 10,000 tests a day, lawmakers learned on Thursday of this last week that the United States has conducted only 11,000 coronavirus tests in total. For the United States to catch up to South Korea on a per capita basis, it would need to conduct 65,000 tests each and every single day for months to come. 65,000 daily, every day. We're not even doing 65. The coronavirus caught the Trump White House flat-footed. The administration fired the United States pandemic response team circa 2018, one of the first acts of Trump in office. It ignored all early warning signs and direct warnings from epidemiologists. It refused to waive regulations that impeded early testing and botched its initial COVID-19 testing kits to the point where they were deemed to be completely worthless. The White House also failed in its basic role to protect the public by communicating accurate and useful information about public health and simple hygiene. On February 24th, Donald Trump tweeted that the coronavirus is very much under control in the USA. Very much under control, even as cases were growing exponentially. The next day, he mocked the idea of an economic stimulus, tweeting that crying Chuck Schumer, up Chuck Schuck, is complaining for publicity purposes only that I should be asking for more money than $2.5 billion United States dollars to prepare for coronavirus. And yet, today, economists advocated the multi-trillion-dollar economic stimulus which finally went through. Trillions from the billions originally asked. On March 2nd, at a political rally, Trump said the coronavirus was no worse than the flu and promised that vaccines were coming relatively soon, even though all health experts never expected a widely distributed vaccine and still don't for at the absolute minimum at least another year. Mid-Menses, in the week of the Ides of March. Mid-March, in the president's only Oval Office remarks to that point in time since the pandemic struck, Trump made so many mistakes that at least 3 separate policy announcements had to be corrected. Because he suggested, erroneously, that American citizens abroad would soon be barred from re-entry, he triggered an emergency gathering of Americans at European airports during a pandemic when crowd gathering is known to spread the virus, thereby intentionally helping to cluster viral outbreak, to stoke the fire, the biofire of the plague. Even some of Trump's non-policy recommendations were quickly proven completely empty. Why, but a few days are gone. Well, 3 days, 48 hours after saying that we must put politics aside and stop the partisanship, Trump published a tweet blaming Barack Obama for kneecapping the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's ability to respond to the pandemic. Obama, of course, did no such thing. Even though the president partially reversed course by declaring a national emergency, the damage has been done and will continue to be done by his doing. Republicans are, overall, older and more at risk from the disease, but they are also the least likely to take the virus seriously. A March 5th poll found that Republicans were twice as likely as Democrats to say they weren't worried about coronavirus. More than half of them agreed that the coronavirus was just a scare tool to get Trump. Weeks of denying and downplaying the virus will prove lethal, not only for the country at large, but specifically for Trump's core voters. As the White House has failed to meet the gravity of the moment, a national phalanx of business owners, sports commissioners, college presidents, governors, and mayors has effectively shut down American life to arrest the flow of COVID-19, the disease caused by coronavirus. In doing so, they have reduced the president to a bystander in the care of his own country. American sports have been canceled. Major League Baseball has suspended spring training. The National Hockey League, the National Basketball Association, the Major League Soccer have all suspended or postponed play. The NCAA has canceled the March Madness tournament. Hell, I can't even remember what NCAA fucking stands for. I think it's National Council of Athletic Associates or some National Collegiate Athletic Association. Fuck, it's been so long since I dealt with anything concerning sports. But something I'm more interested in personally, the entertainment world is retrenching as well. Media companies are canceling their major annual advertising events, known as the upfronts. Live Nation, the concert promoter, has suspended all tours. Broadway shows have been put on hold until early April. While the president has promised to continue holding rallies, businesses and state and local governments have encouraged Americans to engage in social distancing to mitigate contagion. Across white-collar industries, including tech, media, and finance, employers are advising people to work from home. St. Patrick's Day parades were shut down. Universities are moving online. Governors and mayors are closing schools and announcing new limitations on the size of public gatherings, if allowing them at all. I pray that Trump continues his, that we can see a massive spreading among his base, that he can help in their murder. It's Jim Jones. It's Jim Jones as a serial killer. Just imagine Jim Jones if he killed thousands and thousands of people again and again and again by getting them to drink the Kool-Aid, not just at one gathering, but at multiple gatherings in succession. And that's Donald Trump today. The cult of Trump. The cult of the kings of Edom. A death cult. A cult in which the greatest favor to humanity be their mass suicide and self-destruction. Finally, large non-profit organizations, those NGOs that are so hated by the populist-personated elitists, are stepping up to fill the void left by the misadministration's testing failure. Amazon and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have offered to provide testing kits to people in Seattle with coronavirus symptoms. That's because that's his stomping grounds and his home territory. He might be better applying himself today in the Empire State of New York. On Friday the 13th, the Jack Ma Foundation, a charitable organization established by the founder of the Chinese retail company Alibaba, announced a donation of 500,000 testing kits to the United States. And he's a communist Chinese mogul. Acute state failure in America has reduced the richest nation in world history to a charitable cause of a communist Chinese multi-billionaire. America has not yet failed, but its government has. And along with it, a certain vision of conservative governance. For decades, the Republican Party has committed itself to destroying state capacity, disparaging science, punishing expertise, and masquerading as populist while enriching narrow interests of the elite. It has all led to this: an undetected pandemic spreading exponentially as the president and his representatives mock the disease and oversee a state apparatus too incompetent to test for it. The resilience of some American institutions, many miles from Pennsylvania Avenue, may temporarily blunt this federal ineptitude, but it cannot for long overcome it. At some point, the competence gap between Washington and America has to close. At some point, a state that survives needs a government bent on something more than its own self-destruction. And so Congress cannot afford to shut down during this crisis. President Donald Trump recently claimed that we be at war, not with a foreign nation, but with severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, a newly discovered virus that causes coronaviral disease known as COVID-19. The World Health Organization has declared a global pandemic, and despite travel restrictions and orders to shelter in place, the virus has spread throughout the American empire and infected members of Congress. Senator Rand Paul, who tested positive for the virus, was in contact with many of his colleagues in the days leading up to his diagnosis. A number of senators, including Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, and Mitt Romney, have self-quarantined. In the House of Representatives, Mario Diaz-Balart and Ben McAdams have tested positive, with Lizzie Fletcher, Ayanna Presley, and Katie Porter among the almost 12 members currently self-isolating. Why are they doing this now? Given the danger of the coronavirus's spread, politicians on both sides of the aisle have floated the possibility of working remotely. But the House Rules Committee issued a report highlighting the security and legal concerns of voting electronically, and leadership in both the House and Senate have shut down the idea. On Friday, many members of the House expressed their frustration at being called back to Washington to vote on the massive stimulus relief bill after plans for a voice vote fell through. As this crisis continues, there be a very real possibility that members of Congress may not be able to meet in person. More members of Congress will be diagnosed with COVID-19, while others may be required to self-isolate if they come in contact with someone who has been infected. If enough lawmakers get sick or self-isolate, Congress could cease to function due to a lack of quorum. Given the magnitude of the public health crisis and the unprecedented economic disruption, our government cannot afford to shut down. It has become obvious over the last few days that Congress must take its steps to make sure it can continue to function in the midst of this or any other unforeseen crisis. It must prepare for this possibility now. Just yesterday, last week, the entire Georgia state legislature was urged to self-quarantine after a member tested positive for COVID-19. The American Congress will be next. Members of Congress be particularly vulnerable to COVID-19, given the higher mortality rates among the elderly. Members of the 116th Congress be much older than employees in your typical workplace. The average age is 57 in the House and 62 in the Senate, with many septuagenarians and octogenarians in the ranks. While morbid, it be worth considering the inevitable scenario. When a number of our lawmakers die from coronavirus, the disruption to the House of Representatives will be especially pronounced. Unlike in the Senate, where the 17th Amendment grants state legislatures the ability to empower governors to appoint someone to fill an empty seat in the event of a senator's death, the American Constitution requires that vacant House seats be filled by election. Holding a special election is a lengthy process and would be made even more challenging during pandemic. Many states have already postponed their primary elections due to the risks of in-person voting. And communities that end up with a primary seat could be left sans representation at an hour when it would be especially critical. Congress must therefore take its steps to prioritize the health and safety of lawmakers, staff, press, and Capitol support employees. Lawmakers have in recent days and weeks continued to gather, despite the repeated guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for social distancing. While this fortress mentality may be acceptable during other emergency situations, Congress must embrace a new way to legislate remotely in this one. Both the House Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader could invoke an emergency remote session, which would require a vote to enable electronic voting for 30 days to allow us each chamber the chance to extend this period if necessary. Utilizing temporary, emergency-based changes to the rules would also help avoid the unintended consequences of governing remotely once the pandemic be over. Adopting a digital approach and employing secure technology to maintain its operations and transparency during this crisis would allow us members to openly deliberate, legislate, and conduct oversight of the executive branch. All proceedings could be recorded, live streamed, and open for public viewership. Setting up digital communication systems will take time and resources, meaning Congress must include funding in its next round of supplemental funds. In the meantime, Congress needs to look into software and services that be open, safe, and secure. This idea has gained momentum but recently. On March 23rd, nearly 70 House Democrats sent a letter to House leadership in support of voting remotely, while Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois and Republican Senator Rob Portman of Ohio introduced a resolution to change the Senate rules to allow us for remote voting in an emergency. President Trump endorsed the idea during his March 22nd press conference, commenting, "I would be totally in favor of it on a temporary basis." The time to enact a rule change for a remote Congress is now. Members may continue to get sick or self-quarantine at an alarming rate. Indeed, I know they will. Future travel to and from home districts will become ever more difficult as this situation worsens, especially when domestic air travel be halted completely in the near future. While a temporary change to the body that has always had a culture of in-person communication and problem-solving would be extraordinary, it be necessary to ensure the continuity of Congress at a time when the American people need support and leadership. In these unprecedented times, the Congress must do all within its power to make sure it can continue to serve the American people, especially under these worst of circumstances. I mean, America's hospitals have never experienced anything like this. When they run out of space, where will all the sick people go? When COVID-19 first started showing up at UCSF, the University of California at San Francisco Medical Center, in February, the hospital even then set up triage tents, canceled elective surgeries, and created an entirely new ICU, intensive care unit, in the now empty surgery recovery area. But all of that is not enough. When the surge of coronavirus cases overwhelms that hospital in the coming weeks, the remaining options become more and more drastic. Putting beds in a waiting room, and then in hallways outside the ER, the emergency room, and then, when necessary, a gymnasium across the street. Jean Nobel, an emergency care physician at UCSF, shared with myself her feelings when she said nobody wants to go there. We will not be providing the level of care we're all comfortable and used to providing. Hospitals all over the country, like UCSF, where my lungs were stapled to my rib cage, decades agone by now, are all preparing for the worst. If and when social distancing fails to sufficiently slow the spread of coronavirus, which itself causes the disease COVID-19, hospitals in these United States will be overburdened, as they were in Wuhan and northern Italy, both of which have more hospital beds per capita than these United States. Eric Toner, an emergency physician and senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, declared our hospitals will be stressed in ways they have never experienced. Most certainly never even imagined. In coronavirus hotspots, state and local governments have stepped in with unprecedented efforts to add thousands of hospital beds all over the country, and all at once. A county in Washington state has leased a motel and erected a tent hospital on a soccer field as part of a push to create 3,000 hospital beds. Mine own golden state of California is reopening closed hospitals. New York is turning a major convention center in Manhattan into 4 250-bed field hospitals. After requests from state leaders, Navy hospital ships that have 1,000 beds each will also deploy to Los Angeles and New York City. An American hospital today is fairly good at keeping critically ill COVID-19 patients alive until it runs out of space. Building more hospital beds is crucial to saving lives in the coming weeks and months, but no one alive has ever dealt with a pandemic of this scale, nor even imagined it. Although the country can draw on experience in responding to natural disasters and, world wars, the coronavirus poses an entirely new challenge for modern medicine. In these United States, hospitals already operate near capacity every day, meaning they have no free beds even in ordinary times. The first priority will be saving what beds become available by those that die for the most seriously ill coronavirus patients. Toner said, "I don't think you can realistically put people who need critical care anyplace outside of the hospital. That means discharging patients who can be discharged, canceling all elective surgeries, and finding alternative sites for non-coronaviral patients. The Navy hospital ships, which were designed for trauma wounds rather than infectious diseases, are best suited for this purpose. Of everyone else other than corona. Hospitals could also fit 12 patients into rooms that currently hold one. Many hospitals have gone from dual occupancy to single occupancy in recent years. Stephen Cantrill, an emergency physician in Denver, confirmed such, himself saying that I can start double bunking patients. And as at UCSF, where I be intimately familiar with the operations thereof, hospitals can convert areas like outpatient clinics, hallways, and classrooms into space for more beds. The next step would require the government to add beds outside hospitals, such as in hotels, college dormitories, and convention centers. Individual hotel and dorm rooms can make it difficult for healthcare workers to monitor the condition of every patient. Randy Kearns, a professor of healthcare management at the University of New Orleans, said that the hotel and dorm rooms are usually best suited for patients who have mild cases, but need a place to stay because they cannot self-isolate at home. Because of the dire lack of beds for patients who are most critically ill, the United States Army Corps of Engineers has made plans to retrofit hotel and dorm rooms into ICU-like or intensive care unit-like facilities with a nurse's station in the hallway. These retrofitted rooms would be negative pressure, meaning they allow us to air in but not out to prevent pathogens from leaving the room. When the outbreak gets even worse, the United States will need to take care of patients that are seriously ill outside the hospital as well. The military, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Association, and even state emergency responders are experienced in setting up tent hospitals that can provide high levels of care, inclusive surgery, in disasters or mass casualty events. But they are not set up for a virus that can spread through the very air itself. An aerosolized, airborne pandemic like this is the stuff of bioweaponry. In mobile hospitals, very rarely do you have a lot of negative pressure rooms. Now, Lou Stringer, a former senior medical advisor to FEMA, was consulted and confirmed that the facilities are not usually designed with stringent infection control measures in mind. They're designed for troops getting their arms and legs blown off, and brain trauma and shit. Besides the risk of transmission, Many coronavirus patients are in hospitals because they need supplemental oxygen, which could be especially tricky to deliver in a field hospital. Typically, hospitals store their oxygen in tanks, which be connected through the building to patient rooms. These tanks are big, and they be potential fire hazards. And they might require yards and yards of tubing to connect them to patients who need oxygen. Building modern field hospitals for a highly contagious disease is not something that's ever been done before. We're all just going to have to figure it out. These field hospitals will also need more of all the standard equipment: beds, IV or intravenous fluid lines, and personal protective gear, the PPE, personal protective equipment, for hospital staff. But regardless of where the beds end up, there will not be enough healthcare workers to take care of the patients in them. The question is, how would we staff all these areas? The hospital is figuring out how to train doctors who don't usually work in emergency care. For example, surgeons whose elective procedures were all canceled. No more butt and boob enhancement. No more nose jobs. Get your ass over here and start pumping oxygen, or pounding someone's chest to get their heart started again. State and local authorities are also asking recently retired healthcare workers to come back to work. But that's a tough ask, because older people are also the most at risk for COVID-19. When things really get bad, when seriously sick patients are put in field hospitals and staff are stretched ever so thin to snap, care in the middle of a pandemic will suffer as a result. Healthcare workers will have to conserve protective equipment for themselves and save ventilators for patients most likely to recover. A decade ago, Cantrell was on the national committee that created the guidelines for hospitals trying to make it through a crisis. They debated in the abstract about how to ration scarce resources that could mean the difference between life and death. Now, for the first time in his career, those guidelines are going to get real. He told myself, "You'd hope it never gets here. But now that's where we are at. You'd hope it never gets here, but now that's where we be." And all around the world, health workers are facing dire circumstances as the coronavirus continues to spread like wildfire and the planet burns in fever. Unless the American empire does dramatically more to provide them with the equipment they need to do their job safely, it risks disaster. What happens when healthcare workers stop showing up for work? This is not a rhetorical question. In the SARS outbreak in Toronto, Canada, circa 2003, 44% of all infections were in healthcare providers. 12 nurses and a physician died in the line of fire. Died in the line of duty. In Arkansas, 4 of the first 12 COVID-19 patients were healthcare workers. Last Sunday, the American College of Emergency Physicians reported that 12 ER doctors with COVID-19, the disease caused by coronavirus, are being treated in intensive care units themselves. In communist China, about 3,000 healthcare workers have been acknowledged to have been infected, and 22 have been admitted to have died providing care for COVID-19 patients. Consider also that transmission to family members was widely reported, and still is. That you can kill your family just by going home. This is the dark secret of planning for a pandemic that can also kill healthcare providers and their families. When we prepare for disasters, we plan using the mnemonic staff, stuff, space, and systems. S, 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 and S. We can always make more space by wedging an extra bed in, or by repurposing another building. We can buy more stuff, supplies, and equipment. We can find new supply lines, reboot our computer systems. But we cannot conjure up doctors and nurses and healthcare technicians. Physicians take at least 11 years to train after high school. Nurses need at least 4. Techs take years. In a crash program, maybe months. But their quality of care would be next to nothing. The United States needs its healthcare workers to see us through this crisis. But there be no replacements on the shelf. They cannot be built, trained, or repurposed from other jobs. Unless the American empire does dramatically more to provide them with the equipment they need to do their job safely, to assure them they will be cared for when they fall ill, and to provide their family with a measure of security, we risk losing them all. And I mean that literally. What happens when they need to be quarantined? When they start to die, as they will, and when, because of that, they don't even come to work? It's hard to plan after that happens. It's like being in combat in a squad where the medic has been killed. When the medic's taken out, things get ugly, real fast. You start killing men because there's no way to put them back together. And you can't leave them alive to fall into the hands of the enemy, which in many cases can be a fate that's worse than death. When I think upon what's expected of the frontline soldiers in Vladimir Putin's biocidal war against humanity, what we expect of them, that sort of expected bravery, that selfless work ethic, it's not boundless. No one is so fearless or stupid as to discount all risks. Physicians fled epidemics in ancient Greece, the Black Death in Europe, and the great influenza pandemic of 1918. In Vietnam, when SARS cases showed up in one hospital, most of the staff deserted, leaving only a few to risk their life providing care. During the West African Ebola epidemic of 2014 and 15, at least 837 healthcare workers were infected and 600 died. The infection also spread to at least 3 healthcare workers caring for patients with Ebola in the United States and Europe. Providers were up to 32 times more likely to be infected with Ebola than the general population. Multiple studies have asked healthcare providers whether they would go to work during various disaster scenarios. The answer is a resounding yes for earthquakes, floods, even war. But pandemics be different. One study, circa 2010, found that 28% of the hospital staff declared that they would be unlikely to respond to an influenza pandemic if asked, but not required. In a United German study, 36% of healthcare workers said they would not come to work during an influenza pandemic. For some job categories, fewer than 50% of workers said they would report to duty. What made workers more likely to say they would show up? Confidence that they were safe at work and getting to work, that their family was safe and cared for, and knowing their colleagues would also respond. Sure, with COVID-19, the risk of death is comparatively low in statistical terms. But what be the odds that ye be prepared to accept for your family A 1 in 100 chance of dying? 1 in 10,000? Yes, physicians and nurses have an ethical duty to provide his care. The perspective of medical ethicists is pretty straightforward. Healthcare providers, especially physicians, should continue to care for the sick even if it puts their own life at risk. We have an obligation to treat all patients. Now, I say that because, remember, I spent the entire decade caring for my parents, 11 years, essentially getting a medical degree. That's what a medical journalism degree is. It is a medical degree. It's even more intensive than that of a paramedic or an emergency responder. I fall into this category of someone who could conceivably be drafted on the front of care provision, based on my experience with what I did for 11 years as a state-recognized care provider and patient advocate. We have an obligation to treat all patients because we chose our profession and are well rewarded by society with money and respect. Well, those of us who be recognized, remember I never turned in my master's degree thesis, and what I have is the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism. Hence, I would use that to try and evade service. It'd be interesting to see if I got dragged in anyway, but they'd have to do so at gunpoint. Now, nurses have a similar professional duty, but have specific exemptions. But there be few, if any, obligations for all the support staff, which is the category I would fall into, that make us a doctor's work possible. That's why the doctors get all the money and the respect, why they're rewarded by society with recognition, because they are obligated, whereas everyone else is not. It's like the difference between a commissioned officer and a non-commissioned combatant, who, when you don't get paid, per the Uniform Code of Military Justice, you don't have to fight. Now add on to that the people who make it even possible for any of these people to work the front lines, like the logistics system of the military, the quartermasters' responsibility areas, the service personnel who provide the backup in the rear with the gear and the beer, the techs, the clerks, the registrars, the environmental staff. They don't take any oath. And all too many are paid naught but minimum wage. They have few benefits, and they get none of the social accolades reserved for doctors and even nurses. Why should they die for a $25,000 a year job and $10,000 worth of life insurance, which is 5 times less than what I got for being in the Marine Corps? At least my Marine Corps life insurance is worth 50 fucking grand. Who's going to feed their kids when they're gone? When you're the one wearing a flimsy paper gown and mask in the same room as someone dying from an invisible virus that makes its home in the same air you breathe, nothing is simple anymore. Their duty is not boundless unto you. And in bad situations, sacrificing providers is not what is best for society. If healthcare providers are going to risk their lives, then there is a reciprocal obligation, the fairness principle, that society, employers, and hospitals keep them safe and ensure that they be fairly treated, whether they live, get sick, or die. First, hospitals must provide the resources necessary to protect the staff caring for infected patients, not just PPE or personal protective equipment, but also training, environmental controls, and policies and procedures to prevent spread. At a minimum, providers should be offered a free place to stay away from their family and be compensated for the time that they may not be able to touch their own children. Who's going to take care of their wives, their kids, if they have to sleep on a cot in a hospital for 2 months at a time? What about single parents whose kids are home because their schools are closed? If someone is going to risk their life, then they deserve the best possible care to save them. This was understood during Ebola, the first treatment center built by the United States government in Liberia, was the Monrovia Medical Unit, specifically for Ebola-infected healthcare staff. Providers need the reassurance that they will get preferential access to care and medications in exchange for their sacrifices. This is not just fair, but practical. Keeping clinicians alive means that they will be able to continue to provide care. Just knowing that the MMU was opening made recruiting providers easier. Providers who become infected also deserve fair compensation, full pay while they be sick, or if they be forced to quarantine to protect their own patients. They should all have disability and life insurance. The families of those who sacrifice their life deserve great compensation. As someone educated in medical journalism who reports on this subject, I say I'm in my element at a time like this. I cannot help but weep. I've seen no evidence of any of this. Emergency physician message boards are full of concern about the lack of preparation by their own hospitals. Few of these financial arrangements exist. None of them have received any special training, mostly just a few emails about the situation. That doesn't protect them. PPE, personal protective equipment, is already being rationed. And there be dire predictions that it will run out long before this pandemic be over. Should they still have to go to work knowing they will get infected and have a 5% chance of dying? Why do their colleagues have to pay for a separate apartment when forced to self-quarantine away from their families? Thus far, the attitude has been, "Oh, what's the big deal, man? It's just COVID-19, with a mortality of less than 1% according to Donald Trump." But tell that to the emergency physicians in critical care right now, as I speak, or the infected healthcare providers in Arkansas, Washington, New York, and other states. Tell that to their families. 6 months into this 15-month Ebola epidemic, the one that was historically reported on by myself as part of my education, healthcare providers stopped coming to work. They had little PPE. They saw their friends die without any special care. Their colleagues began abandoning their jobs one by one until there was no one left. There was nowhere for people to obtain treatment for stomach pain, childbirth, heart attacks, car crashes, or any other routine or unpredictable health event. As a result, experts estimate that more people died from illnesses like malaria and even diarrhea than Ebola. When healthcare providers get sick, when they become disabled, when they die, they can no longer provide care for anyone, not just infected patients. In Italy, at least 2,000 healthcare workers have been infected and are not providing care. Many have died. Some hospitals cohort or group providers so that they can care for only infected patients, leaving others to care for the uninfected. Others providers can't work at all because they be quarantined after possible exposures or because of known infections. But that is the way it has to be. The core ethics principle for physicians and nurses is primum non nocere. Primum non nocere, first do no harm. And the last thing they want to do is spread the very infection to their patients or other healthcare staff they be combating. The demand for healthcare is going to increase astronomically over the next few weeks. But there could be fewer and fewer providers available to share that burden. The future I see is bleak. A shift with 12 physicians on quarantine or sick leave, and the single backup is late. 3 nurses have called out, and 4 techs. The waiting room is jammed, and there be people in masks sitting outside on the curb, coughing their lungs out. 20 patients are waiting for inpatient beds, but won't go upstairs until after their COVID-19 test results return. There really aren't any inpatient beds anyway, which in itself would be demoralizing. The emergency department would be like an island slowly sinking into the sea, the overwhelmed waypoint between the world and the hospital, but connected to neither. A tipping point would happen with little warning. The loss of providers will come from many causes: quarantine, sickness, caring for their own family, cohorting. But it will be the creeping fear and feeling of abandonment that eats at them the most. A slow drip, drip, drip of attrition. Having colleagues sharing the burden be a crucial predictor for clinicians' willingness to work despite the risks. But when the cascade starts, when they be forced to reuse their disposable face mask for the third day in a row, and another nurse doesn't come in because of her concern for her own daughter, and they know that 12 of their colleagues are being treated in the ICU and another 10 are home infected, and then another physician calls out sick, and there being no clerks again today, sooner or later they look around and see so few standing with them. At some point, the system will break and they will all be gone. Am I finally getting through to you how bad this is? How this is the end of the fucking world as you know it. And that world is never coming back. All because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump must die. Does it finally sink in that Donald Trump must die? Why he must die? He brought you to this. He brought you to this, and his approval ratings are going up. This is why you deserve to die. When will it get through? To you. The good news is Trump's re-election just got tougher. President Trump got to the White House through audacity combined with Russian hacking, winning key states by tiny margins hacked into the system even as he lost the nationwide popular vote by millions. But now his luck may have finally run out. As the economy sinks into a deep recession and the death toll from the coronavirus starts to rise, Trump's chances of a second term have fallen. But there's a world of difference between down and out, as Trump's boom and bust career has amply demonstrated. Even sans the economic boom he had hoped to run on, Trump has considerable political strength. No one should count him out yet. That's what brings us to analyzing the political cost of a recession. Political scientists have long pointed to April, May, and June of the election year as a key period for voters' decisions, the very months all of Trump's base is going to start to die. The national political conventions during the summer and the intense campaigning of the fall do matter, but typically the major parties both do competent jobs and essentially fight to a draw. As a result, what usually matters most is what voters think about the state of the nation before the campaign starts, because voter perceptions tend to lag by a few months. Conditions in the second quarter of the year repeatedly show up as the best predictors of how the election will turn out. This year, the second quarter will be awful for Donald Trump. The latest economic statistics show the country rapidly swinging from record low unemployment to a jobless rate that Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin warned could hit 20% if Congress doesn't quickly pass measures to keep the economy afloat. Even with a major stimulus bill, a recession this year be unavoidable. The only questions are how deep and how long. One widely accepted model of how elections work illustrates the impact a recession could have. Alan Abramovitz, a political science professor at Emory University, developed his Time for Change election model nearly 3 decades ago, and it has stood up well. His model correctly forecast that Trump would win in 2016, although Abramovitz himself doubted that could be true. The model put numbers behind a couple of basic assumptions. One is that voters strongly favor incumbents for a second term, but usually swing toward the other party after 8 years, hence, time for change. The other is that economic conditions in the second quarter, measured by the change in the gross domestic product, combined with the president's overall approval rating in June of the election year, tell you what you need to know about which side will win. By that model, Trump's a goner. His low approval ratings already made his re-election prospects dicey. As suggested by the model, add in recession, and the model points to an electoral college landslide for Trump's Democratic challenger. And yet still, Abramovitz has added not so fast, because models are not crystal balls. All that they can do, even the best ones, is to summarize what has happened before and project what would happen next if past be prologue. But what if we've moved into a truly different era? Not Trump, but us. The argument that things are different now sometimes gets framed as Trump having a seemingly magical ability to escape bad news. He doesn't. Instead, Trump's hold on his supporters says much more about the country than about himself. America's trois parties once straddled a lot of divisions in society. Through the late 1990s, both parties had a mix of old and young, urban and rural, college and non-collegiate, religious and irreligious, or at least non-religious, and even, to some extent, white and non-white partisans. Over the past generation, that's all stopped being true. The parties have realigned in ways that reinforce those other divides rather than bridge them. Democrats have become the party of the nation's urban centers, those who don't adhere to traditional religious denominations, people of color, and the lion's share of voters younger than 45. Republicans have become a largely uniform party dominated by older, white, faux Christian, rural reactionaries. Because of that, partisan identity has increasingly become tied to personal identity. The number of voters who swing back and forth in elections has declined, although they remain crucial. And news events that once would have dramatically shifted a president's standing with the public now produce very little change. Trump intuitively understands that and has exploited it. Deprived of his economic argument, expect him to play on those divisions to the maximum extent as he strives to keep his hold on power. And that brings us to Trump's emerging strategy. Trump has clearly telegraphed his re-election strategy in his news briefings months ago. Well, maybe just a few weeks ago. He's trying to save his re-election campaign by casting himself as a wartime president and depicting the virus as a foreign invader. That's what's behind his constant labeling of the virus as the Chinese virus. Trump's at heart a marketer, and he knows the power of labeling his adversary, whether it's Crooked Hillary or Little Rocket Man. With the virus, he's trying to drive home the idea that illness is connected to foreigners, linking the battle against the disease to his long-standing opposition to immigration, which has been at the core of his political message from day one. The fact that the label upsets liberals just makes it all the more attractive to Trump and his cult, who can count on their opponents to help spread their message that he's willing to stand up to the foreign enemy, and they are not. The fight over what to call the virus is this year's analog to the argument circa 2016 over the label Islamic terrorism. In both cases, Trump's approach is to draw his opponents into an argument on his terms in which he can depict himself as protecting the real white Americans against an elite that willingly sacrifices American interests or white interests to placate non-whites or foreigners. In the meantime, he has played up his executive powers, signing a measure to potentially use the Wartime Defense Production Act be one example that he refuses to deploy because it would save American lives. As be typical with him, Trump has also exaggerated what he's doing, as he did Thursday when he falsely said the Food and Drug Administration had approved new potential cures for the virus, forcing the head of the FDA to gently correct him during a televised briefing. All of this is to confuse, raise false hopes, make himself the messiah of a false belief system. Trump also exaggerated the speed at which the Pentagon could ready hospital ships, which the military does intend to deploy. The Pentagon is also looking at building tent hospitals to help with coronavirus treatment. Trump has also made much of border closures, telling Americans to avoid international travel and closing border crossings with Canada and Mexico to quote-unquote non-essential travel. Mexico may face a grim picture in coming weeks because its top leaders be in denial about the problem. And the misadministration's record, has many holes in the United Mexican States. Trump's effort to convey command runs up against one huge problem. The misadministration's record, which will give Democrats lots of ammunition to attack Donald Trump. His repeated denials that the virus was ever a serious problem have already been turned into campaign year ads. Many more are sure to come. Although Trump repeatedly has said that nobody knew there would be a pandemic, or rather, to use his voice, nobody knew there would be a pandemic, and that the virus came out of nowhere, the opposite be true. As people who have listened to critical omissions for years would know by my predictions. United States officials and outside experts besides myself have warned over and over for nearly 2 decades, 20 fucking years, that a pandemic of this sort was not only likely, but inevitable, and have urged the government to do more to get ready. It has not. The national emergency stockpile of ventilators, for example, isn't nearly large enough for the current crisis now, let alone in weeks to come. Trump's not alone in having not done enough, but the crisis has happened on his watch. He made it reach critical mass, personally. Moreover, some of the misadministration's policies have intentionally weakened the healthcare safety net and made responding to the virus impossible. The misadministration is now having to reverse some of its healthcare policies, all during what they deem themselves recession. This is not a recession. It's a goddamn ice age. No one alive has experienced an economic plunge this sudden. We cannot say we be in recession yet, at least not formally. A committee decides these things. No, really. The government generally adopts the view that a contraction is not a recession unless economic activity has declined over 12 quarters. But we're in a recession, and everybody knows it. And what we're experiencing is so much more than that. A black swan, a financial war, a plague. Maybe things feel normal where ye be. At the moment, maybe things do not feel normal. Things are not normal. For weeks or months, we won't know how much GDP, gross domestic product, has slowed down and how many people have been forced out of work. Government statistics take a while to generate. They look backwards, the latest numbers still depicting a hot economy near full employment. To quantify the present reality, we have to rely on anecdotes from businesses, surveys of workers, shreds of private data, and a few state numbers. They show an economy not in a downturn or a contraction or a soft patch, not experiencing losses or selling off or correcting. They show evaporation, disappearance on what feels like a religious scale. This is biblical apocalypse. What is happening is a shock to the American economy more sudden and severe than anyone alive has ever experienced or even imagined. The unemployment rate climbed to its apex of 9.9% 23 months after the formal start of the Great Recession. Just a few weeks into the domestic coronavirus pandemic, and just days into the imposition of emergency measures to arrest it, nearly 20% of workers report that they have lost hours or lost their job. One payroll and scheduling processor informs that 22% of work hours have evaporated for hourly employees, with 3 in 10 people who would normally show up for work not going as of Tuesday. Now, absent a strong governmental response, the unemployment rate seems certain to reach heights not seen since the Great Depression or even the miserable late 1800s, the Gilded Age. A 20% rate is entirely not just possible, but probably the beginning of the end. State jobless filings are growing geometrically, a signal of how the national numbers will change when we do have them. Last Monday, Colorado had 400 people apply for unemployment insurance. This Tuesday, 6,800. California has seen its daily filings jump from 2,000 to 80,000 a day. Oregon went from 800 to 18,000. In Connecticut, nearly 2% of the state's workers declared that they were newly jobless on a single day. Many other states are reporting the same kinds of figures. These numbers are subject to sharp changes. Things like large plant closures lead them to jump and fall and jump and fall. But for them to rise so precipitously across all 50 states and union, to stay high, that is new. The economy is not just tipping into a jobs crisis. It is exploding into one. Given the trajectory of state reports, it be certain that the country will set a record for new jobless claims next week, not only in raw numbers, but also in the share of workers laid off. The total is expected to be in the range of 2.5 million for starters, and to climb exponentially from there. None of that is surprising. The economy needs to halt to protect lives and sustain the medical system. Planes have been grounded, conferences canceled, millions of Americans told not to leave their homes except to get groceries and other necessities. Because of the emergency measures now in place, businesses have had no choice but to let their workers go. The list of employers laying off workers en masse includes cruise liners, airlines, hotels, restaurants, bars, cabinet makers, linen companies, newspapers, bookstores, caterers, and festivals. I myself started adding up numbers in news reports, and I quit when I hit 100,000. The economy had been plodding along in its late expansion, growing at a 2 or 3% annual pace. Now, private forecasters expect it will contract at something like a 15% pace, though nobody really knows. A viral quarantine be impossible to model, because modeling would mean knowing how long the necessary emergency measures will last and how well the government will respond with some degree of accuracy. Still, real-time measures confirm a consumer economy apocalypse. One credit card processor declared that payments to businesses were down 30% in Seattle, 26% in Portland, and 12% in San Francisco. Nearly every state is seeing dramatic declines, with hotels and restaurants hit particularly hard. The markets are not normal either. The stock market lost 20% of its value in just 21 days, the fastest and sharpest bear market on record, faster than 1929. The Great Crash, faster than 1987. Black Monday, my birthday, the 20th of October. That year, 10 times faster than 2007. The year my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was thanatized. The financial system has required no less than 7 emergency interventions by the Federal Reserve in the past week alone. The country's central bank has wrenched interest rates to zero, started buying more than $500 billion of financial assets, and opened up special facilities to inject liquidity into the financial system. Yet in the real economy, everything has halted, frozen in place. This is not recession. It be a goddamn ice age. And yet, Denmark's idea of freezing the economy could help the world avoid a Great Depression. Social Democratic Denmark shows how to respond to coronavirus by the statement, the national logo at this point: we are freezing the economy. The United States and United Kingdom responses to coronavirus have failed miserably. But Denmark has moved swiftly to help workers by protecting wages and preventing layoffs, showing yet again, in midst of pandemic, that we'd all be better off living in a social democracy. While Britain remains stubbornly open for business and contagion, Denmark is preparing to deal with the economic fallout from the coronavirus recession. This last Sunday, the Danish government struck a historical deal with trade unions and employers' associations to stop mass layoffs during quarantine. During the next 3 months, the national government of Denmark will cover 75% of the wages of workers threatened by job loss, up to 3,300 United States dollars each. Companies will cover the remaining 25%, while workers will give up 5 days of paid vacation time. In other words, work 5 days for free. The deal covers companies who would have to lay off at least 30% of staff or 50 staff or more. In return, companies commit to not lay off any staff for economic reasons while they're receiving state compensation. Covering 75% of wages may seem like a huge investment for the state, but it is much smaller than it seems. Layoffs mean lost tax income and expenses to unemployment benefits. Instead of losing the money, subsidizing wages provides the state with an opportunity to spend it. Rather than a handout to companies, it's an investment in maintaining economic confidence and an attempt to avoid a more costly economic crisis. Initially, money has been set aside to cover 2.5% of all non-public employees, but the Social Democratic government is willing to put the full financial power of the state behind the deal. There is no ceiling, as the finance minister, Nikolai Wammen, said as the deal was unveiled this last Sunday. So the Danish model shows us that this deal demonstrates the resilience of the Danish model of tripartite employment relations, which has been declared dead on many occasions during the last decade by the late-stage capitalists, which would include Vladimir Putin, the robber baron of his own empire. However, even though it gives a boost to Denmark's social democratic version of corporatism, which means fascism. Mussolini said fascism is the state corporate. Corporocratia. That's the original word for fascism, which is what social democracy is. And its success in what the Germans called Nordmark, or occupied Denmark during the time of the Third Reich, remains under attack by the robber barons of late-stage capitalism like Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Currently, collective bargaining agreements are being negotiated on unusually uneven grounds as the coronavirus leaves unions without the threat of industrial action. Many unions demand a suspension of negotiations until after the quarantine, but the Social Democratic government has so far ignored them. The deal also shows some of the weaknesses of the Danish model. The self-employed owner-managers and people on casual and zero-hour contracts are not covered. They are already among the hardest hit, but poorly represented by interest organizations. Meanwhile, the quarantine drains the limited benefits of the unemployed. What will happen after 3 months remains an open question. Many employers, especially in the hospitality industry, expect a much longer downturn. Such employers would rather lay off workers than pay 25% for staff they don't and won't need. However, the resolute commitment of the government and the popularity of these measures may open the door for similar policies in the future. Prime Minister of Denmark, Mette Frederiksen, said, "The echo of what we are doing now will be heard into the future. Now we are laying the tracks for companies and employees to get well through the crisis." So, is this a new paradigm? The new fascism, the neo-fascism, fascism with a human face? From an international perspective, this is interesting, especially given how deeply the failure to contain the pandemic in the United Kingdom and United States is connected to the wish to keep the economy going. Denmark, with its protection of employment and its solidarity, sick pay rights, looks much better suited to weather the economic storm. These policies also make us people and companies more likely to respect the quarantine. Workers' rights aid conditions are also a matter of public health. In other countries, many will face evictions and be unable to self-quarantine unless moratoriums are put in place or effective rent and mortgage strikes be organized. The question is whether this deal is merely a temporary return to classical social democratic corporatism or a step toward a new post-neoliberal economic paradigm. To build something more lasting, the Danish government would have to reckon with the fact that a new paradigm will have to be adapted to conditions of negative or zero growth and effectively aim to distribute or redistribute losses. In the recent decade, the Danish Social Democrats have oftentimes taken a page from New Labour's playbook, blamed those who be seen as undeserving, such as the unemployed, non-citizens, and the youth. The policy of protecting employment provides a more solidarity-fashioned way to distribute losses, even if many vulnerable groups are still left out. Yet maintaining the existing structure of employment presumes that the crisis is temporary and exogenous, the result of the non-economic shock of COVID-19. In fact, the extreme impact of the virus reveals the pre-existing vulnerability of the global economy. Low or zero interest rates reveal that capital would rather pay to deposit money with states than invest it. Growth and profit rates will not return to the levels that facilitated classical social democratic class compromises. Conflict will increase. In terms of employment, some jobs are unsustainable, either for economic or ecological reasons. Protecting all such jobs would be both unsustainable and undesirable, but it remains to be seen if unions are ready to prioritize the fight for a just transition to a green economy. In the coronavirus crisis, the Danish government has been an early mover, both in terms of public health measures and employment protections. It has revealed how much can be done when the political will be there. However, in the coming global crises, bolder politics will be needed to respond to the deep recession by transforming employment relations and the economy more profoundly. That is what must bring us back to classical fascism, the fascism of the uniforms in the streets. Nevertheless, as a starting point, as the lever on which to move the world, Denmark's idea could help the world avoid a Great Depression. While the White House and lawmakers haggle over the terms of an emergency economic stabilization package, Denmark has gone big, very, very big, to defeat the unprecedented challenge of the coronavirus. And so this week, the Danish government told private companies hit by the effects of the pandemic that it would pay 75% of their employees' salaries to avoid mass layoffs. The plan could require the government to spend as much as 13% of the national economy in 3 months. That is roughly the equivalent of a $2.5 trillion United States dollar stimulus in the United States spread out over just 13 weeks. Like I said, very, very big. This response might strike some as a catastrophically ruinous overreaction. Perhaps for Denmark it will be. But we are at a fragile moment in American history. The United States faces the sharpest economic downturn in a century, and statistics that seem impossibly pessimistic one moment look positively optimistic hours later. In weeks, even days, Denmark's aggressive response could be a blueprint for how the world can avoid another Great Depression. Now, Denmark has nearly entirely closed down universities, schools, public institutions, restaurants, museums, cinemas. No assembly of more than 10 persons is even allowed. The borders have been closed too. Denmark's government has announced a very aggressive plan to help workers in the next few months, and Denmark's government agreed to cover the cost of employee salaries at private companies as long as those companies do not fire people. If a company makes a notice saying that it has to either lay off 30% of their workers or fire at least half 100 people, the state has agreed to take on 75% of the workers' salaries up to $3,288 per month. This would preserve the income for all employees earning up to $52,400 per year. The philosophy here is that the government wants companies to preserve their relationship with their workers. It's going to be harder to have a strong recovery if companies have to spend time hiring back workers that have all been fired. The plan will last for 3 months, after which point they hope things come back to normal. So the government is offering to pick up the tab for workers whose employment is threatened by the downturn. Now you might ask, couldn't companies easily defraud the government and collect the money anyway? Well, maybe. But the workers compensated are not allowed to work in that period. Workers staying with the company do not receive the 75% compensation. Some American economists say the United States should copy United Germany's work-sharing plan. Kurzarbeit. The Kurzarbeit is the Kurzlabor, in which workers' hours are reduced and then the government takes on part of the workers' salaries. Now, Denmark's plan is not exactly like that. In the United German plan, the government and the employer share the cost of paying for work. Here, the government is paying companies for employees who are going home and not working. These workers are being paid a wage to do nothing for 3 months. A summer vacation for adults. The government is saying lots of people are suddenly in danger of being fired. But if we have firing rounds, it will be very difficult to adapt later. This way, the company maintains their workforce under the crisis and people maintain their salaries. You are compensating people even though they have to go home. Denmark is putting the economy into the freezer for 3 months. They're saying, we know that all these people will not be able to work for the next few months. It's inevitable, inescapable. Rather than do rounds of firing followed by rounds of hiring, which will delay recovery, let's throw the entire goddamn national economy into a deep freezer. And when the virus winds down, we can thaw out and almost everybody will still be with the company they worked for in January. That's exactly it. They are freezing the fucking economy. Because otherwise, the government is afraid of the long-term damage that this will do to the entire system. As well they should be. The hope is that this will be over in 3 or 4 months, and then the Danes can start up society all over again, while the rest of the world is on the rocks. Now, Denmark's government is proposing a few other things. To prevent the financial sector from shutting down, the state will guarantee 70% of new bank loans to companies. This will encourage more lending, even in the case of more bankruptcies. Also, people on unemployment benefits are put on pause. Typically, people have to go to meetings at job centers and make a certain number of job applications to receive jobless benefits. There are a lot of rules, but those rules are suspended for now. There are no requirements. The other part of that pause is that while you can only be on unemployment benefits for 2 years in Denmark, people who pass that threshold will still receive benefits. Again, they are freezing everything. Also, the state agreed to compensate companies for their fixed expenses, like rent and contract obligations, depending on their level of income loss. If they typically sell 1 million United States dollars worth of whatever in a period, but now they can only sell $100,000 worth, they lose 90% of their income. That will qualify them to receive large government help to cover fixed expenses. Also, the spring payment of taxes for companies have been postponed until autumn, and all public employees will keep their salaries when sent home. All this sounds incredibly bold and incredibly expensive, and it is both. The government expects this is going to cost 287 billion DKK. That's the coinage of Denmark, the Danish krona or something like that. It's the equivalent of approximately 13% of Denmark's gross domestic product. In the United States, that would be about 2.5 trillion United States dollars. Now, how does this response compare with what Denmark did during the global financial crisis of 2008, for example? Back then, there was nothing at all at this scale. There was no huge amount of spending. The government was worried about public debt. There was a huge, long debate about whether Denmark should spend a lot of money at all, and Denmark had one of the highest increases in unemployment during the last crisis. But today, the Danish economy is extremely strong. They have a huge surplus. They have a negative interest rate. There is a lot of public savings. So there'll be a lot of room to do this now. Also, the political environment has changed. They've tried to make higher investments in welfare spending in the last few years. 10 years ago, there was a debate about stimulus. But today, everybody agrees that you just have to save the goddamn economy. Period. Fuck the stimulus. The philosophy is, if we don't do it now, it will be more expensive to save the economy later. We've seen, all of us, across the world, what the virus can do in Italy, in Spain. So people are very concerned everywhere. Everyone knows we all be facing as a human species a huge, huge crisis. So even I myself, in researching this, have to admit that it's rather jarring to hear about a country agreeing in a matter of days to do something this big. Your government, if you were in a situation like this, like the Danes are, would spend more than 10% of the GDP before July. Meanwhile, in these United States, we're still debating the size of government-signed checks that citizens might not received for several fucking months. There is a profound difference in both the speed and size of governmental response. I have to say, the decision-making process in Denmark has been beyond extraordinary. They have 10 parties in parliament, from the very left wing to the really, really right wing, and they all agree. There is nearly 100% consensus about this, and that is really amazing. People are convinced that it's wise to do this now. Many of these policies are made as tripartite agreements between the unions, employers' associations, and the state. That's because in Denmark, most labor market regulation is done by the unions and the employers' associations. They regulate the labor market mainly through their own collective agreements. To make all this possible, you need the unions and employers' associations to be a part of these agreements. That is very difficult, but they succeeded rapidly. In a matter of days, this was a signed agreement. This is unknown territory. I think it's a grand attempt. If you ruin people's private lives and companies go bankrupt, it will take us years to build this up again. So I myself think this the wisest decision I've seen taken by a national government in post-World War II history. Other than decisions I've seen in Japan and Taiwan and United Germany, as it was uniting in the past. Yet here, across the Atlantic, from tiny Denmark, Trump has left our states to fend for themselves. The coronavirus is America's first 50-state disaster, and each governor is dependent on outside help that will never come. The United States is about to find out whether the Articles of Confederation would have worked. The nation's founders scrapped that early charter because it left states to fend for themselves in moments of crisis. The Constitution that replaced it created a stronger federal government. But days are gone. Within the last, 72 hours or so? Within this last week, President Donald Trump turned back the clock. And in a conference call with the nation's governors about the coronavirus pandemic, the president declared, respirators, ventilators, all of the equipment, try getting it yourselves. Until now, our country has not faced a disaster that has ever directly threatened all 50 states in union at the same fucking time. Not even World War II did that. Not to this extent. Although 9/11 had consequences for the entire nation, the days and weeks after the attacks, during which states and communities far distant from ground zero sent equipment and personnel to New York, were a triumph of a mutual aid system that presupposes that not everyone is in trouble at once. But now that containment efforts have completely failed to prevent community transmission of COVID-19 from occurring, governors in every state need to decide how to proceed. With little guidance, indeed functionally none, from the federal government, governors, along with mayors, chief executive officers, the CEOs, university presidents, and leaders in the sports and entertainment businesses have taken it upon themselves to try to slow the spread of this virus before it overwhelms the medical system's capacity to respond at all. Or, better put, a 50-state strategy has emerged to fill the vacuum left by a misadministration hacked into power by a hostile foreign state that is still unable to distribute enough testing kits, is still focused on closing borders, and was slow to tell the American public to just stay the fuck home. The actions of governors has been a model of quick thinking, a demonstration of the benefits of federalism when the White House is unprepared and disorganized. But while the administration deserves some criticism, many of the obstacles to faster action be architectural in nature. The hard part of civil defense, what Americans today call Homeland Security, which is just bullshit, oftentimes has less to do with the security than with the homeland. The United States is made up of 50 homelands. Even though the Constitution gives federal authorities more power than the Articles of Confederation did, our governance structure was still designed to limit the role of the central government. The 10th Amendment reserves powers not specifically listed in the Constitution for the states and, through their constitutions, for local governments. Public health and law enforcement are among those powers. Even when the problem is a pathogen that spreads across state and national borders, the principles of federalism still apply. The standard operating procedure, the SOP, is that the response to a crisis should be locally executed, state-managed, and federally supported. Local communities are supposed to maintain control at the operational level. Outside resources and assistance flow in should the need arise. A governor helps a mayor manage a crisis by drawing on the resources of other jurisdictions within the state's borders. Should that not be enough, a state emergency management agency will seek other states' assistance. This is quite a formal process, known as the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, the EMAC, E-M-A-C, that I researched as a Department of Defense research librarian, and it essentially sets up a deployment and payment structure. It is, for example, how firefighters from Massachusetts assist with fighting wildfires in my own California. They don't just show up. With the coronavirus, state and federal authorities can talk a big game about unity of effort. We are all in this together. But the nation's governance structure will make us this more like musical chairs. In fact, it'll be like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, which our ship of state has demonstrated itself to be. We've already hit the iceberg. We just got to decide who gets out alive. No state wants to be the last one to secure necessary equipment. And so the operational difficulty be obvious. Every state's emergency management plans foresee an influx of resources and personnel through mutual aid agreements with other states. But because all other states will be in the same bind, no one will be willing to share. Every governor will have good reason to hold back resources. Even a state that is currently reporting no COVID-19 cases cannot afford to send any capacity outside the state. How could it justify doing so? The coronavirus pandemic won't be the first disaster in which states have had to compete for resources. When 5 states along the Gulf of Mexico were affected by the BP, or British Petroleum oil spill, the distribution of resources became a flashpoint. The federal government had only so much containment boom, the floating lines that keep oil from spreading. So the Obama administration gave priority to states with pristine coastal wetlands, much to the chagrin of Alabama's governor, who wanted to protect his state's open beachfronts. That states are rivals rather than allies explains why governors have moved so swiftly and decisively to restrict large gatherings and shut down schools, bars, and restaurants, and other businesses. Because testing kits are not at all available, state and local authorities have had to assume the worst about how quickly community transmission is occurring. Because the federal government has not publicly disclosed any plans for supplementing civilian efforts with military ones, the governors do not know which resources will be at their disposal, and because the misadministration, has not pushed the private sector very hard to manufacture more equipment for future needs, states have every reason to believe that shortages will occur, because Trump is guaranteeing that they will and ensuring that no resupply will ever be had. They know that their only plan B in each and every single state in union is to seek help from next door. Mutual aid does not work when everybody needs it simultaneously. And so on Monday, as dated the 16th day in this month of March, the governors of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut established 3 state guidelines on social distancing and limits on recreation. Collaborative decisions like that be important. But who wins a fight for more respirators? As we head toward a crisis that will require a lot more stuff, ventilators, intensive care beds, military field hospitals, temporary hospitals, volunteer staff to help, and the expansion of paid staff at a minimum, the federal government has not seriously prepared for the surge of resources that will be needed. For the governors, the coronavirus is not a national disaster. It's a 50-state disaster. If and when a surge of cases cometh, every state is on its own. So where the fuck does Trump fit in? What does he expect of this? Oh, by the way, Katerina Love says, the voice of truth and reason. Love you, Douglas. Love you too, honey. Katerina. Like the ice skater. The gold medalist. Well, all this brings us to a case of jurisprudence. Trump cannot cancel the election, but states could do it for him. There's a perfectly legal shortcut around a free and fair presidential election. As COVID-19 spreads throughout these United States, forcing the cancellation of countless mass gatherings, lawmakers are struggling to decide what to do about upcoming elections. 4 other states will still go to the polls on Tuesday, but, well, I'm thinking last Tuesday they did that. Or was it the Tuesday before? I'm losing track of time in quarantine. But Louisiana, this much I know for certain, postponed its April primary to June, under the optimistic assumption that everything will go back to normal by then. But of course, as every scientist predicts, coronavirus will spread widely through the spring and summer, and come November, the nation will still be in the grips of pandemic. In fact, it'll be suffering the worst of it. Could Donald Trump then simply cancel the 2020 presidential election? Well, the answer, as I've said before, is simply no. Congress, not the president, has the power to move election day. And even if Congress did postpone the vote, the Constitution would terminate Trump's term on January 20th, 2021. If Trump sought to cancel the election and remain in office past that point, then he would require not just a congressional act, but a constitutional amendment. That scenario is extremely improbable, even under Trump. When the pandemic gets so severe that we cannot responsibly hold in-person elections, Congress should require states to allow no excuse absentee balloting. But if Trump does not want to risk a loss at the polls, he can exploit a constitutional shortcut around free and fair elections. The president can ask Republican-controlled state legislatures to assign their electoral votes to himself, without allowing any citizen to cast a ballot for president. This maneuver would constitute an appalling assault on democracy. But believe it or not, as a Department of Defense research librarian for nigh a decade, I can guarantee you it would be completely legal. As the 2016 election reminded the country, the president is chosen by the Electoral College, not the popular vote. There be 538 electors, and a candidate, well, needs 270 of them to win. Currently, every state assigns electors to the candidate who won the popular vote statewide. 2 states add a twist that's irrelevant to the discussion right now, but the Constitution does not require states to assign their electors on the basis of the statewide vote. It does not even require a statewide vote. Rather, it explains that each state shall appoint its electors in such matter as the legislature thereof may direct. In other words, each state legislature gets to decide how electors be appointed, and, by extension, who gets their votes. Today, every state legislature has delegated this task to the people. But at first, state legislatures just did it themselves. In the first presidential election, for instance, the legislatures of Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, New Jersey, and South Carolina appointed electors directly. Eventually, every state moved toward the modern system. But the Supreme Court confirmed in 1892's McPherson versus Blacker that states were free to revert to the old method. And in the 2000s, the aughts, as they be called, the years of the zeros, Bush versus Gore, that case that went up to the Supreme Court, the court reiterated this very point. The majority decided in that Anno Domini of the year 2000, the first year of the third Christian millennium, the majority of the Supreme Court of these United States declared that the state legislature may, if it so chooses, select the electors itself, and retains authority to take us back the power to appoint electors even after switching to a statewide vote. Put simply, it is perfectly constitutional for a state legislature to scrap statewide elections for president and appoint electors itself. It would also be constitutional for a state legislature to disregard the winner of the statewide vote and assign electors to the loser. And because the Constitution grants legislatures the authority to pick electors this way, Congress cannot stop them. Due in part to partisan gerrymandering, Republicans control the legislatures of 28 states in union. Collectively, these states have 294 electoral votes. Trump himself could not cancel the entire presidential election, but he could ask these Republican-dominated legislatures to cancel their statewide presidential elections and assign their electors unto he. Now, will we face this situation in November? I can guarantee you. Trump will make himself president another 4 years. Imagine the worst case scenario, which we know he's insured. This is why Trump is guaranteeing the federal government will help no one. This is why Trump is standing by and doing nothing. This is why he's not using his war powers, emergency powers of executive to mobilize production of ventilators. This is why he wants so many of you to die. This is why he doesn't care that his base will die. He doesn't need them. Come November, the election is approaching, and the coronavirus remains rampant in our communities. America burns with fever. States are unsure whether they have the personnel and resources to ever hold an election ever again. Congress has failed to mandate no excuse absentee balloting, and therefore is not in session. The government has closed, and many states have declined to implement such themselves. The Postal Service is so hard hit, it cannot even reliably carry ballots to and from voters' residences. It's not difficult. In fact, it's guaranteed to envision Trump's allies in state legislatures assigning their state's electoral votes to the president, insisting that these dire circumstances justify pulling a constitutional fire alarm. There be one catch. The scenario presumes that state legislature have the power not only to pick electors, but also to direct them to vote for a specific candidate. States have long exercised this control over electors' votes. But the Supreme Court will soon hear twa cases brought by electors who assert that they have a constitutional right to vote for whomever they fucking wish. They assert that state legislatures can appoint electors, the human beings themselves, but cannot then require them to vote for a particular candidate, or punish them if they do not. It seems unlikely that the Supreme Court will grant faithless electors the ability to buck state legislatures and cast rogue votes. If the court does give electors this right, however, the entire system will be thrown into chaos. statewide votes would become largely meaningless because the 538 electors could vote their conscience, no matter what the state legislature demands. Let's assume, though, that SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of these United States, will not burn down the current system, and the court allows states to exercise their traditional authority to assign electors to candidates, as will 100% be guaranteed to be the case. This system permits legislatures to cancel or ignore the statewide presidential election and effectively decide the election. That shortcut to re-election would be profoundly anti-democratic, but then so are the Republicans. But so is the Electoral College itself is anti-democratic, and we are still living with its consequences in the person of Donald Trump. Until both Republicans and Democrats agree to amend this Rube Goldberg machine out of the Constitution completely, it will remain a tool for dictators to wield when they know the majority has turned against them. Trump doesn't need your support. He is effectively dictator for life. Donald Trump will steal your election, and that is why he has to die. That is why the only way to keep him from doing this is to kill him. The president can't simply cancel the fall balloting, but his state-level allies will still deliver him a second term. Even under a normal president, the coronavirus pandemic would present real challenges to the 2020 American election. Everything about in-person voting will be dangerous from now on. Waiting in line, touching a voting machine, and working in polling stations all run afoul of social distancing mandates. Already, Maryland, Kentucky, Georgia, and Louisiana have postponed their presidential primaries, while Wyoming, New York, and Ohio have altered their voting procedures. Of course, other democracies face similar problems. The United Kingdom has postponed local elections for an entire year. But under President Donald Trump, the possibilities for how the coronavirus will wreak havoc on the election are all the more concerning. This is not a president who cares about the sanctity of the electoral process. After all, he was never concerned in the slightest about Russia's efforts to manipulate the 2016 outcome, presumably because they were on his behalf, and he was impeached for demanding Ukrainian help in his re-election efforts. Moreover, this is a president who has repeatedly joked about staying in office past the end of his second term and has frequently embraced authoritarian leaders and politics as his role models. Making matters even worse, the Republican cult, more broadly, has displayed every willingness to bend the rules for its own political gain, frequently attempting to suppress the vote, especially minority votes, purging voter rolls, and implementing aggressive racially based gerrymanders. Americans simply cannot trust that Trump's misadministration will preserve the integrity of the 2020 election. This puts America in the most dangerous position in its history. Legal protections for the election do exist and stand the strong. The Constitution and federal law require the election of a president this November and state that the president's term ends the following January. The Supreme Court has repeatedly held that once states grant their residents the right to vote, doing so becomes a fundamental right. 49 states recognize the right to vote in their state constitutions, and 26 guarantee that elections must be free and open. Any attempt by the president or state legislatures to deprive the people of the right to vote in order to ensure Trump's re-election would blatantly violate these rights, but still be legal, as I articulated from my experience as a Department of Defense research librarian. Because a lot will still go wrong, especially at the state level, in times of crisis like this when every state is on its fucking own. The danger begins with the fact that regardless of what people believe, the Constitution does not give Americans the right to vote for their president. Rather, the Constitution says that a college of electors votes for the president. And Article 2 of that Constitution gives states nearly unlimited power to decide how these electors be chosen. In the early years of the American Republic, many state legislatures decided which presidential candidate the state's electors would support. South Carolina used this method until 1868. Today, all 50 states in Union grant their residents the right to vote for president, and the people's vote determines which electors from each state will select the next president. However, any state could change its law and instead allow its legislature to decide which electors will choose the next president. In other words, states have a lot of power in deciding how the election will run. Today, Republicans control 30 state legislatures and Democrats only 19, with one state divided. Nebraska technically has nonpartisan legislatures, but it is a reliably red state, so I include it with the Republican states. These red state legislatures control 305 electoral votes, and only 270 be needed to secure the presidency. Guaranteed, most red states, indeed all of them, will appoint electors who will elect Trump for another 4 years. Of those 30 states, 22 also have Republican governors, which means in those states there would be no Democratic governor to veto Republican legislation, taking away the people's opportunity to vote for president. Those 22 states represent 219 electoral college votes, perilously close to the 270 required for Trump to be reelected. Now, if you're in denial and say, could states really deprive Americans of the right to vote for their president? Yes. In Bush versus Gore, a conservative majority in the Supreme Court held that the state can take back the power to appoint electors at any time. And the court is even more reactionary today than it was in the year 2000, as Justice Brett Kavanaugh has replaced Justice Anthony Kennedy. The more complicated question is not whether states can do this, but whether they would. The answer of which is a resounding yes, a guarantee. Republican lawmakers have been steadfastly loyal to Donald Trump throughout his tumultuous tenure. If Trump were to ask states to appoint electors instead of having an election, they will most certainly follow his request, especially those states where the president enjoys wide popularity. In 24 of the 30 states with Republican legislatures, a majority of people approve of the president's job performance, according to But Yestermency's last month's Gallup survey. Those states control 224 electoral votes, enough to throw the election's results into doubt. States could also wreak havoc on the election by not taking steps now to guarantee for voting during a pandemic. If only a few states allowed their legislatures to appoint electors or postponed electoral selection indefinitely, the November election will result in no candidate receiving a majority of electoral college votes. This in and of itself is a real concern. If no candidate wins a majority of electors, the 12th Amendment empowers the House of Representatives to decide who will be president. Although the House is controlled by Democrats, predicting the outcome is not that simple. The amendment requires the House to choose the president by voting as states, not as individual members. So instead of 435 individual votes, there would be half a hundred state votes. The amendment does not say how the representatives for each state should decide their state's vote. If the current House were tasked with selecting the next president, and states with more Republicans than Democrats in their delegation voted for Donald Trump, he would win 25 votes. 23 states have more Democratic House members than Republican, so the Democratic candidate would likely receive 23 votes. Florida and Pennsylvania are evenly split between Democrats and Republicans, leaving their presidential votes up in the air. Whether the District of Columbia would even be allowed to vote at all in this circumstance is not entirely even certain. The text of the 12th Amendment suggests that only states can vote, but the 23rd Amendment gave the District of Columbia electors who vote for president and perform such duties as required by the 12th. If Trump tries to exploit the coronavirus to manipulate the election, as I know he will, this is why Vladimir Putin unleashed it as his weapon to maintain him as president forever, like Vladimir Putin. And when the states help him do so, disputes may arise about whether a state's presidential electors be even valid. This kind of dispute happened after the 1876 presidential election. Democrat Samuel Tilden won the popular vote by 3% over his Republican opponent Rutherford B. Hayes. As a result, Tilden took 184 electoral votes to Hayes's 165. However, the parties in 4 states could not agree on which candidate won the 20 remaining electoral votes. Days before inauguration, in a sordid backroom deal, Democrats agreed to allow all 20 of these electors to cast votes for Hayes in exchange for the assurance that the Republican administration would withdraw all federal troops from southern states, that the Southern Dixiecrats could then unleash the Klan to terrorize the newly enfranchised blacks back into slavery, where they would remain effectively in function for the next well over 100 years. After this debacle, Congress passed laws to deal with disputed states or slates of electors. Then, in 1933, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt assumed all power, simultaneous to Hitler crossed the Atlantic assuming chancellorship of the Weimar democracy that would only become the Third Reich under sanctions imposed by Jewish lobbyists that drove entire national governments to do such. The 20th Amendment gave Congress more power to establish rules for counting electoral votes and resolving disputes. The resulting law still gave states almost complete power to determine the outcome of a presidential election. So, it changed nothing and made matters worse. We're more entrenched in state confederalism than ever before. It requires Congress to accept electors if their state has followed the proper procedures to resolve any disputes and certified them 6 days before a specified date in December, the so-called safe harbor date. During the controversy over Florida's presidential vote circa 2000, Anno Domini, the Supreme Court's conservative justices argued that because Florida could not manually recount its ballots before that election's safe harbor date, December 12th of the year 2000, trying to do so would risk disenfranchising all Floridan voters. Their ruling in Bush versus Gore decided the election for the Republican candidate George W. Bush. Dissenting justices pointed out that Congress would be free to accept Florida's electors even if the state certified them after that date. After all, they noted, circa 1960, Hawaii selected 2 different slates of electors, and Congress chose to count a slate that was appointed well after the safe harbor date. Under these statutes, if some red states decide to appoint electors, at Trump's prompting, in light of the coronavirus, and voters challenge the validity of those electors, state decisions on that dispute would most certainly be conclusive as long as the state followed its legally prescribed procedures. And Republicans control enough states to exceed or come very close to the 270 electoral votes required to elect a president. Despite these weaknesses, the Supreme Court's decisions to protect the equality of votes provides some safeguards. The court has ruled that once state legislatures give people the right to vote in an election, the state cannot interfere with the exercise of that right or dilute the weight of people's votes. Circa 1964, the Supreme Court considered whether Alabama's refusal to reapportion its legislative districts to reflect major changes in its population violated voters' rights. The most populous districts had up to 41 times the eligible voters of the least populous. In other words, those were the blacks versus the white enclaves. The Supreme Court held that electing our public officials in a free and unimpaired fashion is a bedrock of our political system, and found that Alabama had unconstitutionally diluted votes in the most populous districts. 12 of the smaller districts had populations of between 13,000 and 15,000 people and sent 12 senators each to the Alabama Senate, while the 12 largest districts had 3,000 and 600,000 people and sent only 3 senators each. Thus, the votes of the people in the least populous and whiter districts were many times more powerful than those of people living in denser districts, who happened not to be white. With this ruling, voters in any state that were to deprive them of the right to vote for president could launch a powerful legal challenge claiming that their right to equal voting power had been violated. They could argue that their votes had been unconstitutionally diluted, like those of the white voters in Alabama, or the black voters, more realistically, of course, than jurisprudentially, because they would be able to express their preference for president only vicariously through voting for their state representatives. The votes of those in nearby states voting directly for their state's presidential electors would be exponentially more powerful. America must protect the November election from interference. Not just Russian this time, but also domestic. Already, proposals exist to do so. On March 16th, Senators Amy Klobuchar, Democrat of Minnesota, and Ron Wyden, Democrat of Oregon, introduced the Natural Disaster and Emergency Ballot Act of 2020 to ensure the integrity of this year's election. The proposed law would encourage states to make early voting more widely available, make it much easier to vote by mail, and require states to create contingency systems for voting and counting ballots during a period of emergency. As these senators pointed out, the country is meant to elect 35 senators, 11 governors, and 435 House members in addition to the president this November. Beyond implementing the reforms in this legislation, states should make mail-in and absentee ballots universally available. Americans have successfully conducted elections in crises. Voters went to the polls during the Civil War, World War II, and Vietnam. New Yorkers voted in municipal elections just 12 weeks after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. In this country, the right to vote is sacred. Black African Americans have risked and even sacrificed their very lives to vote. And women struggled for more than 100 years to claim their right to do so. To honor that legacy, we must confront this challenge and provide safe and easy ways for Americans to vote this November. And before he can conquer this nation dictatorially, Trump must die. This is Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler. I'll go more into the cults and their spread of COVID-19, and how this will change the human species if we fight back for the better. When next I speak. Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at douglasdietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on douglasdietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Dietrich, Dietrich Sir Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington, the man who serves as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the Malkuthian material world, the man who has saved myself in the matrix of information, and thereby is in a very real sense mine own creator, a reflection of the divine. And you can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magatur, which be spelled MAGGGOTAUR. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. That annihilation of myself in the public consciousness by scrubbing from the internet, or your own annihilation as a member of the human species, on which I so depend. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, be alive and well. Find out more about me at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and confer, while on the homepage of showsdd.com, a footnote on my bio, sire, explaining the meaning of my father's name. That I, his scion, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma massa erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzu-Chen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in immediately aftermath, San Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for fully access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO, space BROS, space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail in either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. Mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Running up behind him, in a close second, is Patrick Lee, the man who, of course, has brought me into a private group about anti-Asian American hate crimes that have been promulgated against our citizens since day one, but have increased with the coronavirus pandemic and the normalization of crime by the criminal-in-chief himself, Donald Trump. Patrick Lee donated a good amount to maintain the quality of my life. God bless him and keep him, and he and his own. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Taviush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. It bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. With what you've heard tonight, surely that must sink in. Do not wait, donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Jival, or Devil Angel himself, as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site the Sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd of Anno Domini 2020, come on Alara. To reemphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets. Emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site the Sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd in this 2020th year of our Lord. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Wednesdays and Sundays, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all videos and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. A final check in the live dashboard. The last one to speak was Katerina Love. And that dude says goodnight. Thank you for another great transmission. Thank you so much. And Bizarre HD, who be George Knight, says, I absolutely love you, Douglas. You are the only man telling the truth. Everyone should listen to you because you only present the facts. My hero. And I Want Two-Piece says, Whoa, still live, let's go. Thank you, sir. My blessings unto all, and to the young Selena Khan. I love you too. Blessed be, young lady. And good night unto all. Preserve thyselves for when we next gather around the fire to hear the arc of narrative take us to another stunning conclusion.